Section 1 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristin Hand. A collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. Part 1. In the following pages will be found a satisfactory account of the shocking catastrophe which has deprived America of her most valuable citizen, and our age of the greatest man, together with some brief remarks calculated to place the melancholy affair in its true light, both as it respects the deceased and him by whose arm he was slain. Perhaps the most satisfactory manner of introducing the reader to his subject will be to begin with the correspondence which led to the fatal interview. It follows. Number 1. New York, June 18th, 1804. Sir, I send for your perusal a letter signed Charles D. Cooper, which, though apparently published some time ago, has but very recently come to my knowledge. Mr. Van Ness, who does me the favor to deliver this, will point out to you that clause of the letter to which I particularly request your attention. You must perceive, sir, the necessity of a prompt and unqualified acknowledgment or denial of the use of any expression which would warrant the assertions of Dr. Cooper. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, A. Burr. General Hamilton. Number 2. New York, June 20th, 1804. Sir, I have maturely reflected on the subject of your letter of the 18th instant, and the more I have reflected, the more I have become convinced that I could not, without manifest impropriety, make the avowal or disavowal which you seem to think necessary. The clause pointed out by Mr. Van Ness is in these terms: I could detail to you a still more despicable opinion which General Hamilton has expressed of Mr. Burr. To endeavor to discover the meaning of this declaration, I was obliged to seek in the antecedent part of this letter for the opinion to which it referred, as having been already disclosed. I found it in these words: General Hamilton and Judge Kent have declared in substance that they looked upon Mr. Burr to be a dangerous man, and one who ought not to be trusted with the reins of government. The language of Dr. Cooper plainly implies that he considered this opinion of you, which he attributes to me, as a despicable one, but he affirms that I have expressed some other, more despicable, without, however, mentioning to whom, when, or where. 'Tis evident that the phrase, still more despicable, admits of infinite shades, from very light to very dark. How am I to judge of the degree intended? Or how shall I annex any precise idea to language so indefinite? Between gentlemen, despicable and more despicable are not worth the pains of distinction. When therefore you do not interrogate me as to the opinion which is specifically ascribed to me, I must conclude that you view it as within the limits to which the animadversions of political opponents upon each other may justifiably extend, and consequently as not warranting the idea of it which Dr. Cooper appears to entertain. If so, what precise inference could you draw, as a guide for your conduct, were I to acknowledge that I had expressed an opinion of you still more despicable than the one which is particularized? How could you be sure that even this opinion had exceeded the bounds which you would yourself deem admissible between political opponents? But I forbear further comment on the embarrassment to which the requisition you have made naturally leads. The occasion forbids a more ample illustration, though nothing could be more easy than to pursue it. Repeating that I cannot reconcile it with propriety to make the acknowledgment or denial you desire, I will add that I deem it inadmissible on principle to consent to be interrogated as to the justness of the inferences which may be drawn by others from whatever I may have said of a political opponent in the course of 15 years' competition. If there were no other objections to it, this is sufficient, that it would tend to expose my sincerity and delicacy to injurious imputations from every person who may at any time have conceived the import of my expressions differently from that I may then have intended, or may afterwards recollect. I stand ready to avow or disavow promptly and explicitly any precise or definite opinion which I may be charged with having declared of any gentleman. More than this cannot fitly be expected from me, and especially it cannot be reasonably expected that I shall enter into an explanation upon a basis so vague as that which you have adopted. I trust on more reflection you will see the matter in the same light with me. If not, I can only regret the circumstance and must abide the consequences. The publication of Dr. Cooper was never seen by me till after the receipt of your letter. I have the honor to be, etc., A. Hamilton. Colonel Burr. Number 3. New York, 21st June, 1804. Sir, your letter of the 20th instant has been this day received. Having considered it attentively, I regret to find in it nothing of that sincerity and delicacy which you profess to value. Political opposition can never absolve gentlemen from the necessity of a rigid adherence to the laws of honor and the rules of decorum. I neither claim such privilege nor indulge it in others. The common sense of mankind affixes to the epithet adopted by Dr. Cooper the idea of dishonor. It has been publicly applied to me under the sanction of your name. The question is not whether he has understood the meaning of the word or has used it according to syntax and with grammatical accuracy, but whether you have authorized this application either directly or by uttering expressions or opinions derogatory to my honor. The time when is in your own knowledge, but no way material to me, as the calumny has now first been disclosed, so as to become the subject of my notice, and as the effect is present and palpable. Your letter has furnished me with new reasons for requiring a definite reply. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient, A. Burr. General Hamilton. On Saturday, the 22nd of June, General Hamilton for the first time called on Mr. Pendleton and communicated to him the preceding correspondence. He informed him that in a conversation with Mr. Van Ness at the time of receiving the last letter, he told Mr. Van Ness that he considered that letter as rude and offensive, and that it was not possible for him to give it any other answer than that Mr. Burr must take such steps as he might think proper. He said farther that Mr. Van Ness requested him to take time to deliberate, and then return an answer when he might possibly entertain a different opinion, and that he would call on him to receive it. That his reply to Mr. Van Ness was, that he did not perceive it possible for him to give any other answer than that he had mentioned, unless Mr. Burr would take back his last letter and write one which would admit of a different reply. He then gave Mr. Pendleton the letter hereafter mentioned on the 22nd of June to be delivered to Mr. Van Ness when he should call on Mr. Pendleton for an answer, and went to his country house. The next day General Hamilton received, while there, the following letter. Number 4. June 23rd, 1804. Sir, in the afternoon of yesterday I reported to Colonel Burr the result of my last interview with you and appointed the evening to receive his further instructions. Some private engagements, however, prevented me from calling on him till this morning. On my return to the city, I found upon inquiry, both at your office and house, that you had returned to your residence in the country. Lest an interview there might be less agreeable to you than elsewhere, I have taken the liberty of addressing you this note to inquire when and where it will be most convenient to you to receive a communication. Your most obedient and very humble servant, W. P. Van Ness. General Hamilton. Mr. Pendleton understood from General Hamilton that he immediately answered that if the communication was pressing, he would receive it at his country house that day. If not, he would be at his house in town the next morning at 9 o'clock. But he did not give Mr. Pendleton any copy of this note. Number 5. New York, June 22nd, 1804. Sir, your first letter, in a style too peremptory, made a demand, in my opinion, unprecedented and unwarrantable. My answer, pointing out the embarrassment, gave you an opportunity to take a less exceptionable course. You have not chosen to do it, but by your last letter received this day, containing expressions indecorous and improper, you have increased the difficulties to explanation intrinsically incident to the nature of your application. If by a definite reply you mean the direct avowal or disavowal required in your first letter, I have no other answer to give than that which has already been given. If you mean anything different, admitting of greater latitude, it is requisite you should explain. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, Alex Hamilton. Aaron Burr, Esquire. This letter, although dated on the 23rd of June, remained in Mr. Pendleton's possession until the 25th, within which period he had several conversations with Mr. Van Ness. In these conversations, Mr. Pendleton endeavored to illustrate and enforce the propriety of the ground General Hamilton had taken. Mr. Pendleton mentioned to Mr. Van Ness, as the result, that if Colonel Burr would write a letter requesting to know in substance whether in the conversation to which Dr. Cooper alluded any particular instance of dishonorable conduct was imputed to Colonel Burr, or whether there was any impeachment of his private character, General Hamilton would declare the best of his recollection what passed in that conversation, and Mr. Pendleton read to Mr. Van Ness a paper containing the substance of what General Hamilton would say on that subject, which is as follows. Number 6. General Hamilton says he cannot imagine to what Dr. Cooper may have alluded, unless it were to a conversation at Mr. Taylor's in Albany last winter, at which he and General Hamilton were present. General Hamilton cannot recollect distinctly the particulars of that conversation so as to undertake to repeat them without running the risk of varying or omitting what might be deemed important circumstances. The expressions are entirely forgotten and the specific ideas imperfectly remembered, but to the best of his recollection it consisted of comments on the political principles and views of Colonel Burr and the results that might be expected from them in the event of his election as governor, without reference to any particular instance of past conduct or to private character. After the delivery of the letter of the 22nd, as above mentioned, in another interview with Mr. Van Ness, he desired Mr. Pendleton to give him in writing the substance of what he had proposed on the part of General Hamilton, which Mr. Pendleton did in the words following. Number 7. In answer to a letter properly adapted to obtain from General Hamilton a declaration whether he had charged Colonel Burr with any particular instance of dishonorable conduct, or had impeached his private character, either in the conversation alluded to by Dr. Cooper or in any other particular instance to be specified, he would be able to answer consistently with his honor and the truth in substance that the conversation to which Dr. Cooper alluded turned wholly on political topics and did not attribute to Colonel Burr any instance of dishonorable conduct, nor relate to his private character. And in relation to any other language or conversation of General Hamilton which Colonel Burr will specify, a prompt and frank avowal or denial will be given. On the 26th June, Mr. Pendleton received the following letter. Number 8. Sir, the letter which you yesterday delivered me and your subsequent communication in Colonel Burr's opinion evinced no disposition on the part of General Hamilton to come to a satisfactory accommodation. The injury complained of and the reparation expected are so definitely expressed in Colonel Burr's letter of the 21st instant that there is not perceived a necessity for further explanation on his part. The difficulty that would result from confining the inquiry to any particular times and occasions must be manifest. The denial of a specified conversation only would leave strong implications that on other occasions improper language had been used. When and where injurious opinions and expressions have been uttered by General Hamilton must be best known to him, and of him only will Colonel Burr inquire. No denial or declaration will be satisfactory unless it be general, so as wholly to exclude the idea that rumors derogatory to Colonel Burr's honor have originated with General Hamilton, or have been fairly inferred from anything he has said. A definite reply to a requisition of this nature was demanded by Colonel Burr's letter of the 21st instant. This being refused, invites the alternative alluded to in General Hamilton's letter of the 20th. It was required by the position in which the controversy was placed by General Hamilton on Friday last, note, June 22nd, end note, and I was immediately furnished with a communication demanding a personal interview. The necessity of this measure has not, in the opinion of Colonel Burr, been diminished by the General's last letter, or any communication which has since been received. I am consequently again instructed to deliver you a message as soon as it may be convenient for you to receive it. I beg therefore you will be so good as to inform me at what hour I can have the pleasure of seeing you. Your most obedient and very humble servant, W.P. Van Ness. Nathaniel Pendleton, Esquire, June 26th. Number 9. 26th June, 1804. Sir, I have communicated the letter which you did me the honor to write to me of this date to General Hamilton. The expectations now disclosed on the part of Colonel Burr appear to him to have greatly extended the original ground of inquiry, and instead of presenting a particular and definite case for explanation, seem to aim at nothing less than an inquisition into his most confidential conversations, as well as others, through the whole period of his acquaintance with Colonel Burr. While he was prepared to meet the particular case fairly and fully, he thinks it inadmissible that he should be expected to answer at large as to everything that he may possibly have said in relation to the character of Colonel Burr at any time or upon any occasion. Though he is not conscious that any charges which are in circulation to the prejudice of Colonel Burr have originated with him, except one which may have been so considered, and which has long since been fully explained between Colonel Burr and himself, yet he cannot consent to be questioned generally as to any rumors which may be afloat derogatory to the character of Colonel Burr, without specification of the several rumors, many of them probably unknown to him. He does not, however, mean to authorize any conclusion as to the real nature of his conduct in relation to Colonel Burr by his declining so loose and vague a basis of explanation, and he disavows an unwillingness to come to a satisfactory, provided it be an honorable accommodation. His objection is the very indefinite ground which Colonel Burr has assumed, in which he is sorry to be able to discern nothing short of predetermined hostility. Presuming, therefore, that it will be adhered to, he has instructed me to receive the message which you have it in charge to deliver. For this purpose I shall be at your home and at your command tomorrow morning from 8 to 10 o'clock. I have the honor to be respectfully your obedient servant, Nathaniel Pendleton. William P. Van Ness, Esquire. Number 10. Sir, the letter which I had the honor to receive from you under the date of yesterday states, among other things, that in General Hamilton's opinion, Colonel Burr has taken a very indefinite ground in which he evinces nothing short of predetermined hostility, and that General Hamilton thinks it is inadmissible that the inquiry should extend to his confidential as well as other conversations. In this, Colonel Burr can only reply that secret whispers traducing his frame and impeaching his honor are, at least, equally injurious with slanders publicly uttered, that General Hamilton had, at no time and in no place, a right to use any such injurious expressions, and that the partial negative he is disposed to give, with the reservations he wishes to make, are proofs that he has done the injury specified. Colonel Burr's request was, in the first instance, proposed in a form the most simple, in order that General Hamilton might give to the affair that course to which he might be induced by his temper and his knowledge of facts. Colonel Burr trusted with confidence that from the frankness of a soldier and the candor of a gentleman he might expect an ingenuous declaration. That if, as he had reason to believe, General Hamilton had used expressions derogatory to his honor, he would have had the magnanimity to retract them, and that if, from his language, injurious inferences had been improperly drawn, he would have perceived the propriety of correcting errors, which might thus have been widely diffused. With these impressions, Colonel Burr was greatly surprised at receiving a letter which he considered as evasive, and in which manner he deemed not altogether decorous. In one expectation, however, he was not wholly deceived, for the close of General Hamilton's letter contained an intimation that if Colonel Burr should dislike his refusal to acknowledge or deny, he was ready to meet the consequences. This Colonel Burr deemed a sort of defiance, and would have felt justified in making it the basis of an immediate message. But as the communication contained something concerning the indefiniteness of the request, as he believed it rather the offspring of false pride than of reflection, and as he felt the utmost reluctance to proceed to extremities while any other hope remained, his request was repeated in terms more explicit. The replies and propositions on the part of General Hamilton have, in Colonel Burr's opinion, been constantly in substance the same. Colonel Burr disavows all motives of predetermined hostility, a charge by which he thinks insult added to injury. He feels as a gentleman should feel when his honor is impeached or assailed, and without sensations of hostility or wishes of revenge, he is determined to vindicate that honor at such hazard as the nature of the case demands. The length to which this correspondence has extended, only tending to prove that the satisfactory redress, earnestly desired, cannot be obtained, he deems it useless to offer any proposition except the simple message which I shall now have the honor to deliver. I have the honor to be with great respect your obedient and very humble servant, W. P. Van Ness. Wednesday morning, June 27th, 1804. With this letter a message was received, such as was to be expected, containing an invitation which was accepted, and Mr. Pendleton informed Mr. Van Ness he should hear from him the next day as to further particulars. This letter was delivered to General Hamilton on the same evening, and a very short conversation ensued between him and Mr. Pendleton, who was to call on him early the next morning for a further conference. When he did so, General Hamilton said he had not understood whether the message and answer was definitively concluded, or whether another meeting was to take place for that purpose between Mr. Pendleton and Mr. Van Ness. Under the latter impression, and as the last letter contained matter that naturally led to animadversion, he gave Mr. Pendleton a paper of remarks in his own handwriting, and communicated to Mr. Van Ness if the state of the affair rendered it proper. In an interview with Mr. Van Ness on the same day, after explaining the causes which had induced General Hamilton to suppose that the state of the affair did not render it improper, Mr. Pendleton offered this paper to Mr. Van Ness, but he declined receiving it, alleging that he considered the correspondence as closed by the acceptance of the message that he had delivered. Mr. Pendleton then informed Mr. Van Ness of the inducements mentioned by General Hamilton in the paper for at least postponing the meeting until the close of the circuit, and as this was uncertain, Mr. Pendleton was to let him know when would be convenient. Here we think it most proper to introduce the paper itself. The reader will form his own judgment whether it was not Mr. Van Ness's duty to have received it and shown it to his principal. He will probably exercise his own conjecture, too, as to Mr. Van Ness's motives for not doing so. It follows. Number 11. Remarks on the letter of June 27, 1804. Whether the observations on this letter are designed merely to justify the result which is indicated in the close of the letter, or may be intended to give an opening for rendering anything explicit which may have been deemed vague heretofore, can only be judged of by the sequel. At any rate, it appears to me necessary not to be misunderstood. Mr. Pendleton is therefore authorized to say that in the course of the present discussion, written or verbal, there has been no intention to evade, defy, or insult, but a sincere disposition to avoid extremities if it could be done with propriety. With this view, General Hamilton has been ready to enter into a frank and free explanation on any and every object of a specific nature, but not to answer a general and abstract inquiry, embracing a period too long for any accurate recollection, and exposing him to unpleasant criticisms from, or unpleasant discussions with, any and every person who may have understood him in an unfavorable sense. This, admitting that he could answer in a manner the most satisfactory to Colonel Burr, he should deem inadmissible in principle and precedent, and humiliating in practice. To this, therefore, he can never submit. Frequent allusion has been made to slanders said to be in circulation. Whether they are openly or in whispers, they have a form and shape, and might be specified. If the alternative alluded to in the close of the letter is definitively tendered, it must be accepted. The time, place, and manner to be afterwards regulated. I should not think it right in the midst of a circuit court to withdraw my services from those who may have confided important interests to me, and expose them to the embarrassment of seeking other counsel, who may not have time to be sufficiently instructed in their causes. I shall also want a little time to make some arrangements respecting my own affairs. On Friday, the 6th of July, the circuit being closed, Mr. Pendleton informed Mr. Van Ness that General Hamilton would be ready at any time after the Sunday following. On Monday, the particulars were arranged. On Wednesday, the parties met at Weehawk on the Jersey shore at 7 o'clock a.m. The particulars of what then took place will appear from the following statement, as agreed upon and corrected by the seconds of the parties. Colonel Burr arrived first on the ground as had been previously agreed. When General Hamilton arrived, the parties exchanged salutations, and the seconds proceeded to make their arrangements. They measured the distance, 10 full paces, and cast lots for the choice of position, as also to determine by whom the word should be given, both of which fell to the second of General Hamilton. They then proceeded to load the pistols in each other's presence, after which the parties took their stations. The gentleman who was to give the word then explained to the parties the rules which were to govern them in firing, which were as follows. The parties being placed at their stations, the second who gives the word shall ask them whether they are ready. Being answered in the affirmative, he shall say, "Present." After this, the parties shall present and fire when they please. If one fires before the other, the opposite second shall say 1, 2, 3, fire, and he shall then fire or lose his fire. He then asked if they were prepared. Being answered in the affirmative, he gave the word present, as had been agreed upon, and both parties presented and fired in succession. The intervening time is not expressed, as the seconds do not precisely agree on that point. The fire of Colonel Burr took effect, and General Hamilton almost instantly fell. Colonel Burr then advanced toward General Hamilton with a manner and gesture that appeared to General Hamilton's friend to be expressive of regret, but without speaking turned about and withdrew, being urged from the field by his friend, as has been subsequently stated, with a view to prevent his being recognized by the surgeon and bargemen who were then approaching. No further communication took place between the principals, and the barge that carried Colonel Burr immediately returned to the city. We conceive it proper to add that the conduct of the parties in this interview was perfectly proper, as suited the occasion. The above is a statement of only such leading particulars as the seconds supposed it would be proper for them as such to publish. But as I think a deep interest will be felt in every circumstance attending the death of General Hamilton, I have been at some pains to collect all the information on the subject that was to be had from authentic sources. It was nearly 7 in the morning when the boat which carried General Hamilton, his friend Mr. Pendleton, and the surgeon mutually agreed on, Dr. Hosack, reached the part of the Jersey shore called the Weehawk. There they found Mr. Burr and his friend Mr. Van Ness, who, as I am told, had been employed since their arrival, with coats off, in clearing away the bushes, limbs of trees, etc., so as to make a fair opening. The parties in a few moments were at their allotted situations. When Mr. Pendleton gave the word, Mr. Burr raised his arm slowly, deliberately took his aim, and fired. His ball entered General Hamilton's right side. As soon as the bullet struck him, he raised himself involuntarily on his toes, turned a little to the left, at which moment his pistol went off, and fell upon his face. Mr. Pendleton immediately called out for Dr. Hosack, who, in running to the spot, had to pass Mr. Van Ness and Colonel Burr, but Van Ness had the cool precaution to cover his principal with an umbrella, so that Dr. Hosack should not be able to swear that he saw him on the field. What passed after this the reader will have in the following letter from Dr. Hosack himself, in answer to my note. August 17th, 1804. Dear Sir, to comply with your request is a painful task, but I will repress my feelings while I endeavor to furnish you with an enumeration of such particulars relative to the melancholy end of our beloved friend Hamilton as dwell most forcibly on my recollection. When called to him, upon his receiving that fatal wound, I found him half sitting on the ground, supported in the arms of Mr. Pendleton. His countenance of death I shall never forget. He had at that instant just strength to say, "This is a mortal wound, doctor," when he sunk away and became to all appearance lifeless. I immediately stripped up his clothes, and soon, alas, ascertained the direction of the ball must have been through some vital part. Footnote. For the satisfaction of some of General Hamilton's friends, I examined his body after death in the presence of Dr. Post and 2 other gentlemen. I discovered that the ball struck the 2nd or 3rd false rib, and fractured it about in the middle. It then passed through the liver and diaphragm, and as nearly as we could ascertain without a minute examination, lodged in the 1st or 2nd lumbar vertebra. The vertebra in which it was lodged was considerably splintered, so that the spiculae were distinctly perceptible to the finger. About a pint of clotted blood was found in the cavity of the belly, which had probably been effused from the divided vessels of the liver. End note. His pulses were not to be felt. His respiration was entirely suspended, and upon laying my hand on his heart and perceiving no motion there, I considered him as irrecoverably gone. I however observed to Mr. Pendleton that the only chance for his reviving was immediately to get him upon the water. We therefore lifted him up and carried him out of the wood to the margin of the bank, where the bargeman aided us in conveying him into the boat, which immediately put off. During all this time I could not discover the least symptom of returning life. I now rubbed his face, lips, and temples with spirits of hartshorn, applied it to his neck and breast, and to the wrists and palms of his hands, and endeavored to pour some into his mouth. When we had got, as I should judge, about 50 yards from the shore, some imperfect efforts to breathe were for the first time manifest. In a few minutes he sighed and became sensible to the impression of the hartshorn, or the fresh air of the water. He breathed, his eyes hardly opened, wandered without fixing upon any objects, To our great joy, he at length spoke. "My vision is indistinct," were his first words. His pulse became more perceptible, his respiration more regular, his sight returned. I then examined the wound to know if there was any dangerous discharge of blood. Upon slightly pressing his side, it gave him pain, on which I desisted. Soon after recovering his sight, he happened to cast his eye upon the case of pistols, and observing the one he had had in his hand lying on the outside, he said, "Take care of that pistol. It is undischarged and still cocked. It may go off and do harm. Pendleton knows," attempting to turn his head towards him, "that I did not intend to fire at him." "Yes," said Mr. Pendleton, understanding his wish. "I have already made Dr. Hossack acquainted with your determination as to that." He then closed his eyes and remained calm without any disposition to speak, nor did he say much afterwards, excepting in reply to my questions as to his feelings. He asked me once or twice how I found his pulse, and he informed me that his lower extremities had lost all feeling, manifesting to me that he entertained no hope that he should long survive. I changed the posture of his limbs, but to no purpose. They had totally lost their sensibility. Perceiving that we approached the shore, he said, "Let Mrs. Hamilton be immediately sent for. Let the event be gradually broken to her, but give her hopes." Looking up, we saw his friend Mr. Bayard standing on the wharf in great agitation. He had been told by his servant that General Hamilton, Mr. Pendleton, and myself had crossed the river in a boat together, and too well he conjectured the fatal errand and foreboded the dreadful result. Perceiving as we came nearer that Mr. Pendleton and myself only sat up in the stern sheets, he clasped his hands together in the most violent apprehension. But when I called to him to have a cot prepared, and he at the same moment saw his poor friend lying in the bottom of the boat, he threw up his eyes and burst into a flood of tears and lamentation. Hamilton alone appeared tranquil and composed. We then conveyed him as tenderly as possible up to the house. The distresses of this amiable family were such that till the first shock was abated, they were scarcely able to summon fortitude enough to yield sufficient assistance to their dying friend. Upon our reaching the house, he became more languid, occasioned probably by the agitation of his removal from the boat. I gave him a little weak wine and water. When he recovered his feelings, he complained of a pain in his back. We immediately undressed him, laid him in bed, and darkened the room. I then gave him a large anodyne, which I frequently repeated. During the first day he took upwards of an ounce of laudanum, and tepid anodyne fomentations were also applied to those parts nearest the seat of his pain. Yet were his sufferings during the whole of the day almost intolerable. Footnote. As his habit was delicate, and had been lately rendered more feeble by ill health, particularly by a disorder of the stomach and bowels, I carefully avoided all those remedies which are usually indicated on such occasions. I had not the shadow of a hope of his recovery, and Dr. Post, whom I requested might be sent for immediately on our reaching Mr. Bayard's house, united with me in this opinion. General Ray, the French consul, also had the goodness to invite the surgeons of the French frigates in our harbor, as they had had much experience in gunshot wounds, to render their assistance. They immediately came, but to prevent his being disturbed, I stated to them his situation, described the nature of his wound and the direction of the ball, with all the symptoms that could enable them to form an opinion as to the event. One of the gentlemen then accompanied me to the bedside. The result was a confirmation of the opinion that had already been expressed by Dr. Post and myself. During the night he had some imperfect sleep, but the succeeding morning his symptoms were aggravated, attended, however, with a diminution of pain. His mind retained all its usual strength and composure. The great source of his anxiety seemed to be in his sympathy with his half-distracted wife and children. He spoke to me frequently of them. My beloved wife and children were always his expressions. But his fortitude triumphed over his situation, dreadful as it was. Once, indeed, at the sight of his children brought to the bedside together, 7 in number, his utterance forsook him. He opened his eyes, gave them one look, and closed them again, till they were taken away. As a proof of his extraordinary composure of mind, let me add that he alone could calm the frantic grief of their mother. "Remember, my Eliza, you are a Christian," were the expressions with which he frequently, with a firm voice but in a pathetic and impressive manner, addressed her. His words and the tone in which they were uttered will never be effaced from my memory. At about 2 o'clock, as the public well knows, he expired. Incorrupta fides, nudaque veritas, quando ultimum invenient parem, multis il quidem flebilis occidit. I am, sir, your friend and humble servant, David Hossack. William Coleman, Esquire. After his death, a note which had been written the evening before the interview was found addressed to the gentleman who accompanied him to the field, thanking him with tenderness for his friendship to him, and informing him where would be found the keys of certain drawers in his desk, in which he had deposited such papers as he had thought proper to leave behind him, together with his last will. The following paper, as containing his motives for accepting the challenge, his reflections on the situation, and some remarks on the conduct of the man who was to be the cause of his death, is presented as a highly interesting document. Number 12. On my expected interview with Colonel Burr, I think it proper to make some remarks explanatory of my conduct, motives, and views. I was certainly desirous of avoiding this interview for the most cogent reasons. 1. My religious and moral principles are strongly opposed to the practice of dueling, and it would ever give me pain to be obliged to shed the blood of a fellow creature in a private combat forbidden by the laws. 2. My wife and children are extremely dear to me, and my life is of the utmost importance to them in various views. 3. I feel a sense of obligation towards my creditors, who in case of accident to me, by the forced sale of my property, may be in some degree sufferers. I did not think myself at liberty, as a man of probity, lightly to expose them to this hazard. 4. I am conscious of no ill will to Colonel Burr, distinct from political opposition, which, as I trust, has proceeded from pure and upright motives. Lastly, I shall hazard much and can possibly gain nothing by the issue of the interview. But it was, as I conceive, impossible for me to avoid it. There were intrinsic difficulties in the thing and artificial embarrassments from the manner of proceeding on the part of Colonel Burr. Intrinsic, because it is not to be denied that my animadversions on the political principles, character, and view of Colonel Burr have been extremely severe, and on different occasions I, in common with many others, have made very unfavorable criticisms on particular instances of the private conduct of this gentleman. In proportion as these impressions were entertained with sincerity and uttered with motives and for purposes which might appear to me commendable, would be the difficulty, until they could be removed by evidence of their being erroneous, of explanation or apology. The disavowal required of me by Colonel Burr in a general and indefinite form was out of my power, if it had really been proper for me to submit to be so questioned, but I was sincerely of opinion that this could not be, and in this opinion I was confirmed by that of a very moderate and judicious friend whom I consulted. Besides that, Colonel Burr appeared to me to assume, in the first instance, a tone unnecessarily peremptory and menacing, and in the second, positively offensive. Yet I wished, as far as might be practicable, to leave a door open to accommodation. This, I think, will be inferred from the written communications made by me and by my direction, and would be confirmed by the conversations between Mr. Van Ness and myself, which arose out of the subject. I am not sure whether, under all the circumstances, I did not go farther in the attempt to accommodate than a punctilious delicacy will justify. If so, I hope the motives I have stated will excuse me. It is not my design, by what I have said, to affix any odium on the conduct of Colonel Burr in this case. He doubtless has heard of animadversions of mine which bore very hard upon him, and it is probable that, as usual, they were accompanied with some falsehoods. He may have supposed himself under a necessity of acting as he has done. I hope the grounds of his proceeding have been such as ought to satisfy his own conscience. I trust at the same time that the world will do me the justice to believe that I have not censured him on light grounds, nor from unworthy inducements. I certainly have had strong reasons for what I may have said, though it is possible that in some particulars I may have been influenced by misconstruction or misinformation. It is also my ardent wish that I may have been more mistaken than I think I have been, and that he, by his future conduct, may show himself worthy of all confidence and esteem, and prove an ornament and blessing to the country. As well because it is possible that I may have injured Colonel Burr, however convinced myself that my opinions and declarations have been well-founded, as from my general principles and temper in relation to similar affairs, I have resolved, if our interview is conducted in the usual manner, and it pleases God to give me the opportunity to reserve and throw away my first fire, and I have thoughts even of reserving my second fire, and thus giving a double opportunity to Colonel Burr to pause and to reflect. It is not, however, my intention to enter into any explanations on the ground, Apology from principle, I hope, rather than pride, is out of the question. To those who, with me, abhorring the practice of dueling, may think that I ought on no account to have added to the number of bad examples, I answer that my relative situation, as well in public as private, enforcing all the considerations which constitute what men of the world denominate honor, imposed on me, as I thought, a peculiar necessity not to decline the call. The ability to be in future useful, whether in resisting mischief or effecting good, in those crises of our public affairs which seem likely to happen, would probably be inseparable from a conformity with public prejudice in this particular. A. H. It is impossible for me to add anything that I think will assist the reader in forming a judgment on this affecting paper, written under the solemn impression that it was to be the last he should ever write. I should do an injustice to his memory to say one word by way of attempting to gain an implicit credit for every syllable it contains. To the head and heart of every reader, then, it is left without comment. End of section 1. Section 2 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1 continued. General Hamilton's Will. In the name of God, Amen. I, Alexander Hamilton, of the city of New York, Counselor at Law, do make this my last will and testament as follows. First, I appoint John B. Church, Nicholas Fish, and Nathaniel Pendleton of the city aforesaid, Esquires, to be executors and trustees of this my will, and I devise to them their heirs and assigns, as joint tenants and not as tenants in common, all my estate, real and personal, whatsoever and wheresoever, upon trust at their discretion, to sell and dispose of the same at such time and times, in such manner, and upon such terms as they, the survivors and survivor, shall think fit, and out of the proceeds to pay all the debts which I shall owe at the time of my decease, in whole, if the fund be sufficient, proportionably, if it shall be insufficient, and the residue, if any there shall be, to pay and deliver to my excellent and dear wife, Elizabeth Hamilton. Though if it should please God to spare my life, I may look for a considerable surplus out of my present property, yet if he should speedily call me to the eternal world, a forced sale, as is usual, may possibly render it insufficient to satisfy my debts. I pray God that something may remain for the maintenance and education of my dear wife and children. But should it, on the contrary, happen that there is not enough for the payment of my debts, I entreat my dear children, if they or any of them should ever be able, to make up the deficiency. I, without hesitation, commit to their delicacy a wish which is dictated by my own. Though conscious that I have too far sacrificed the interests of my family to public avocations, and on this account have the less claim to burthen my children, yet I trust in their magnanimity to appreciate as they ought this my request. In so unfavorable an event of things, the support of their dear mother, with the most respectful and tender attention, is a duty, all the sacredness of which they will feel. Probably her own patrimonial resources will preserve her from indigence, but in all situations they are charged to bear in mind that she has been to them the most devoted and best of mothers. In testimony whereof I have hereunto subscribed my hand, the 9th day of July, in the year of our Lord 1804. Alexander Hamilton. Signed, sealed, published, and declared as and for his last will and testament, in our presence, who have subscribed the same in his presence, the words John B. Church being above interlined. Dominic F. Blake, Graham Newell, Theo B. Value. New York Surrogate's Office, SS, July 16, 1804. I do hereby certify the preceding to be a true copy of the original will of Alexander Hamilton, deceased, now on file at my office. Sylvanus Miller, Surrogate. The impression which his death made on all classes of people in the city will best be seen by the following proceedings. At a numerous and respectable meeting of merchants and other citizens of New York, at the Tontine Coffee House last evening, Mr. William W. Woolsey was called to the chair, and Mr. Maturin Livingston appointed secretary. The meeting, having been informed of the melancholy event of General Alexander Hamilton's decease, and being deeply sensible of the irreparable loss which the United States have sustained by the death of a man whose public and private virtues have endeared him to his friends and acquaintances, whose patriotism, talents, integrity, and eminent services have rendered him peculiarly valuable to his country, and being anxiously desirous to render to so great and distinguished a character the last tribute in their power, resolve that this meeting will unite with their fellow citizens of all classes in every suitable demonstration of sorrow for the death of General Alexander Hamilton, and that for this purpose they recommend to the citizens at large to shut up their stores and generally to suspend business on Saturday the 14th instant, and to assemble at the house of Mr. Church in Robinson Street at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, to perform a procession to attend the remains of the deceased. That it be recommended to the owners and masters of vessels to direct the colors of all the vessels in the harbor to be hoisted half-mast during the whole of Saturday next. That Mr. Henderson, Mr. M. Livingston, Mr. A. Jackson, Mr. J. Kane, and Mr. H. I. Wyckoff be a committee on the part of this meeting to meet such persons as may be appointed by other bodies of their fellow citizens in order to make such further arrangements as the occasion may require. William W. Woolsey, Chairman. Maturin Livingston, Secretary. The committee of arrangement appointed at the meeting at the Tontine Coffee House on the 12th instant, in conformity with the sense of the meeting expressed on that occasion, requests their fellow citizens in general to wear crape on the left arm for 30 days as a testament of their respect for the integrity, virtues, talents, and patriotism of General Alexander Hamilton, deceased. July 13th. City of New York, SS. In Common Council, July 13, 1804. Resolved unanimously that the Common Council of the City of New York entertain the most unfeigned sorrow and regret for the death of their fellow citizen Alexander Hamilton, and with a view to pay a suitable respect to his past life and future memory, and to afford the most unequivocal testimony of the great loss which, in the opinion of the Common Council, not only this city, but the State of New York and the United States have sustained by the death of this great and good man, the Common Council do unanimously recommend that the usual business of the day be dispensed with by all classes of inhabitants. And resolved unanimously that the ordinance prohibiting the tolling of bells at funerals be on this occasion suspended, and that it be recommended to those who have the charge of the church bells in this city to cause them to be muffled and tolled at proper intervals during the day of his interment. And also resolved unanimously that the members of the Common Council will in a body attend and join in the funeral procession of the deceased at the time and place appointed. Likewise resolved unanimously that a committee of 3 be appointed to make such arrangements in behalf and at the expense of the Common Council of the City of New York for performing the funeral obsequies of the deceased as the said committee shall judge necessary and expedient. Extract from the minutes. T. Wortman, Clerk. Agreeable to notice, the gentlemen of the bar met at Lovett's Hotel to join in those expressions of sorrow so universally produced by the untimely death of General Hamilton. The meeting was very numerous, and all party distinction was lost in the general sentiment of love and respect for the illustrious deceased. Mr. Harrison, in a few words, with a faltering tongue and a feeling heart, adverted to the sad occasion on which they were called together, and in the most affectionate terms mentioned the private virtues, the splendid talents, and the useful services of this best and greatest of men. Amidst countenances which spoke no common grief, the following resolutions were adopted. At a general meeting of the gentlemen of the bar of the City of New York at Lovett's Hotel on the 13th of July, 1804, Richard Harrison, Esquire, in the chair. This meeting being deeply affected by the death of Alexander Hamilton, the brightest ornament of their profession, whom they have ever held in the most sincere esteem and admiration, whose superior talents, distinguished patriotism, eminent services, and uniform integrity had procured him universal confidence and veneration, and whose loss they lament as a severe private affliction and deplore as a great public calamity, resolved that they will unite with their fellow citizens to demonstrate in every suitable manner their sincere respect for the memory of General Hamilton and the deep sense of the loss which their country has sustained. That they will wear crape as mourning for their deceased brother for the space of 6 weeks. That Jacob Radcliffe, Josiah O. Hoffman, Nathan Sanford, John Wells, and Daniel D. Tompkins be a committee to make any further arrangements that may be proper on this mournful occasion. Daniel D. Tompkins, Secretary. New York, 12th July, 1804. Brigade Orders. For the purpose of paying the last testimony of military respect to Major General Alexander Hamilton, deceased, the Brigade Company of Artillery, the 6th Regiment, and the uniform companies belonging to the other regiments of the brigade will assemble on Saturday at 9:00 a.m. with 3 rounds of blank cartridges in the park, where they will be joined by the Regiment of Artillery. The whole will be under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Morton. By order of Brigadier General Boyd, Nathan Sanford, Assistant Brigade Major. P.S. The officers not on duty are requested to attend at Mechanic Hall in uniform and with the usual mourning. Artillery. Regimental Orders. Agreeably to brigade orders of this date, the 1st Regiment of Artillery will parade in the park on Saturday morning at 9:00. The 1st Battalion with small arms, the 2nd with field artillery. Each man of the 1st Battalion will provide himself with 3 rounds of blank cartridges to perform the last military obsequies over the grave of the late General Hamilton. Captain McLean will take charge of firing the minute guns. The officers will appear with crape on the left arm. By order of Lieutenant Colonel Curtenius Robert Swartout, Adjutant, July 12th. Artillery. Captain Depister's company will assemble on the company parade at 9:30 on Saturday morning in full uniform, crape to be worn on the left arm, by order, etc. J.D. Keese, Ordnance Sergeant. July 13th. New York Independent Volunteers. In pursuance of regimental orders of last night, you are ordered to parade on the battery tomorrow morning at 9:00 precisely, with 3 rounds of blank cartridges. By order, Andrew Smith, Secretary. A meeting of the students at law of this city is requested this evening at 7:00 at the office of Joseph Ogden Hoffman, Esquire, in order to consider in what manner they can best express their sincere regret for the death of the late General Hamilton. July 13th. The students of Columbia College are requested to meet in the College Green tomorrow morning at 9:30 precisely with their gowns for the purpose of joining in the funeral procession of the late General Hamilton. N.B. The graduates of the college are also desired to attend. Temanial Notice. Brothers, your attendance is earnestly requested at an extra meeting of the tribes in the Great Wigwam precisely at the setting of the sun this evening, to make arrangements for joining our fellow citizens and soldiers in a procession, in order to pay the last tribute of national respect due to the manes of our departed fellow citizen and soldier, General Alexander Hamilton. By order of the Grand Sachem, James D. Bissett, Secretary. Season of fruit in the year of discovery 312, and of the institution 15th, July 13th. Those members of the General Society of Mechanics and Tradesmen of the City of New York, desirous of paying the last tribute of respect to the remains of General Hamilton, are requested to meet at their new hall on Saturday morning, the 14th instant, precisely at 9:00. St. Andrew's Society. The members of the St. Andrew's Society are requested to meet at the Masonic Hall tomorrow morning at 9:30 precisely, in order to join the funeral procession of their late much respected and sincerely beloved brother, Alexander Hamilton, and to testify the grief and regret they feel, in common with their fellow citizens, at the irreparable loss this community has sustained by his untimely death. A. Glass, Secretary. July 13th. Funeral Procession. The Society of the Cincinnati being charged with the direction of the funeral ceremonies of its President General, the following is the order of procession which will take place tomorrow at 10:00 as commemorative of an event of the deepest national regret. Order of procession. 1. The Military Corps commanded by Colonel Martin. 2. The Society of the Cincinnati. 3. Clergy of all denominations. 4. The Corpse. 5. The General's Horse. 6. Relations of the deceased. 7. Physicians. 8. The Judges of the Supreme Court. 9. Mr. Governor Morris in his carriage. 10. Gentlemen of the Bar and students at law. 11. The Governor and Lieutenant Governor of the State. 12. The Mayor and Corporation of the City. 13. Members of Congress and civil officers of the United States. 14. The ministers, consuls, and residents of foreign powers. 15. The officers of the Army and Navy of the United States. 16. Military and naval officers of foreign powers. 17. Militia officers of the state. 18. Presidents, directors, and officers of the respective banks. 19. Chamber of Commerce and Merchants. 20. Marine Society, wardens of the port, and masters and officers of all vessels in the harbor. 21. The presidents, professors, and students of Columbia College. 22. The different societies in such order as their respective presidents may arrange. 23. The citizens in general. The military corps commanded by Colonel Morton being ordered to parade in the park at 10 o'clock, accompanied with 6 pieces of artillery. 2 of the pieces will remain on the ground under the command of Captain McLean, and will fire minute guns from the movement of the corps until it arrives at Trinity Church. The 6th Regiment, with the colors and music of the several corps, will parade in Robinson Street on the south side fronting Mr. Church's house, standards and music in front of the center, the regiment in solemn attitude, resting on arms reversed. On waving the standard of the Cincinnati shrouded in crape, the regiment will shoulder and receive the corpse proceeding from the house with presented arms, the colors and music saluted. On a signal trumpet, the regiment will shoulder, and the troops in the park will throw themselves in columns and occupy the Broadway, with the rear of the column covering the head of Robinson Street, and halt. On a signal trumpet, the 6th Regiment in Robinson Street will wheel to the right by platoons and occupy the street in front of the corps in open column at half distances of platoons, and with arms reversed wait the signal. On a signal trumpet, the column will move with the colors and music in the center of the 6th Regiment, playing the Dead March with muffled drums. 2 companies detached from the military in the park will cover the flanks of the corps in single file with trailed arms from the rear of the 6th Regiment down the line and take their proper position as the corps enters Broadway. The column advancing will wheel to the left round the park, enter Beekman Street, and passing down Pearl and up Broadway to Trinity Church. The leading wing will form a close column to the right on the church walk, extending to the north corner of Wall Street, dressing by the left, and facing to the right, stand with ordered arms. The rear wing advancing will form close column to the left and facing to the right, extending to the south corner of Wall Street, dressing by the right with ordered arms. Mr. Governor Morris, from the portico of the church, the corpse in front on a bier, will deliver an appropriate address, at the conclusion of which the corpse, preceded by the military and properly attended, will proceed to the vault, where the military ceremonies will be performed under the order of the Commandant, which will close the solemnities of the day. W. S. Smith, President. W. Popham, Secretary. Funeral obsequies. On Saturday, the next day, the remains of Alexander Hamilton were committed to the grave with every possible testimony of respect and sorrow. The following will present the reader with a correct account of the manner in which the sad solemnities were conducted. The military, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Morton, were drawn up in front of Mr. Church's house in Robinson Street, where the body had been deposited. On the appearance of the corpse, it was received by the whole line with presented arms, and saluted by the officers. Melancholy music by a large and elegant band. The military then preceded the bier in open column and inverted order, the left in front with arms reversed, the band playing a dead march. At 12 o'clock, the procession moved in the following order through Beekman, Pearl, and Whitehall streets, and up Broadway to the church. The artillery, the 6th Regiment of Militia, flank companies, Cincinnati Society, a numerous train of clergy of all denominations, the corpse with pallbearers, the general's horse appropriately dressed, his children and relatives, physicians, Governor Morris, the funeral orator in his carriage, the gentlemen of the bar, all in deep mourning, the lieutenant governor of the state in his carriage, corporation of the city of New York, resident agents of foreign powers, officers of our Army and Navy, military and naval officers of foreign powers, militia officers of the state, the various officers of the respective banks, Chamber of Commerce and Merchants, wardens of the port and masters of vessels in the harbor, the president, professors, and students of Columbia College in mourning gowns, St. Andrew's Society, mostly in mourning, Tammany Society, Mechanic Society, Marine Society, Citizens in general. The poll was supported by General Matthew Clarkson, Oliver Walcott, Esquire, Richard Harrison, Esquire, Abijah Hammond, Esquire, Josiah Ogden Hoffman, Esquire, Richard Varick, Esquire, William Bayard, Esquire, and his Honorable Judge Lawrence. On the top of the coffin was the general's hat and sword, his boots and spurs reversed across the horse. His gray horse, dressed in mourning, was led by 2 black servants dressed in white, and white turbans trimmed with black. The streets were lined with people, doors and windows were filled, principally with weeping females, and even the house tops were covered with spectators who came from all parts to behold the melancholy procession. When the advanced platoon of the military reached the church, the whole column wheeled backward by sections from the flanks of platoons, forming a lane, bringing their muskets to a reversed order, and resting the cheek on the butt of the piece in the customary attitude of grief. Through the avenue thus formed, the corpse, preceded by the clergy of different denominations and Society of Cincinnati, and followed by the relations of the deceased and different public bodies, advanced to the church, the band with drums muffled playing all the time a pensive, solemn air. Funeral oration. On a stage erected in the portico of Trinity Church, Mr. Gouverneur Morris, having 4 of General Hamilton's sons, the eldest about 16 and the youngest about 6 years of age, with him, rose and delivered to the immense concourse in front an extemporary oration, which being pronounced slowly and impressively was easily committed to memory, and being very soon afterwards placed on paper, is presumed to be correct even to the language. Fellow citizens, if on this sad, this solemn occasion I should endeavor to move your commiseration, it would be doing injustice to that sensibility which has been so generally and so justly manifested. Far from attempting to excite your emotions, I must try to repress my own, and yet I fear that instead of the language of a public speaker, you will hear only the lamentations of a bewailing friend. But I will struggle with my bursting heart to portray that heroic spirit which has flown to the mansions of bliss. Students of Columbia, he was in the ardent pursuit of knowledge in your academic shades when the first sound of the American War called him to the field. A young and unprotected volunteer, such was his zeal and so brilliant his service that we heard his name before we knew his person. It seemed as if God had called him suddenly into existence that he might assist to save a world. The penetrating eye of Washington soon perceived the manly spirit which animated his youthful bosom. By that excellent judge of men he was selected as an aide, and thus he became acquainted with, and was a principal actor in, the most important scenes of our Revolution. At the siege of York he pertinaciously insisted, and he obtained the command of a forlorn hope. He stormed the redoubt, but let it be recorded that not one single man of the enemy perished. His gallant troops, emulating the heroism of their chief, checked the uplifted arm and spared a foe no longer resisting. Here closed his military career. Shortly after the war, your your discernment called him to public office. You sent him to the convention at Philadelphia. He there assisted in forming that Constitution which is now the bond of our Union, the shield of our defense, and the source of our prosperity. In signing that compact, he expressed his apprehension that it did not contain sufficient means of strength for its own preservation, and that, in consequence, we should share the fate of many other republics, and pass through anarchy to despotism. We hoped better things. We confided in the good sense of the American people, and above all we trusted in the protecting providence of the Almighty. On this important subject he never concealed his opinion. He disdained concealment. Knowing the purity of his heart, he bore it as it were in his hand, exposing to every passenger its inmost recesses. This generous indiscretion subjected him to censure for misrepresentation. His speculative opinions were treated as deliberate designs, and yet you all know how strenuous, how unremitting were his efforts to establish and preserve the Constitution. If then his opinion was wrong, pardon that single error in a life devoted to your service. At the time when our government was organized, we were without funds, though not without resources. To call them into action and establish order in the finances, Washington sought for splendid talents, for extensive information, and above all, he sought for sterling, incorruptible integrity. All these he found in Hamilton. The system then adopted has been the subject of much animadversion. If it be not without a fault, let it be remembered that nothing human is perfect. Recollect the circumstances of the moment. Recollect the conflict of opinion. And above all, remember that the minister of a republic must bend to the will of the people. The administration which Washington formed was one of the best that any country was ever blessed with, and the result was a rapid advance in power and prosperity of which there is no example in any other age or nation. The part which Hamilton bore is universally known. His unsuspecting confidence in professions which he believed to be sincere led him to trust too much to the undeserving. This exposed him to misrepresentation. He felt himself obliged to resign. The care of a rising family and the narrowness of his fortune made it a duty to return to his profession for their support. But though he was compelled to abandon public life, never for a moment did he abandon the public service. He never lost sight of your interests. I declare to you, before that God in whose presence we are now so especially assembled, that in his most private and confidential conversations, the single objects of discussion and consideration were your freedom and happiness. You well remember the state of things which again called forth Washington from his retreat to lead your armies. You know that he asked for Hamilton to be his second in command. That venerable sage well knew the dangerous incidents of a military profession, and he felt the hand of time pinching life at its source. It was probable that he would soon be removed from the scene, and that his second would succeed to command. He knew by experience the importance of that place, and he thought the sword of America might safely be confided to the hand which now lies cold in that coffin. Oh, my fellow citizens, remember this solemn testimonial that he was not ambitious. Yet he was charged with ambition, and wounded by the imputation. When he laid down his command, he declared in the proud independence of his soul that he never would accept of any office, unless in a foreign war he should be called on to expose his life in defense of his country. This determination was immovable. It was his fault that his opinions and his resolutions could not be changed. Knowing his own firm purpose, he was indignant at the charge that he sought for place or power. He was ambitious only of glory, but he was deeply solicitous for you. For himself he feared nothing, but he feared that bad men might, by false professions, acquire your confidence and abuse it to your ruin. Brethren of the Cincinnati, there lies our chief. Let him still be our model. Like him, after long and faithful public service, let us cheerfully perform the social duties of private life. Oh, he was mild and gentle. In him there was no offense, no guile. His generous hand and heart were open to all. Gentlemen of the bar, you have lost your brightest ornament. Cherish and imitate his example. While, like him, with justifiable, with laudable zeal you pursue the interests of your clients, remember, like him, the eternal principles of justice. Fellow citizens, you have long witnessed his professional conduct and felt his unrivaled eloquence. You know how well he performed the duties of a citizen. You know that he never courted your favor by adulation or the sacrifice of his own judgment. You have seen him contending against you and saving your dearest interests, as it were, in spite of yourselves. And now you feel and enjoy the benefits resulting from the firm energy of his conduct. Bear this testimony to the memory of my departed friend. I charge you to protect his fame. It is all he has left, all that these poor orphan children will inherit from their father. But, my countrymen, that fame may be a rich treasure to you also. Let it be the test by which to examine those who solicit your favor. Disregarding professions, view their conduct, and on a doubtful occasion ask, would Hamilton have done this thing? You all know how he perished. On this last scene I must not dwell. It might excite emotions too strong for your better judgment. Suffer not your indignation to lead to any act which might again offend the insulted majesty of the law. On his part, as from his lips, though with my voice, for his voice you will hear no more. Let me entreat you to respect yourselves. And now, ye ministers of the everlasting God, perform your holy office, and commit these ashes of our dear departed brother to the bosom of the grave. The oration being finished, the corpse was carried to the grave, where the usual funeral service was performed by the Reverend Bishop Moore. The troops who had entered the churchyard formed an extensive hollow square, and terminated the solemnities with 3 volleys over the grave. During the procession there was a regular discharge of minute guns from the battery by a detachment from the regiment of artillery. The different merchant vessels in the harbor wore their colors half-mast, both this and the preceding day. His Britannic Majesty's ship of war, Boston, Captain Douglas, at anchor within the Hook, appeared in mourning the whole morning, and at 10 o'clock she commenced firing minute guns, which were continued 48 minutes. His Majesty's packet Lord Charles Spencer, Captain Coatsworth, also was in mourning and fired an equal number of guns. The French frigates Cybele and Didon were also put into full mourning, both this and the preceding day, with yards peaked. They also fired minute guns during the procession. These marks of attention will be gratefully received by our fellow citizens as evidence how highly the deceased was respected and esteemed by the French and English officers. End of section 2. Section 3 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. The following extracts from the several daily papers will serve to show the strong impression which the death of General Hamilton made on the hearts of his fellow citizens, those who knew him best. The Evening Post. With emotions that we have not the hand to inscribe, have we to announce the death of Alexander Hamilton. He was cut off in the 48th year of his age, in the full vigor of his faculties, and in the midst of all his usefulness. We have not the firmness to depict this melancholy, heart-rending event. Now, when death has extinguished all party animosity, the gloom that overspreads every countenance, the sympathy that pervades every bosom, bear irresistible testimony of the esteem and respect all maintained for him, of the love all bore him, and assure us that an impression has been made by his loss which no time can efface. It becomes us not to enter into particulars. We have no doubt that in compliance with the universal anxiety of our citizens, a statement will soon be exhibited to them containing all the circumstances necessary to enable them to form a just opinion of this tragic scene. In the meantime, we offer the following letter that we have received from the Reverend Bishop Moore. The testimony which this pious and venerable clergyman bears to the virtues of the deceased will, we are sure, not be lost on a discerning community. To the editor of the Evening Post. Thursday evening, July 12th. Mr. Coleman, the public mind being extremely agitated by the melancholy fate of that great man, Alexander Hamilton, I have thought it would be grateful to my fellow citizens, would provide against misrepresentation, and perhaps be conducive to the advancement of the cause of religion, were I to give a narrative of some facts which have fallen under my own observation during the time which elapsed between the fatal duel and his departure out of this world. Yesterday morning, immediately after he was brought from Hoboken to the house of Mr. Bayard at Greenwich, a message was sent informing me of the sad event, accompanied by a request from General Hamilton that I would come to him for the purpose of administering the Holy Communion. I went, but being desirous to afford time for serious reflection, and conceiving that under existing circumstances it would be right and proper to avoid every appearance of precipitancy in performing one of the most solemn offices of our religion, I did not then comply with his desire. At 1 o'clock I was again called on to visit him. Upon my entering the room and approaching his bed, with the utmost calmness and composure he said, "My dear sir, you perceive my unfortunate situation, and have no doubt been made acquainted with the circumstances which led to it. It is my desire to receive the communion at your hands. I hope you will not conceive that there is any impropriety in my request." He added, "It has for some time past been the wish of my heart, and it was my intention to take an early opportunity of uniting myself to the Church by the reception of that holy ordinance." I observed to him that he must be very sensible of the delicate and trying situation in which I was then placed, that however desirous I might be to afford consolation to a fellow mortal in distress, still it was my duty as a minister of the gospel to hold up the law of God as paramount to all other law, and that therefore, under the influence of such sentiments, I must unequivocally condemn the practice which had brought him to his present unhappy condition. He acknowledged the propriety of these sentiments, and declared that he viewed the late transaction with sorrow and contrition. I then asked him, "Should it please God to restore you to health, sir, will you never be again engaged in a similar transaction?" And will you employ all your influence in society to discountenance this barbarous custom? His answer was, "That, sir, is my deliberate intention." I proceeded to converse with him on the subject of his receiving the communion, and told him that with respect to the qualifications of those who wished to become partakers of that holy ordinance, my inquiries could not be made in language more expressive than that which was used by our church. Do you sincerely repent of your sins past? Have you a lively faith in God's mercy through Christ, with a thankful remembrance of the death of Christ? And are you disposed to live in love and charity with all men? He lifted up his hands and said, "With the utmost sincerity of heart, I can answer those questions in the affirmative. I have no ill will against Colonel Burr. I met him with a fixed resolution to do him no harm. I forgive all that happened." I then observed to him that the terrors of the divine law were to be announced to the obdurate and impenitent, but that the consolations of the gospel were to be offered to the humble and contrite heart, that I had no reason to doubt his sincerity, and would proceed immediately to gratify his wishes. The communion was then administered, which he received with great devotion, and his heart afterwards appeared to be perfectly at rest. I saw him again this morning, when, with his last faltering words, he expressed a strong confidence in the mercy of God through the intercession of the Redeemer. I remained with him until 2 o'clock this afternoon, when death closed the awful scene. He expired without a struggle, and almost without a groan. By reflecting on this melancholy event, let the humble believer be encouraged ever to hold fast that precious faith which is the only source of true consolation in the last extremity of nature. Let the infidel be persuaded to abandon his opposition to that gospel which the strong, inquisitive, and comprehensive mind of a Hamilton embraced, in his last moments, as the truth from heaven. Let those who are disposed to justify the practice of dueling be induced, by this simple narrative, to view with abhorrence that custom which has occasioned an irreparable loss to a worthy and most afflicted family, which has deprived his friends of a beloved companion, his profession of one of its brightest ornaments, and his country of a great statesman and a real patriot. With great respect, I remain your friend and servant, Benjamin Moore. Though not in chronological order, yet here may be the most proper place for the Reverend Dr. Mason's letter, as it relates to the same subject. To the editor of the Evening Post. Sir, having read in the Commercial Advertiser of the 16th a very imperfect account of my conversation with General Hamilton the day previous to his decease, I judge it my duty to lay the following narrative before the public. On the morning of Wednesday, the 11th instant, shortly after the rumor of the General's injury had created an alarm in the city, a note from Dr. Post informed me that he was extremely ill at Mr. William Bayard's, and expressed a particular desire to see me as soon as possible. I went immediately. Footnote. Perhaps it may not be amiss, in order that no misapprehension should be created by the letters themselves, which are not very explicit on that point, that Bishop Moore was first sent for, but left the house without complying at that time with General Hamilton's wish, that Dr. Mason was then sent for, who, as he says in his letter, told him he could not accede to his request, that the bishop was sent for a second time, who came and administered the sacrament as related by himself. This explanatory note is added because a misapprehension of facts gave rise at the time to some small altercation between anonymous writers in one of our daily prints. End footnote. The exchange of a melancholy salutation on entering the general's apartment was succeeded by a silence which he broke by saying that he had been anxious to see me and have the sacrament administered to him, and that this was still his wish. I replied that it gave me unutterable pain to receive from him any request to which I could not accede, that in the present instance a compliance was incompatible with all my obligations, as it is a principle in our churches never to administer the Lord's Supper privately to any person under any circumstances. He urged me no further. I then remarked to him that the Holy Communion is an exhibition and pledge of the mercies which the Son of God has purchased, that the absence of the sign does not exclude from the mercies signified, which were accessible to him by faith in their gracious author. I am aware, said he, of that. It is only as a sign that I wanted it. A short pause ensued. I resumed the discourse by observing that I had nothing to address to him in his affliction, but that the same gospel of the grace of God, which it is my office to preach to the most obscure and illiterate, that in the sight of God all men are on a level, as all have sinned and come short of his glory, and that they must apply to him for pardon and life, as sinners, whose only refuge is in his grace reigning by righteousness through our Lord Jesus Christ. I perceive it to be so, said he. I am a sinner. I look to his mercy. I then adverted to the infinite merit of the Redeemer as the propitiation for sin, the sole ground of our acceptance with God, the sole channel of his favor to us, and cited the following passages of Scripture. There is no other name given under heaven among men whereby we must be saved, but the name of Jesus. He is able to save them to the uttermost who come unto God by him, seeing he ever liveth to make intercession for them. The blood of Jesus Christ cleanseth from all sin. This last passage introduced the affair of the duel, on which I reminded the general that he was not to be instructed as to its moral aspect, that the precious blood of Christ was as effectual and as necessary to wash away the transgression which had involved him in suffering as any other transgression, and that he must there and there alone seek peace for his conscience and a hope that should not make him ashamed. He assented with strong emotion to those representations and declared his abhorrence of the whole transaction. It was always, added he, against my principles. I used every expedient to avoid the interview, but I have found, for some time past, that my life must be exposed to that man. I went to the field determined not to take his life. He repeated his disavowal of all intention to hurt Mr. Burr, the anguish of his mind in recollecting what had passed, and his humble hope of forgiveness from his God. I recurred to the topic of the divine compassion, the freedom of pardon in the Redeemer Jesus to perishing sinners. That grace, my dear General, which brings salvation is rich. Rich. Yes, interrupted he, it is rich grace. And on that grace, continued I, a sinner has the highest encouragement to repose his confidence, because it is tendered to him upon the surest foundation, the Scripture testifying that we have redemption through the blood of Jesus, the forgiveness of sins according to the richness of his grace. Here the general, letting go my hand, which he had held from the moment I sat down at his bedside, clasped his hands together, and looking up towards heaven, said with emphasis, I have a tender reliance on the mercy of the Almighty, through the merits of the Lord Jesus Christ. He replaced his hand in mine, and appearing somewhat spent, closed his eyes. A little after, he fastened them on me, and I proceeded. The simple truths of the gospel, my dear sir, which require no abstruse investigation, but faith in the veracity of God who cannot lie, are best suited to your present condition, and they are full of consolation. I feel them to be so, replied he. I, then repeating these texts of Scripture, it is a faithful saying, and worthy of all acceptation, that Christ Jesus came into the world to save sinners, and of sinners the chief. I, even I, am he that blotteth out thy transgressions for mine own sake, and will not remember thy sins. Come now, and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. This, said he, is my support. Pray for me. Shall I pray with you? Yes. I prayed with him, and heard him whisper as I went along, which I suppose to be his concurrence with the petitions. At the conclusion he said, Amen, God grant it. Being about to part with him, I told him I had one request to make. He asked what it was. I answered that whatever might be the issue of his affliction, he would give his testimony against the practice of dueling. I will, said he, I have done it. If that, evidently anticipating the event, if that be the issue, you will find it in writing. If it please God that I recover, I shall do it in a manner which will effectually put me out of its reach in future. I mentioned once more the importance of renouncing every other dependence for the eternal world, but the mercy of God in Christ Jesus, with a particular reference to the catastrophe of the morning. The general was affected and said, Let us not pursue the subject any further. It agitates me. He laid his hands upon his breast, with symptoms of uneasiness which indicated an increased difficulty of speaking. I then took my leave. He pressed my hand affectionately and desired to see me again at a proper interval. As I was retiring, he lifted up his hands in the attitude of prayer and said feebly, "God be merciful to—" His voice sunk so that I heard not the rest distinctly, but understood him to quote the words of the publican in the gospel, and to end the sentence with, "Me, a sinner." I saw him a second time on the morning of Thursday, but from his appearance and what I had heard, supposing that he could not speak without severe effort, I had no conversation with him. I prayed for a moment at his bedside, in company with his overwhelmed family and friends, and for the rest was one of the mourning spectators of his composure and dignity in suffering. His mind remained in its former state, and he viewed with calmness his approaching dissolution. I left him between 12 and 1, and at 2, as the public know, he breathed his last. I am, sir, with much respect, your obedient servant, J. M. Mason, New York, July 18th, 1804. The Daily Advertiser. It is with sentiments of the deepest regret that we announce to the public the decease of the great and estimable General Alexander Hamilton. No event since the death of the illustrious Washington has filled the public mind with more painful solicitude, or so much called forth the general sympathy and grief, as the event we now record. The loss of a character, so much respected in his profession, so esteemed by the public, so beloved in the circles of private friendship and of domestic life, is beyond the power of expression, and the manner of his death. Alas, it can be remembered only with unmingled horror and regret. Vain were the attempt to give even a hasty sketch of the various unequaled merit of the illustrious deceased. The task will be executed by an abler hand. Suffice it, under the present impression of the public regret, to state that as a soldier, through the whole of our Revolutionary War, General Hamilton was eminently distinguished. He was one of the few select friends of the Commander-in-Chief, often tried and as often approved. His cool and active valor in storming the redoubt before Yorktown will never be forgotten. After such a splendid proof of bravery, was it necessary again to put it to the test in compliance with a false notion of honor? As a statesman, General Hamilton added still greater honor to his name. To him are we principally indebted for the national constitution and the system of laws under which we now live. It was his hand that traced the outlines of our most important municipal institutions. To him we owe the plans for the organization of our national treasury, the provisions for the payment of the public debt, for the establishment of the banks, of the mint, and the whole revenue system of our country. As a lawyer, he was unrivaled at the bar. His talents and eloquence gave him a decided ascendancy in his profession, which, however, was softened by the most unaffected modesty and the utmost courtesy and gentleness. As a man, no one was more highly esteemed for his perfect integrity, truth, candor, and public spirit than the unfortunate deceased. He enjoyed, and no man ever better deserved it, the unlimited confidence of his friends and fellow citizens. As a Christian, we are happy to add, he has not left the world to doubt of his faith and hope. In his last hours he has put a seal on his character by declaring his firm belief in the merits and atonements of a Savior, by avowing his trust in redeeming grace, and by requesting and receiving, in attestation of his faith, the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. Hasty and imperfect as the foregoing outlines may be, they will recall to the public mind those impressions of exalted merit which we are sure will never be obliterated, will never cease to be cherished with a melancholy pleasure. The soldier, the statesman, the man of preeminent talents and worth is gone, but his virtues will be had in memory, will be admired and recorded, wherever there is a heart to feel, or a tongue to repeat the eulogy, due to departed worth. With the deeply afflicted consort and the orphan children of the deceased general, the public will sincerely sympathize. Their loss is incalculable. May heaven support them on this trying occasion. May they enjoy consolations from above, for the world can now have fewer for them, consolations which are neither few nor small, beyond the reach of accident and change. Same paper. The ceremonies of Saturday were conducted according to the published arrangements. The scene was indeed solemn and impressive. Every countenance evinced a sorrow to which only a loss of the first magnitude, an event of the most tragical nature, could give rise. Every mark of respect to which departed worth has a claim was paid with affectionate earnestness. Business was universally suspended, and the whole city crowded either to perform or to witness the funeral honors due to the illustrious deceased. About noon, the different bodies forming the procession having taken their respective places, the corpse was conducted from the house of John B. Church, Esquire, and the whole began to move. The moment was deeply impressive. Everything conspired to solemnize the mind. The tolling of the deep-toned bells, the melting melody of the music, the slow and melancholy inspiring pace of the procession, the appearance of the sable coffin with its accompaniments, the sons of the deceased, still of tender age, clad in the vestments of woe, and shedding the tear of anguish over the fate of a beloved father. Unhappy youths, who will now be the guide of your growing years, the guardian of your budding virtues? These, with the awe-striking report of the minute guns, to which every heart beat its sad response, rendered the whole a scene of solemn woe. 2 hours elapsed before the procession reached the place of interment, owing to the slowness of the pace and the length of the route. Arrived at Trinity Church, the Honorable Governor Morris ascended a stage prepared for him and delivered to a deeply impressed audience an appropriate and pathetic address. He sketched the life, the talents, the virtues, the civil and military services of the deceased. He addressed himself particularly to the students of Columbia College, the gentlemen of the bar, the Cincinnati Society, and the military. He adverted to the deplorable cause of the disaster by stating that all were acquainted with it, and that he could not then say a word on the sad subject. The orator having concluded, the body was then interred with the accustomed military honors. Thus has perished, by an untimely death, a patriot of exalted merit, a soldier and a civilian of preeminent worth. Thus has America been bereft of her second Washington. The New York Gazette. Last Saturday were interred with all possible respect the remains of General Alexander Hamilton, the enlightened statesman, the skillful lawyer, the eloquent orator, the disinterested patriot, and the honest man. Never was the sensibility of the citizens awakened to such a degree, and never did they witness so mournful a scene. It renewed their grief for the death of Washington, to see his friend and counselor cut off in the highest vigor of his faculties, and the United States deprived of their great earthly stay. Immediately after his decease, the bells announced that he was no more. On the morning of the day of his funeral, all the bells were muffled and tolled from 6 to 7 o'clock. They began again at 10 and continued until the procession reached the church. The ships in the harbor exhibited the usual tokens of mourning, and minute guns were fired from the forts and from American and foreign armed vessels. The bells again tolled from 7 to 8 in the evening. The procession, consisting of the military, the Cincinnati, the clergy of all denominations, the gentlemen of the bar, and students at law, strangers, the different incorporate bodies, the several societies, together with the citizens, was very large. All vied with one another in testifying their sense of the worth of the illustrious man deceased, and the irreparable loss which the country had sustained. The sides of the street were crowded, and the windows were filled with spectators, and many climbed up into trees and got on the tops of houses. Not a smile was visible, and hardly a whisper was to be heard, but tears were seen rolling down the cheeks of the affected multitude. When the front of the procession had advanced as far as Trinity Church, they halted, and an oration was delivered by Governor Morris from a stage which had been previously erected on the portico of the church. The notice given to the orator was so short, his own feelings and those of the audience so great, that he was able only to paint in an imperfect manner the character and services of the first and most beloved citizen. A little time hence, more justice can be done to his transcendent merits, and the future historian will seize them with eagerness to adorn his page. The general, during his short illness, spoke with the utmost abhorrence of the practice of dueling, and has left his testimony against it. This is known to have been long his sentiment. He declared that he had no ill will against his antagonist, and had determined to do him no harm, professed his firm belief of the Christian religion, and his tender reliance on the mercy of Almighty God through the merits of the Lord Jesus Christ. He devoutly received the Holy Sacrament at his own earnest request. The witness of a man of such extensive powers and information will outweigh that of an host of infidels. This completes his character and demonstrates that he was good as well as great. How are the mighty fallen, and the weapons of the war perished! As a man falleth before wicked men, so fallest thou. And all the people wept again over him. The American Citizen, Democratic. General Hamilton's funeral. Footnote. At present we shall say nothing of the cause or manner of his death. On these points we have much to lay before the public, but prudence dictates silence until we are furnished with correct information from authentic sources. The public have an indubitable right to be informed of the cause and manner of his lamented fate. This information is demanded by the feelings of our citizens, by a voice too powerful to be resisted. I trust it will not be long delayed. Every incident of this catastrophe is interesting. End footnote. On the Saturday last, the remains of this gentleman were interred, accompanied with military honors, in the family vault, Trinity Churchyard. Although the period which elapsed between his death and his funeral was but short, yet the lively recollection of his revolutionary services, his acknowledged superior genius, his transcendent talents, his private worth, his sterling integrity, and the amiable frankness of his heart, excited in our citizens an uncommon cordiality and vigor to testify their high sense of these virtues by every demonstration of respect. There was a very good general suspension of business, and the streets were uncommonly crowded with spectators. The scene was impressive, and what added unspeakably to its solemnity was the mournful group of tender boys, the sons, the once hopes and joys of the deceased, who with tears gushing from their eyes sat upon the stage at the feet of the orator, bewailing the loss of their parent. It was too much. The sternest powers, the bloodiest villain, could not resist the melting scene. I wish I could go on and describe the sensations I felt, and those which were manifest on every countenance. Same paper. General Hamilton's death. The editor, in all humility, asks the reader to accompany him through a brief review of the correspondence recently published in relation to the unhappy affair which terminated the existence of the illustrious deceased. He enters upon this unpleasant task the more readily and with the more zeal, since he views, and cannot but view, the death of General Hamilton as a national loss, and as the inevitable and deplorable effect of a long meditated and predetermined system of hostility on the part of Mr. Burr and his confidential advisers. Lest, however, he may be misunderstood by some, and knowingly and injuriously misrepresented by others, he deems it fit to cause himself to be clearly and distinctly understood. This perhaps is an homage due to the honest errors of the less liberal part of the community. To a few of those with whom I think and act in whatever relates to the administration of the state and general governments, it may seem extraordinary that I, who while the general lived to give comfort to his family and splendor to his nation, was opposed to him on some political points, should, when laid in the cold and silent tomb, become a guardian of his fame, a vindicator of his wrongs. If in the Republican party there is one man of this description, and I trust there is not, I would with diffidence beg him to reflect and to exercise, with becoming dignity and moderation, those intellectual powers which it hath pleased God to impart even to the humblest of his image. I ask only for the privilege of thinking and of expressing my thoughts with exemption from cruel and overbearing intolerance. A fixed determination, however, to enjoy the one will prompt me to a due resistance of the other. I must unthink what I have thought, and unlearn what I know, before I can act the part of a savage, and he deceives himself who concludes that in my editorial pursuits I will be guided by any opinions but my own. With conscious, and as I think becoming pride, I utterly disclaim and renounce that illiberality which will not award to illustrious merit its just due. I have, and always had, an exalted opinion of the merits of the deceased, and with unaffected sincerity and deep regret lament his loss. This opinion and this sentiment, however, will not be construed by the liberal and the enlightened into an approbation of the political maxims of this great statesman, nor into a dereliction of principles formerly maintained and still tenaciously adhered to. It is the high prerogative, the distinguishing power of the human mind, and most honorable to man, justly to discriminate in whatever relates to the fame of those preeminent citizens who give character and luster to a nation. Hamilton, I believe, entertained political opinions at variance with mine, and on which, manifested in many instances by the administration of Mr. Adams, and in one by that of General Washington, I cannot, without unpleasant sensations, reflect. From these, which while living I opposed, I still dissent. But alas, he is dead, and I cannot pursue him to the grave for opinions honestly entertained, calmly and dignifiedly asserted, luminously and instructively enforced, and conveyed to the public with all the elegance of a scholar, and enriched with all the erudition of a distinguished jurist. I leave it to presumptuous arrogance, to a species of party rancor which I disclaim, to take another course. So far I differed from General Hamilton in political opinion, but all difference is now at an end. Death has swallowed up in victory, cruel and fatal victory, the narrow isthmus that separated from this great luminary those with whom I act. I know that ancient writers urge with force and propriety, and that modern politicians acknowledge, as with one accord, the necessity of frequently laying before the people, by way of admonition, and to put them on their guard, the vices of great men, even after death has destroyed the power of repetition. But were I asked whether General Hamilton had vices in the face of the world, in the presence of my God, I would answer no. Like all men, he sometimes erred, but I cannot admit that even his errors were those of the heart. He was human and therefore not perfect. But if we correctly judge of human perfection by purity of heart, by rectitude of intention, I hesitate not to say that in my opinion General Hamilton was most perfect. His private virtues, his public services, his great abilities, involuntarily excite in me the warmest esteem for his memory. Of his private virtues there is no difference of opinion. All men of all parties speak of them with rapture and acknowledge them with admiration. To these, vice pays voluntary homage. The plodding, mischievous citizen whose bloody hand, guided by cool malignancy, terminated his existence, will acknowledge them. In all the private relations of life he was honest, faithful, generous, and humane. His heart was the seat of every manly virtue. No man ever impeached his integrity with any color of justice. In vain have party collisions and rancor ransacked public records and exhausted private inquisition for a blemish. The fatal catastrophe proves that, like Aristides, he chose to yield his life rather than his integrity. Such a man, whatever were his political opinions, irresistibly commands our esteem. His public services were many, splendid, and great. From these, nothing but deplorable infatuation, nothing but fiery zeal, unmixed with a ray of reflection, can withhold a lasting glow of admiration and gratitude. The friend of liberty, he who for a moment reflects that out of the revolutionary contest, that chaos of clashing elements, arose a world of freedom, cannot but venerate the memory of those who, as it were, created it. In this most glorious, most useful, most splendid of earthly scenes, Hamilton performed a conspicuous, shall I not say a disinterested, a patriotic part? Scarcely arrived at the gristle of manhood, glowing with patriotic fire, with military ardor, he joined the creative phalanx and signalized himself by constancy, by perseverance, by valor, and irradiated with the rays of his superior genius all within the sphere of its presence. His revolutionary services entitle him to our affection, and will endear his memory to all who are sincerely attached to our independence. His civil was more brilliant than his military career. His early efforts as a statesman excel in utility and luster his exertions in the field. Perhaps to him, more than to any other man, we are indebted for the excellent constitution under which we live. Whatever aberrations from republican maxims, rigorous inquisition may have discovered in his efforts in the convention, I know not. But this I may predict, from what we do know, that his numerous essays under the title of Federalist, advocating the principles and enforcing the adoption of the Constitution, will immortalize his name and render him illustrious when every memento of the cavilling witlings of the day shall be swept from records of time and buried in everlasting forgetfulness. I think I am not incorrect when I say that these essays are the ablest political papers in the world. They are replete with lessons of wisdom, clothed in unusual elegance. They are the production of a mind naturally capacious and enriched with all the lore of learning. I read them with renewed pleasure and instruction. Amidst the afflictions of the relatives of the deceased, it cannot but be pleasing to witness statesmen and jurists resorting to this elementary work as an unerring standard by which to test and determine matters in controversy. The Mercantile Adviser. The remains of the late General Hamilton were on Saturday afternoon deposited in the house appointed for all living. The mournful procession moved from his friend Mr. Church's in Robinson Street about 11 o'clock, in the order directed by the Committee of Arrangements, and it was not until near 2 that the rear reached Trinity Church, so numerous were the citizens who joined in paying this last tribute to the memory of the illustrious dead. We never witnessed, in this country or in Europe, on any similar occasion, so general a sorrow, such a universal regret, or a ceremonial more awful and impressive. The arduous task of delivering an oration over the body of the deceased was committed to the splendid talents of Mr. Gouverneur Morris, and he executed it in a manner highly honorable to his feelings. He sought not, in the course of it, to inflame those passions in the people which had already risen to no ordinary height, but touched lightly on the circumstance which produced the lamentable event, and dwelt with peculiar felicity on the public and private virtues, the uncommon talents, the great usefulness, the inflexible integrity, and the real patriotism of his departed friend. His discourse was necessarily short, for his sensibility sometimes almost deprived him of the power of utterance. The Commercial Advertiser. Thus has the last kind office been performed by our bereaved, afflicted city, to the remains of our country's brightest ornament. In the long train of mourners on this melancholy occasion, every countenance was covered with sadness, every heart oppressed with sorrow. Never, but at the loss of our beloved Washington, has the voice of mourning been so impressively heard, nor the grief of our citizens so universally and emphatically expressed. Well may our city and our country mourn. Hamilton, in the prime of life, in the vigor of talents and of usefulness, has been hurried to an untimely grave. He whose unequaled skill and undaunted courage at the siege of Yorktown gave victory to our arms and peace to our country, whose transcendent talents and unwearied efforts contributed essentially to the erection of our national fabric, who organized our financial system and established our public credit, who was the favorite counselor and friend of Washington, who invariably sacrificed private gain and personal honor at the shrine of public good, whose comprehensive, powerful, and intuitive mind formed the boast and glory of America. The illustrious, the eloquent Hamilton has fallen by the hand of a desperate and relentless foe. Who would believe, had not the fact evinced it, that the son of the venerable President Burr, that model of Christian patience, charity, and meekness, whose instruction and whose example equally tended to impress the utmost kindness and goodwill to all men, that the son of such a man, the second officer in the United States, should, in direct violation of the laws of heaven and of his own state, in violation of the most sacred principles of religion and morality, and after every means of reconciliation on the part of the unfortunate deceased that was consistent with honor, as we are informed, had been exhausted, should take a cool and deadly aim against the first citizen of our country, the father of a numerous family, the husband of a most affectionate wife, an ornament to his country and to human nature? Could nothing but his blood atone for a few hasty expressions, indiscreet as they regarded his personal safety, but honestly intended for the public good, and authorized by every just principle of an elective government? Could nothing allay the cool, persevering resentment of his antagonist, but the heart's blood of such a man? Well, he is gone. Gone with the tenderest esteem, the highest respect, the most affectionate tears that ever fell on the tomb of a public character. He has gone, we trust, to receive the rich reward of his labors of love, of the many and great exertions for his country's welfare. Trusting in the merits of his Savior, penitent for his past sins, forgiving even the foe from whom he received his mortal wound, he is gone amidst the gush of sorrow from the eyes of the weeping thousands, to receive that recompense of reward which is the meed of the truly upright and benevolent. On this deeply affecting subject much more could be said, but we pause. To those who know him not, no words can paint, and to those who knew him, know all words are faint. The following will show the impression made by the melancholy event in Philadelphia. Tribute of respect. The citizens of Philadelphia, Southwark, and the Northern Liberties assembled agreeably to public notice for the purpose of adopting proper measures for the expression of their grief at the untimely fate of their deceased fellow citizen, Major General Alexander Hamilton, their admiration of his virtues and his talents, and their gratitude for the eminent services which as a soldier and statesman he has rendered to his country. Resolve, that a national tribute of respect to the memory of departed heroes and statesmen not only excites an emulation of their glorious example, but constitutes the purest reward of their toils and their virtues, and that such a tribute is justly due to the memory of Alexander Hamilton. That, in imitation of the pious example of the deceased, in the closing scenes of his life, exhibiting an illustrious proof of the benign influence of the religion of our forefathers, the citizens in their respective places of worship on Sunday next will render their prayers of thanksgiving to God for his goodness in having blessed our nation with men of talents to discern, and of virtue to pursue, her safety, her honor, and her welfare, and especially for having, thus long, continued to us the eminently useful talents of the deceased. That the clergymen of the several denominations be requested to expatiate on the same day upon the irreligious and pernicious tendency of a custom which has deprived our country of one of her best and most invaluable citizens, and has proved so fatally destructive to the happiness of his family. That arrangements be made for having the bells throughout the city muffled and tolled during the day, and that the merchants will direct the masters of their ships in the harbor to display their flags half-mast high. That, as a further demonstration of our grief for his loss and our respect and affection for his memory, such of the citizens as may, consistently with their peculiar religious principles, will wear black crape round their left arm for 30 days. That a copy of the proceedings of this meeting be transmitted by the chairman to the mayor of the city of New York, and that the sincere and heartfelt condolence of the citizens of Philadelphia, Southwark, and the Northern Liberties be tendered to him and to his fellow citizens for the loss which the state of New York and the United States of America have sustained in the death of General Hamilton. That a committee be appointed to carry the foregoing resolutions into effect, and to make such further arrangements relative thereto as may be suitable to the occasion, and that the following gentlemen compose the committee: John C. Stocker, Thomas Fitzsimmons, George Latimer, Elias Boudinot, Jacob Speary, John K. Kelmuth, Godfrey Haga, Joseph Marsh, Thomas Haskins, William Lewis, William Raleigh, Manuel Eyre, and Joseph Grice. And that the proceedings of this meeting shall be subscribed by the chairman and secretary, and published in all the papers of the city. Thomas Willing, Chairman. Attest, William Meredith, Secretary. At a meeting of the members of the bar of the city of Philadelphia, held at the courthouse on Monday the 16th of July instant, the following resolutions were unanimously adopted. Resolved, that uniting in the general grief for the death of Alexander Hamilton, we feel it our duty to testify our deep regret for his loss, as a member of the profession to which he had returned, after a series of public labors, in which the eminence he attained was only surpassed by the variety of his excellence, in which exalted genius, incessant industry, and disinterested patriotism enlightened and defended, enriched and dignified a nation which must ever feel for him the strongest obligations of gratitude, affection, and regret. In the general testimony of sorrow, we claim the right of adding our peculiar tribute, and of deploring the loss which the science of jurisprudence, selected by him for concluding employment of his valuable life, has sustained by his untimely and unexpected end. Resolved, that the members of the bar in the city of Philadelphia, in testimony of their sorrow for the death of Alexander Hamilton, Counselor at Law, will respectively wear black crape on their hats for the space of 30 days. Jared Ingersoll, Chairman. Joseph Hopkinson, Secretary. End of section 3. Section 4 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, continued. At a meeting of the students at law in the city of Philadelphia, convened at the county courthouse the 16th instant, for the purpose of adopting proper measures to testify their respect for the memory of Alexander Hamilton, Esquire, Counselor at Law. It was unanimously resolved that, having long contemplated the virtues and talents of Alexander Hamilton as a bright and eminent object of imitation, they sincerely deplore the loss which they and their country have sustained in being deprived of his example. That as a memorial of the lively sensibility which has been excited by his death, they will wear black crape on their hats for 30 days. John E. Hall, Chairman. George Clymer, Jr., Secretary. In consequence of the intelligence of General Hamilton's death, the bells of Christ Church were muffled on Saturday and yesterday, and the colors of the shipping in the harbor were displayed on Saturday at half-mast. The Gazettes of Philadelphia were distinguished on this occasion by the heartfelt effusions of sorrow which they contained. The following extracts from the Political Register are eminently entitled to notice for their elegance, their pathos, and their discrimination. The first two are from the pen of the editor, Major Jackson, who was a fellow soldier with Hamilton in our Revolutionary War. The last, it will be seen, is from a correspondent. From the Political Register. The mail from New York of this morning confirms the melancholy, the heart-rending intelligence of the death of General Hamilton. The mourning countenance of our citizens, the anguish of his friends, the tears of his countrymen proclaim their sense of his worth and offer a just tribute of gratitude to his memory. To the honor of our character, let it be recorded that those who entertained unceasing jealousy of his superior powers while living, with honorable feeling lament him dead. After Washington, who alone surpassed him, after the first of men and greatest of heroes, who has rivaled Hamilton in usefulness to our country, in attachment to its interests, in unceasing labor, in the exertion of the most splendid talents for its welfare. The generous and gallant soldier, the wise and virtuous statesman, the eloquent and accomplished orator, the ardent and magnanimous patriot, has fallen the victim of unyielding honor and inflexible integrity. His memory is embalmed in the esteem and affection of his contemporaries, and will be consecrated by the gratitude of his country to future ages. Thus hath fallen, prematurely fallen, the hero, to whose military ardor and accomplishments America confessed the highest obligation. The civilian, from whose luminous and correct mind proceeded that invaluable commentary on the Constitution of the United States, which essentially contributed to ensure its adoption. The statesman to whose talents we are indebted for the organization of our finances and the establishment of our public credit. The jurist and scholar, whose combination of intellectual powers formed the boast and ornament of our country. The patriot, who gave with glowing zeal to that country the increasing efforts of his superior mind. And the man, who, endeared to his friends by every tender and ennobled quality of the heart, received in return the truest affection and the most respectful esteem. Same paper. When we say that Hamilton is dead, we can add nothing to the cause of grief. When we remember how he lived, we can add nothing to the luster of his fame. Eulogium sinks languid on the swelling heart. It gives no throb unfelt before. It cites no worth unknown. If the pathetic voice of Cicero were to speak, even from the gloom of the tomb, it could open no new source of regret. It could raise no new emotion of sorrow. Deep and solemn is the grief of a people. The tide swells from 10,000 fountains. The torrent rolls in a resistless course. If the great spirit of our departed glory will linger but a little, and delay its ardent flight to the prepared mansions of eternal bliss, it will witness that we are not ungrateful. It will behold the pure and convulsive tributes of unaffected woe. His virtues are reflected from countless tears, and men say he is lost, as if nothing was left. The great hope of the nation is sunk. Party rage is overwhelmed in the flood of lamentation, and all men unite in unfeigned eulogiums on the splendid talents, the pure patriotism, the spotless integrity, the noble, disinterested nature of the lost Hamilton. Same paper. The deplorable termination of General Hamilton's career of usefulness to his country and glory to himself has excited among all denominations of our fellow citizens those strong emotions of sympathy and grief which his long and faithful public services, his great and splendid talents, his firm and inflexible integrity, his active and undaunted bravery, his noble, disinterested, and magnanimous patriotism demanded from a just and grateful people. The soldier of the Revolution laments in deep affliction the loss of the hero, who was the generous and affectionate friend of his youth, the unwearied and gallant associate of his toils and dangers, and under whose auspices the honor and glory of our country never would have faded, nor its independence and happiness have ever been subverted. The agriculturalist, the merchant, and the artificer regret with unaffected concern the death of the statesman, by whose indefatigable labor and exalted genius our finances were restored to order and arrangement. Public credit was established, commerce invigorated, manufactures revived, and the means of our present unexampled prosperity and growing greatness brought into full and active operation. The lawyer deplores the loss of a brother civilian, the purity of whose professional life, in all the rage for party defamation, has never been questioned, whose eloquence and learning had neither rival nor detractor, whose talents never were exerted in the cause of injustice, never yielded to the insolence of power, nor justified the practice of oppression. The friend of science mourns over our privation of the scholar, whose mind was the seat of the highest intellectual endowments, whose genius had penetrated the inmost recesses of literature, and whose imagination was as brilliant and vigorous as his judgment was intuitively strong. The moralist and the Christian, while indignant at the powerful but wicked and barbarous laws which custom has prescribed and sanctioned, weep over the lamentable sacrifice which a high and delicate sense of honor, a pure and ennobled regard to fame and reputation, have yielded to jealousy and resentment. The liberal and patriotic ministerialist, with what ardor and violence he may have opposed the founder of federal politics while living, is yet grieved, sincerely grieved, that our nation should be deprived of powers which conferred honor upon man. And the Federalist, who has long listened with wonder and delight to the just precepts of political science which have issued from his lips, who has surrendered to his wisdom and integrity the post of his protector, and most influential of his advisers, is overpowered with anguish for his friend, and sinks into despondence for his country. Amicus. The editors of the United States Gazette, long known as the leading federal paper of the Middle States, expressed themselves in the following beautiful and energetic language. When a great man falls, his nation mourns. When a great man and a political father falls, in the midst of his days, in his full strength, in the very vigor of his age, at the noontide of his usefulness, his bereaved nation suffers deep affliction. When such a man falls, aside from the ordinary course of nature, cut off by the hand of violence, and sent suddenly and prematurely to be numbered with the silent dead, his fall is yet more deeply and peculiarly bewailed. Such a man has fallen in our nation. Such a man, such a father, was Alexander Hamilton, and in such manner has he fallen, in the midst of his days, in his full strength, in the very vigor of his age, at the noontide of his usefulness, cut off, alas, by the hand of violence. His fall is very deeply and peculiarly bewailed by his mourning country. Of the independence of the nation he was a bold assertor, a brave champion. Of her invaluable constitution, a most able expositor and defender. Of her infantine prosperity, political and commercial, a most assiduous and successful promoter. Of her maturity, the pride, the boast, the brilliant ornament. Of her future hopes, the darling object. Of hopes, alas, how fatally disappointed, how suddenly, how prematurely blasted. A correspondent of Mr. Polson in the American Daily Advertiser thus eloquently vents his grief. Our Hamilton, alas, is no more. Hamilton, the pride and ornament of his country, now sleeps in the tomb. We have lost him in the meridian of his days. Those resplendent abilities which gave luster to our nation have sunk, prematurely sunk, into the grave. The luminous and expanded intellect, so often the theme of our admiration and our praise, is no longer to instruct and delight us. That eloquence to which courts and senates have listened with rapture is forever done. His bereaved country, in humble submission to the will of heaven, will bear, yet mourn, their loss. They will cherish the recollection of the exalted energies of his mind, of the endearing attributes of his heart. They will consecrate his memory by their sorrows and their tears. We are often called upon to deplore the loss of men whose amiable qualities have endeared them to the circle of their private friends. When the hero falls, the tears of his country fall with him. The statesman, the senator, and the patriot spread by their death a general affliction. But it is our lot to bear the aggravated grief that arises at the loss of all these characters. Hamilton, beloved by his friends, endeared to his family, the statesman, the senator, the patriot, the hero, is gone. At the fall of such a man, grief is silent, and eloquence muses eulogiums which cannot be expressed. The citizens of New York, in a manner honorable to the character of our country, have upon this occasion forgotten their political distinctions, and all joined in demonstrations of sorrow at departed greatness. The presses in that city, under the conduct and support of the political adversaries of General Hamilton, announce his death with appropriate lamentation. Citizens of Philadelphia, citizens of America, you will all share in the testimonies of grief at departed genius. The solemn and affecting death of the zealous defender of your revolution, of the companion in arms of your Washington, of the eloquent expounder of your Constitution, claims a general mourning. The portfolio thus introduces the subject, Imperial Honor's awful hand shall point his lonely bed. This morning, intelligence of the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton has saddened this city and will long afflict the nation. He was killed by the Vice President of the United States in a duel fought on a Jersey shore on the morning of the 11th of July. Whether General Hamilton was or was not a victim to private malignity fomented by party rancor, his untimely death will be permanently regretted by every American who remembers the signal services, both in the cabinet and in the field, which this accomplished scholar, this valiant soldier, this sagacious statesman has rendered to a country which, without his courage and counsels, would have long since moldered into insignificance or maddened into anarchy. At the conclusion of the article, Mr. Denny breaks forth in the following elegant strain of lamentation. Thus has perished, in the prime of life and in the midst of his usefulness, Alexander Hamilton, the man of exalted sentiments and extensive views, whose theories guided the statesmen, whose eloquence influenced senates, whose delicacy might have polished courts, and whose versatile talents blessed mankind. He has fallen, not in the course of nature, not jeopardizing his life in the high places of the field, but by a private and petty hand. And his perplexed and sorrowing country makes the pathetic interrogatory of the royal psalmist. Know ye not that there is a great man fallen this day in Israel? Upon opening the general's will, there was found enclosed in it a letter to his wife, written on the 4th instant, in which he tells her that he had endeavored by all possible means to avoid the duel, but that he found it impossible, unless by acting in a manner which would justly forfeit her esteem. That he should certainly fall, and she would receive that letter after his death. He begs her forgiveness for being the cause of so much pain to her, and earnestly entreated her to bear herself up under that load of grief with which she would be overwhelmed, placing a firm reliance on a kind Providence who would never desert her. The subsequent portfolio was entirely devoted to the subject. This paper, says Mr. Denny, was consecrated to the memorial of Alexander Hamilton, of whose afflicted country, bereaved of her brightest, greatest, and most steadfast hope, It may be appropriately said, in the words of an eloquent ancient, Quae cum magna modis multis miranda videtur, gentibus humanis regio, vicenda fertur, rebus opima bonis, multa munita virum vi, nil tamen hoc habusi viro praeclarius in se, nec sanctum magis et carumque videtur. Then follows the correspondence accompanied by the letter of Bishop Moore, to which are subjoined the funeral obsequies, the funeral oration, and the best written eulogiums that have appeared in the various papers. The following paragraphs from Mr. Denny's own polished hand close the memorial. The elegant encomium with the signature of Amicus, which we reprint from the register, is an eloquent and affectionate tribute to the memory of the illustrious dead. We add with peculiar pleasure that, with one disgraceful and infamous exception, the editors of the daily papers of Philadelphia have manifested their respect for the memory of Hamilton in panegyric the most pathetic, liberal, ingenious, and sincere. With respect to the city at large, its grief has been by no means limited in extent or feeble in expression. Thrusting aside, as unworthy consideration, the rancorous Jacobin, the scoffing deist, the sniveling fanatic, and the imported scoundrel, we have heard the voice of deep lament from every side. All who have a tear for pity, all good and true men, all genuine patriots, the votaries of Christianity, the votaries of genius, every magnanimous, every virtuous individual, have bewailed the private loss and the public calamity. On the Saturday when this national misfortune was first reported in the city, the editor, as he took his melancholy rounds, was struck with a contemplation of the general anxiety, and when he beheld those who wept for the fall of Hamilton, and those who were indignant at its cause, he could not avoid remembering the picturesque description by a great historical painter. Nece populi aut plebis ulla vox, sed Antoniti vultus, et conversae ad homina aures, non tumultus non quies, sed quale magni metus, et magnae irae silentium est. We have remarked with signal satisfaction that with very few exceptions, the respectable Society of Friends have testified a sincere regret for the hapless lot of Hamilton. Though their peculiar tenets preclude a sad ostent in memory of the dead, though they wear no inky cloaks nor customary suits of solemn black, yet theirs is the sagacity to discern the value of a great statesman, and theirs is the silent sorrow which muses at his loss. The friends of the editor are very respectfully notified that the publication of the portfolio has been postponed that he might present a complete and accurate view of a most sinister event, which has overwhelmed America with affliction. Notwithstanding his utmost pains and his fervent zeal to exhibit all that is plausive and respectful of that greatness and goodness, so conspicuous in the character of General Hamilton, it is apprehended some omission or some error may appear from the very eagerness of the editor to do ample justice to the subject. Hereafter the column of Hamilton's fame may be indicated by no random or feeble hand. Meanwhile, I thus remember the pathetic prophecy of the classic historian, which Tacitus has not applied with more truth to Julius Agricola than it may be applied to Alexander Hamilton. Quid ex illo amavimus, quid mirati sumus, manet mansurmuque est in animis hominum fama rerum, nam multos veterum velut inglorius et ignobilis oblivio obruet. Il posteriati narratus et traditus superste erit. Extracts will now be indiscriminately presented from various other papers in the order they appeared. They will all serve to show that the tears which flowed on the death of Hamilton were not confined to a few men, nor to a particular party, but that it was the nation who wept for his loss. The following eminently beautiful lines, marked equally by delicacy and pathos, first appeared in the American Citizen. We presume from the signature they are from the pen of Mrs. R., a lady whose effusions have sometimes heretofore adorned the columns of the Morning Chronicle. The Grave of Hamilton. Soft beam thy rays, fair daughter of the skies, with rich profusion gilding o'er this scene of deep repose and death. Each vagrant breeze lies hushed within its cell, in seeming fear the solemn calm of nature should be broken, save when a solitary zephyr's sound, sighing in mournful cadence through the trees, seems like a parted spirit's whispering voice, which tells of woe to come. A chilly horror rushes through my frame, as o'er this sad sepulchral scene I tread, with slow and winding step, lest on some grave haste might impel my feet. Nor you, ye wise, smile at the superstition fond, which deems the act unholy and a sacrilege to nature's laws. Oh, rather join and pay the reverence due to nature's sad remains. This is the spot my wandering feet have sought, the last receptacle of him who once was great and good. Alas, how far beyond the reach of common natures his it was to blend each noble quality which forms the soldier, statesman, and endearing friend in happy union. His the feeling heart, which to the tender charities of life beat in kind unison. The electric power of genius was his own, in such degree that all stood mute before him. Awful lesson to man's fond vanity, that Hamilton, whose wisdom, goodness, valor were almost beyond all parallel, has bowed beneath death's iron scepter, and but late entombed that eye, whose lightning spoke the soul within, those lips whose sounds and pleasing fetters held each ear attentive, mouldering in the dust. Bright dart the moonbeams o'er his lowly grave, and by their silvery light methinks I read a name to him allied, his eldest hope. Heart-piercing sight. Here, side by side arranged, father and son lie wrapped in long repose. Alike untimely fallen, victims alike to honor, tyrant of the feeling heart. O hapless mother, widowed wife, what words can paint thine anguish? Scarce the streaming tears which deep maternal sorrow taught to flow were dried from thy pale cheek, when this rude blow struck at the beam of peace that still remained, and tore it from thy breast. May each blessed power, kind guardians of the good, with constant care support thy grief-worn heart, and resignation upon thy bosom shed her healing dew. For him who lies this sacred dust beneath, vain is our deep regret. A nation's tears, a nation's prayers could not avail to add one moment to his life. Yet to ourselves a soothing melancholy pleasure springs from every tribute rendered to his worth. How justly all must know. Fond memory still delights to trace the youthful warrior's steps from field to field, but chiefly loves to dwell on southern plains, where York extends her bounds, where to the desperate charge his troops he led, then on the vanquished foe benignly smiled. Sure angels from their bright abodes looked down, and blessed a victory worthy of a hero, unmarked with blood's contaminating stain, valor and mercy for his youthful brow, a laurel crown entwined with fairest flowers, perennial intermixed, still shall it bloom, though cold and motionless the hand that won it, and to remotest ages give its sweets. But why recount his deeds in war or peace? O'er all Columbia's wide extended shores his name long since was heard. Who did not know in worth and valor few were found his equals, in genius none? Then be his well-earned fame confided to a grateful people's care. Clara. The Albany Sentinel. Those citizens of Albany who are desirous of uniting to express their sorrow and regret at the loss our country has suffered in the death of one of its firmest citizens, Alexander Hamilton, are requested to meet at the City Hall at 6 o'clock this evening. City of Albany. At a common council held in and for the City of Albany at the City Hall of the said city on the 17th day of July, 1804. The Common Council, having heard with extreme regret the untimely and afflicting death of Major General Alexander Hamilton, Resolved unanimously that as a tribute of respect to the memory of that exalted and most worthy man, the members of the Common Council and the officers of this corporation will wear a mourning crape on the left arm for the space of 6 weeks. Extract from the minutes of the Common Council, Richard Lush, President. At a meeting of the Albany Military Association at Lewis's City Tavern on the 17th of July, 1804, Lieutenant Colonel Van Schaik, President, the association convened for the purpose of paying a suitable testimony of respect to the memory of Major General Alexander Hamilton, in whose death our country has to deplore the loss of a patriot, a statesman, and a soldier, our state, a dignified and illustrious citizen, and genius, honor, and humanity, one of their brightest ornaments. Resolved unanimously that the members of this association will wear crape as mourning for Major General Alexander Hamilton, deceased, for the space of 6 weeks, and also on the first company parade and regimental review. Extract from the minutes, John Willard, Secretary. The Albany Register, Democratic. In our last, we mentioned slightly that General Hamilton had been mortally wounded in a duel with Colonel Burr. This melancholy intelligence has since been confirmed, to the deep regret of all who admire genius, respect talents, or revere a dignified spirit of honor and integrity. Such was the spirit which animated the soul of Hamilton, and which commanded for his personal character the veneration of all classes of citizens, not excepting the most decided of his political enemies. With these we have ever ranked. But this consideration shall not check the expression of our feelings. Who is there that will not mourn the loss of a man whose unrivaled eloquence alone rendered him the ornament of his profession and the pride of his country? As a politician we did not regard him, but as an exalted genius, as an eloquent, brave, generous, frank, and honorable man, we shall ever lament his loss and revere his memory. The Trenton Federalist. In this day's Gazette, we present our readers with the interesting correspondence between General Hamilton and Colonel Burr preceding the fatal rencounter which has deprived our country of one of its brightest ornaments. While we would lament the supposed necessity which called the venerable deceased to the field of death, we should unite our griefs and mingle our tears with the thousands who are deeply bewailing the severe, and perhaps we might add irreparable loss. Another of the heroes of our Revolution, another of the founders of our Republic, has been hurried to the tomb. Another of the pillars of our Commonwealth has been tumbled into ruins. Since the departure of our Washington, the death of no man has excited such general grief, or covered our country with so general a mourning. Even those who were, while he lived, his political adversaries, seem to have buried their opposition in his grave, and many of them, lamenting the loss which their country and society have sustained, place themselves among the foremost to pay every tribute of respect to his splendid merits and transcendent abilities. Alas! Hamilton the sage, the soldier, and the patriot is no more. In the vigor of years, and in the midst of eminent usefulness, he has gone to the mansions of the dead. Over his ashes it becomes the country he has served with such devoted zeal, such inflexible integrity, and such prosperous success, to raise some splendid memorial which shall bid future generations venerate his name and emulate his attachment to the public welfare. But when we reflect that no monument marks the spot where repose the ashes of our Washington, we fear this testimonial of gratitude must be left to other times. Like him, however, he has raised for himself a monument which shall defy the blast of ages to tarnish, or the corroding tooth of time to deface. Light be the sod which lies upon his breast, green be the grass which grows upon his grave, eternal be the laurels which flourish round his tomb. The Federal Ark. It is recommended to our fellow citizens of Delaware that, following the example of their brethren of New York and Philadelphia, they wear crape on the left arm for 30 days in honor of the late General Hamilton. Time has been gathering to the tomb the heroes and sages of our Revolution, and Hamilton, with his blushing honors thick upon him, has yielded to its omnipotent sway. When he fell, the genius of America, recollecting with gratitude and swelling with grief, shed a tear to his memory, which blotted out forever the imperfections of the man from the brilliant record of his virtues. Our tutelary genius presided at his birth. Nature was his foster mother. Virtue blushed not to call him her son. Wisdom claimed him as her favorite son. Patriotism with rapture pressed him to her bosom, and valor by her side, smiling on her caresses, resolved to complete the man. Enrolled in the list of our heroes, thy name, Hamilton, shall never be forgotten. As a great man, in common with the world, we admired. In the circle of the private citizen we loved thee, and as a champion in the cause of our liberty, we know not how to express to thee our gratitude. The electric shock has appalled and paralyzed the country. Party spirit foregoes its rancor. Commerce, with its busy step, forgets its course. The great and small alike pay the tribute of a tear, and feel, in the loss of Hamilton, a national calamity. Obeying, then, the impulse of our own feelings, let us join our fellow citizens in paying the last sad tribute to his memory. A friend to departed merit. Mr. Coleman, if the following are not entirely unworthy of their exalted subject, please give them a place in the Evening Post. A. Verses on the death of General Hamilton. Soldiers of freedom, veil your eyes, for low in the dust your leader lies. No more his gleaming steel he draws, the foremost in his country's cause. Patriots, who in the rolls of fame have nobly earned a glorious name, with melting grief your loss deplore, the second Washingtons no more. You children of Columbia weep, your statesman's locked in death's long sleep, until the course of time is rolled, his like you never shall behold. Offspring of feeling, o'er his bier heave the swollen sigh and drop the tear. For others' woe his eyes knew well, to pour their streams his breast to swell. Poor widowed and dejected land, where canst thou find like his, a hand to prop the fabric of thy state, and shield thee like o'er-ruling fate? Well mayst thou grieve and hang thy head, thy boast, thy guardian power is fled. Oh, why, ere heaven reclaimed his mind, was not his mantle left behind? The following lines, considered as the production of a young miss, only 12 years of age, a favorite of General Hamilton's in his lifetime, will be read with some interest. Elegy on the Death of General Hamilton. Hark, while the deep-toned solemn funeral bell proclaims some chief has bade the world farewell. Mark how they pay to worth the tribute due, while pitying tears the mournful cheek bedew. Well may they weep and for his loss deplore, his country's friend, great Hamilton's, no more. Who will not sigh when virtue meets the doom, and generous worth is summoned to the tomb? But in the feeling mind he'll ne'er expire, still crowds shall bless him, blessing still admire. Still shall he live, the favorite of fame, who through the world shall sound his honored name. Record the virtues in his soul combined, true to his friends, nor to his foes unkind. Candid as truth, like innocence sincere, liberal and just when others' faults appear. And when an error or a vice he found, he scorned to add reproaches to the wound. When he fought nobly in his country's cause, 'twas not ambition of a vain applause, but from pure motives like a patriot brave, her rights, her laws, her liberties to save. Shall then Columbia's sons their grief repress? Shall they not all their virtuous hero bless? Who is there now can unconcerned appear, and from his memory withhold the tear? See at the tomb what mournful crowds attend. O patriot, hero, husband, father, friend! Now free from cares, from mad revenge secure, angels shall waft thee to those regions pure, where worth like thine shall find its bright reward, and faction's murderous arm is never reared. L.L. The New Haven Visitor. The painful task this day devolves on us of announcing to our readers an event at once awful and distressing. The illustrious Alexander Hamilton is no more. He expired on Thursday last, of a wound received the preceding day in a duel with Colonel Burr. This fatal duel, which has deprived the world of so great and distinguished a character, originated, we understand, not from any particular cause, but from a long course of political animosity. Same paper. We presume our readers will pardon us for engrossing this day's paper with accounts of the tragic scene in New York. We have endeavored to present the most important parts of the whole to them, that they may, with one view, behold the deplorable consequences inseparable from a custom that sets at defiance the laws of God and man, and is as barbarous as vicious. It appears that the cause of this forever to be lamented duel was of no great moment. The scene is opened with a trifle apparently as light as air, but soon becomes deeply interesting and affecting. Its progress is marked with death, a funeral, and bitterest weeping. In it we behold the vice president, the second magistrate of 5 millions of people, in direct contempt of all law, all morality, all religion, and apparently without any just provocation, raise his hand against and deliberately destroy the life of one of our first and most distinguished characters, a character who would do honor to any country, to any age, and who could not die without a nation wept. Let us imagine this venerable man, this great victim of false honor, bleeding before us. See, rolled in blood he gasping lies, to daring man pride's noblest sacrifice. His snow-white bosom heaves with writhing pain, the purple drops his snow-white bosom stain. His cheeks of rose are wan, a deadly hue sits on his face that chills with lucid dew. Swiftly his color flies, he groans, he dies. Yes, he dies, but his well-earned fame will never die. It will ever be held in remembrance by his grateful country. Among the papers, federal or democratic, which have done themselves honor by their manner of speaking of the late melancholy event, we particularly distinguish the National Aegis. The following elegant extract is from the pen of some gentleman who occasionally assists in writing for this print. The National Aegis. Death of General Hamilton. The last Southern mails have brought to us a melancholy confirmation of this distressing intelligence. On Wednesday, the 11th instant, at 8 o'clock in the morning, he received a mortal wound in a duel with Colonel Burr, and expired the day following at 2 o'clock. The particulars, so far as they have transpired, will be found under the New York head. The papers of that city having observed a cautious and gloomy silence on this occasion, it is not in our power to satisfy the curiosity of our readers by detailing all the dreadful circumstances of this disaster. Enough, however, is developed to awaken the sensibility and to excite the keenest anguish of all those who are disposed to forget the lighter shades of political difference in the overwhelming distresses of their fellow creatures. We notice with pride and satisfaction the arrangements which had been made among all classes of people, of whatever profession or party, in the city of which he was an illustrious inhabitant, to render a feeling and the unequivocal testimony of esteem for his character, of regret for his death, and respect for his memory. Personal resentment has been soothed, private animosity has been forgotten, and the spirit of party has been lulled to repose by the contemplation of this calamitous event. The patriot, to whatever political sect he may belong, remembers in him the firm, the enlightened, the profound, the inflexible statesman. The soldier looks back with grateful devotion on his revolutionary labors, and reveres the intrepid friend and companion of our first and greatest revolutionary hero. The man of letters mourns with milder sorrow the learned philosopher and the accomplished scholar. The admirer of eloquence dwells with rapture on the musical accents of his voice, the beautiful sublimity of his language, and the irresistible force of his persuasion. He who delights in the blandishments of life and finds comfort and consolation in the enjoyments of social intercourse cannot withhold a tear when he calls to his mind the amiable and interesting traits in his character which had won the affection of all who were comprised within the extended circle of his acquaintance. His family, but here remembrance is too painful. Within the narrow compass of 2 years, a wife and a mother has followed to the grave a son and a husband, both victims to the same cruel and untimely destiny. The annals of our country do not record an instance of parallel distress. We forbear to harrow up her soul by cold and unfeeling reflections on the manner of his death. If an inveterate and deep-rooted custom is ever to be exploded, it will be done, not by the labors of the moralist or the threatenings of the preacher. Scenes of such poignant affliction will sink deep on the memory, and will serve as an awful warning to the followers of that treacherous phantom, which leads to beguile and seduces to destroy. For the Evening Post, an irregular ode. Hark how the passing bell heaves to the gale its sullen swell, and lo, in sorrow's pomp arrayed, to the dull beat of death the slow-moving cavalcade. The half-suspended breath scarce frees the struggling sigh, and hallowed tears bedew mute beauty's eye. Now o'er the mansions of the dead behold the solemn measured tread, around their slumbering hero drawn, the silent soldiers print the lawn. Now the long blaze arrests the gaze, the hollow vaults resound the blazing sky, the thundering ground, the steadfast eye. More eloquent than pity's flow proclaims the soldier's manly woe. High o'er the scene the curling cloud aspires, fraught with a nation's fervid sighs. The mighty incense seeks the skies, and heaven approves the scene, for Hamilton expires. In compliance with the wishes of the public here, Mr. Knott's discourse will make part of the next number. End of section 4. Section 5 of a collection of facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. From the Fredericktown Herald. Death of General Hamilton. On this day it is but decent, and indeed our emotions would oblige us, to muffle the rude voice of dissension and party conflict in the mournful task of condoling with our country on a calamity which nothing but the loss of her beloved Washington could exceed, and no other visitation could equal. With inexpressible grief, with a heart overflowing with sorrow, and sunk and depressed under a sense of the common affliction, we have to present a confirmation of the sad tidings that General Hamilton is no more, that our hero and patriot, our statesman and orator, the benefactor of this nation and the stay of her best and last hopes, the admiration of Europe, whose glorious eminence and combination of glories nor Europe nor the world can this day surpass, that our pride, our boast, and our dependence is taken from us, gone to his deathbed, fallen by too severe a fate, cut off in the prime of his maturity and the fullness of his excellence. But the course of this orb, though marked, was short. It is set, never to return. Thou sleepest the sleep of death. But we are not unmindful of thee, O Achilles. In life and in death thou art equally the object of our regard and veneration. On such an occasion, and at such a moment as this, deep distress but chokes invention, and would fain borrow utterance for the last melancholy office. Casting our eyes on the space held by the very first man of all this land, and the great void which his sudden and deplorable fate now leaves, we can only apply the words of Edmund Burke in the ardor of his feelings for the loss of Johnson. He has made a chasm which not only nothing can fill up, but which nothing has a tendency to fill up. Hamilton is dead. Let us go to the next best. There is nobody. No man can be said to put you in mind of Hamilton. And still dwelling on his acknowledged superiority in whatever is honorable to our nature, with a full allowance for the general imperfections of that nature, and an admission of every infirmity particularly attributable to him, we may further use the concluding sentiments of Burke's own biographer that, with little alloy and so much sterling value, in realms in which great talents are frequent, and great virtues not rare, in the usual course of intellectual and practical excellence, centuries may pass before Providence again bestow an Alexander Hamilton. The affecting manner in which his untimely end is announced on all sides and everywhere heard, and in which all parties and all classes in the city of New York have joined in public sympathy and lamentation, and the pomp of funeral honors, now canonizes and sanctifies a character, which it was the purpose of Washington, in one of the last acts of his life, to record above all others. The truly Christian manner of his dying will also interest every tender and virtuous mind, and a more authentic account than the letter among the extracts here subjoined will be impatiently looked for to explain the unfortunate circumstances which led to that death, in his duel with the Vice President, Colonel Burr, on a Wednesday, the 11th instant, upon the Jersey shore, where, by a like catastrophe but 2 years since, the grave robbed him of a son, and blasted all his fond expectation just as the bud of youthful promise was opening into the bloom of manhood. Such a statement, it will be perceived, is expected in the Evening Post of Mr. Coleman, than whom no man, perhaps, out of the weeping and bereft family of his illustrious friend, can more fervently bewail that loss which he knows so well how to appreciate. We shall deem it a duty to communicate whatever happens on this unhappy subject, of a nature to satisfy anxiety or to afford consolation under the most awful and irreparable blow which it was possible for a people to sustain. Same paper. O America, veil thyself in black. Deep mourns the eagle with shattered wing in some lone spot, its gayest plumage lost. The favorite o'er whom it was wont to hover, one cruel blow has severed from the world. The tears of the aged burst forth, the withered hand trembles in grief, the youthful patriots mourn, their chief has fallen. Haste, even now he bleeds, he dies. Catch the stream that flows from his mighty heart, and pour it in thy veins. Cultivate the laurel for his memory, and earn a sprig to grace thy manly brows. In bliss above his spirit is received, the hand of mercy is stretched forth, joy rises on the soul. Ye hosts of heaven, assemble thy chosen choir, crowd round the celestial throne, raise loud the song of glory, send forth its sound on golden clarions. Behold, a Washington and a Hamilton, again in gladness and in triumph meet. Pastora. Same paper. The national loss. Before resuming the mournful subject which shrouded the last herald, we must relieve ourselves by expressing the uneasiness we have felt at a scrap under the name of an anecdote, amidst our agitation, inadvertently let into the same paper, with something like an appearance of levity, when our editorial thoughts were really occupied, as indeed they still are, with nothing but sadness. For the present we have put by several communications and given up every other subject, since that of General Hamilton's death alone engrosses the public attention. Nor can we help regretting, for the sake of our country readers, that our paper is not large enough to contain at full length everything which appears of an interesting and authentic nature relative to an event, which seems to have spread with the force of an electric shock, in all directions accessible to the better feelings, or even the compunctions of humanity. Not having it in our power to republish the whole as it should be, we must be content to fill up our columns with such selections from the mass of matter in the New York Evening Post as may be thought most essential, noticing at the same time, by way of introduction, whatever is most material in the rest. With respect to the funeral honors paid the illustrious deceased, there is a melancholy satisfaction in observing with what general devotion the preparations announced in our last have been carried into effect in the city of New York. The burial took place on Saturday the 14th. The procession was formed agreeably to the arrangements published, and the day exhibited a scene altogether one of the most affecting in the annals of death, such as must indeed have been enough to melt a monument of marble. According to appointment, Mr. Gouverneur Morris, oppressed and laboring under the weight of grief, delivered the extempore address, which is the first article now republished in compliance with the expectations excited last week. In addition to what was done in New York on the 14th, we must not pass by the tribute of the grateful remembrance rendered by the citizens of Philadelphia, by several public bodies and societies in both cities, by the societies of Cincinnati generally, and particularly the resolutions of the Cincinnati of New York, condoling with the afflicted widow of their President General, cherishing his fame with the balm of affection, and as a lasting mark of their respect, voting a monument to his memory with a suitable inscription in Trinity Church. Nor can we here forbear adverting to the singular degree of kindness publicly proffered by some on the fall of this great man, who were most violently opposed to him while living, as if obliged now by an irresistible impulse which they cannot help, to do justice to the virtues of his heart and the noble preeminence of his mind, and in espousing his last fatal wrong, to assert the whole tenor of his goodness, and defend him even from themselves. It is even impossible to attest his glory in stronger language than that used in Cheatham's American Citizen, where General Hamilton is represented in the words "most perfect." In such instances we would fain consider the present as sincere, and we would try to forget the past. Relative to the causes which have produced all this mourning, the expected statement is now also given to the public. The correspondence which shows the cause of the duel, together with the general's observations left sealed up with his will be duly considered by the public. As to what passed on the ground, the short account which follows is all that the seconds of the parties have been able to agree upon. With respect to a material fact or two, whether General Hamilton fired at Colonel Burr or meant to fire at all, it seems there has been a difference of opinion. But we think everybody must acknowledge that General Hamilton's friend, Judge Pendleton, has put the matter beyond all doubt in the reasons he has since assigned for his opinion, and Colonel Burr's second, Mr. Van Ness, is certainly mistaken. In the paper of observations left sealed up by General Hamilton, the reader will see that he had resolved, in case of an opportunity, to reserve and throw away his first fire, and had thoughts even of reserving his second fire, thus giving a double opportunity to Colonel Burr to pause and reflect. The circumstances so impressively stated by Mr. Pendleton are conclusive evidence that his determination remained unaltered. He stood exposed to suffer death from the fury of his antagonist without an attempt to inflict it. He gave up his own life, so precious to the world, rather than offer to preserve it by aiming at the life of his destroyer. With this ill-fated magnanimity of spirit, the unrelenting malevolence to which he sunk a victim must now abide a contrast. Colonel Burr himself has the conviction to undergo, a conviction not much calculated, one would suppose, to add to his triumph or his happiness, that on a mere vague pretense of injury he has committed the last great injury of all on a man, who while in the very act of suffering it was incapable of doing him harm, under the influence of those benign principles which he chose rather to ratify with his blood than to offend against. We have said unrelenting malevolence. We should not have said it, and thus contributed to prejudge his case, if there was any prospect of Colonel Burr's becoming amenable to the laws, as he and his second ought to be. For himself, he has fled to the southward, and there is no likelihood that his friend, Governor Bloomfield of New Jersey, in which state the crime was perpetrated, will demand his being delivered up for trial. But if there ever was an instance in which the law should take its course, this duel is one where everything would call loudly for an example to be made. In most instances of the kind, arising from a violent provocation, or from the sudden heat of passion in which death ensues, juries, in their indulgence for human frailty, have been apt to get over the rigor of the law, and when they could not entirely acquit, have converted the offense into manslaughter only. But if murder be, what it is defined, an unlawful killing with malice aforethought, express or implied, if this constitute murder, we ask the reader to accompany us through the whole of the correspondence and narrative preceding the duel, in which case the cause of quarrel is explained, and then say whether there has not been on the part of Colonel Burr malice aforethought, the most express, wanton, and implacable. We are thus confident in our expressions because we have seen everything offered in his behalf by his own second, but which does not in the least contradict the other statement, which does not indeed attempt to introduce as a document in the affair a paper hitherto known only to Colonel Burr and his second, being a sort of communication which his second was verbally to make, but did not make, as he admits himself in the terms used, to General Hamilton, on the subject of fancied wrongs to the character of Colonel Burr, from time to time supposed to proceed from General Hamilton, but which communication, if it had been made, was only of a tendency to aggravate, and goes to confirm our belief of Colonel Burr's predetermined hostility, which nothing reasonable could ever satisfy or appease. Yet, as Mr. Coleman justly remarks, this foisting a secret, and till now an unheard of paper, into the general correspondence, at least, shows in no equivocal manner that the writer was conscious that the correspondence which really took place presents a case no way favorable to his principal. Indeed, it is now matter of astonishment and indignation to us how the Morning Chronicle of New York, the paper under Colonel Burr's control, should have had the audacity to assert, by way of assurance, that when a fair and candid statement was laid before the public, the conduct of Mr. Burr would be justified by every disinterested and unprejudiced man. But we will freely leave it to every such man to decide. For ourselves, we are convinced that had Colonel Burr, in the late contest, succeeded in being elected governor of New York, our country would not now be deploring this tragic work of his hand. But in the sullenness and mortification of disappointment, he seems to have whetted up a desperate vengeance, which was to lower General Hamilton, who it is known had not countenanced his recent pretensions with the Federalists. Else, had a jealous care of his reputation been the sole motive, why should those opponents, all the Clintons and the Livingstons, who have most openly and successfully reprobated him, have escaped his rage? If animosity for imagined insult or defiance alone prompted him, where was all his fierceness and tenacity of honor when in the duel with his friend Swartout, Mr. DeWitt Clinton exclaimed a wish that he had a principal there? But no, revolving in the gloomy recesses of his mind, the resentment of Colonel Burr has taken a different turn, or rather the craft of his malignity has sought a different object for its safer gratification. And thus, at the very moment in which it was insisted that Federalists and Federalists alone voted for Colonel Burr, on his part he was plotting destruction to the main prop and hope of federalism in these states. Surely we have some right to complain. Surely this man has been destined to us for a curse, and a vexation without end. But at this moment we forget every mischief but the present. We think not of him as a chief among the original authors of our political ruin, but we start with horror from those hands now reeking with the blood of Hamilton. This last sin has swallowed up every other. It is a spot which nothing can wash out. Colonel Burr may, if he pleases, enjoy the glory of this transgression, but though he shares not the fate of the wretch who fired the temple of Ephesus to eternize his name, which his countrymen would never afterwards repeat, though Colonel Burr will be remembered and have celebrity, it will now be because damned to everlasting fame. It is impossible it should be otherwise. It is impossible we should restrain these sentiments, since we find the direful blow to have been the entire consequence and fixed purpose of his own subtle, premeditated, fiend-like rancor, pursuing without remorse, and as it were with an imprecation not to stop until he had pushed into the grave. He succeeded. The genius of evil was ascendant, and the most estimable and distinguished of the survivors of Washington, the orb of transcendent luster, the most finished man in this exigent time, our guardian, beloved, and ever to be lamented Hamilton, fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then you and I and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. The following sermon has deservedly engaged an universal share of public attention. The successful manner in which the author combats the fashionable vice of dueling requires that his production should be extensively circulated. The distant reader will here see in what terms a minister of God, standing before his altar, feels himself justified in speaking of the virtues, talents, and public services of the great Hamilton. In the passage beginning with the apostrophe, "Approach and behold," how elegant, how deeply affecting, how sublime is he! Perhaps a passage of equal length is not to be anywhere found in our language superior to this. A discourse. delivered in the North Dutch Church in the city of Albany, occasioned by the ever-to-be-lamented death of General Alexander Hamilton, July 29th, 1804, by Eliphalet Knott, A.M., pastor of the Presbyterian Church in said city. 2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 19. How are the mighty fallen? The occasion explains the choice of my subject, a subject on which I enter in obedience to your request. You have assembled to express your elegiac sorrows, and sad and solemn weeds cover you. Before such an audience and on such an occasion, I enter on the duty assigned me with trembling. Do not mistake my meaning. I tremble indeed, not, however, through fear of failing to merit your applause, for what have I to do with that when addressing the dying and treading on the ashes of the dead? Not through fear of failing justly to portray the character of that great man who is at once the theme of my encomium and regret. He needs not eulogy. His work is finished, and death has removed him beyond my censure, and I would fondly hope, through grace, above my praise. You will ask, then, why I tremble? I tremble to think that I am called to attack from this place a crime, the very idea of which almost freezes one with horror. A crime, too, which exists among the polite and polished orders of society, and which is accompanied with every aggravation, committed with cool deliberation, and openly in the face of day. But I have a duty to perform, and difficult and awful as that duty is, I will not shrink from it. Would to God my talents were adequate to the occasion, but such as they are, I devoutly proffer them to unfold the nature and counteract the influence of that barbarous custom, which like a resistless torrent is undermining the foundations of civil government, breaking down the barriers of social happiness, and sweeping away virtue, talents, and domestic felicity in its desolating course. Another and an illustrious character, a father, a general, a statesman, the very man who stood on an eminence and without a rival among sages and heroes, the future hope of his country in danger, this man, yielding to the influence of a custom which deserves our eternal reprobation, has been brought to an untimely end. That the deaths of great and useful men should be particularly noticed is equally the dictate of reason and revelation. The tears of Israel flowed at the decease of good Josiah, and to his memory the funeral women chanted the solemn dirge. But neither examples nor arguments are necessary to wake the sympathies of a grateful people on such occasions. The death of public benefactors surcharges the heart, and it spontaneously disburdens itself by a flow of sorrows. Such was the death of Washington, to embalm whose memory and perpetuate whose deathless fame we lent our feeble but unnecessary services. Such also, and more peculiarly so, has been the death of Hamilton. The tidings of the former moved us, mournfully moved us, and we wept. The account of the latter chilled our hopes and curdled our blood. The former died in a good old age. The latter was cut off in the midst of his usefulness. The former was a customary providence. We saw in it, if I may speak so, the finger of God, and rested in his sovereignty. The latter is not attended with this soothing circumstance. The fall of Hamilton owes its existence to mad deliberation and is marked by violence. The time, the place, the circumstances are arranged with barbarous coolness. The instrument of death is leveled in daylight, and with well-directed skill pointed at his heart. Alas, the event has proven that it was but too well directed. Wounded, mortally wounded, on the very spot which still smoked with the blood of a favorite son, into the arms of his indiscreet and cruel friend the father fell. Ah, had he fallen in the course of nature, or jeopardizing his life in defense of his country, had he fallen. But he did not. He fell in single combat. Pardon my mistake, he did not fall in single combat. His noble nature refused to endanger the life of his antagonist, but he exposed his own life. This was his crime, and the sacredness of my office forbids that I should hesitate explicitly to declare it so. He did not hesitate to declare it so himself. My religious and moral principles are strongly opposed to dueling. These are his words before he ventured to the field of death. I view the late transaction with sorrow and contrition. These are his words after his return. Humiliating end of illustrious greatness. How are the mighty fallen? And shall the mighty thus fall? Thus shall the noblest lives be sacrificed and the richest blood be spilt? Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in the streets of Ascalon. Think not that the fatal issue of the late inhuman interview was fortuitous. No, the hand that guides unseen the arrow of the archer steadied and directed the arm of the duelist. And why did it thus direct it? As a solemn memento, as a loud and awful warning to a community where justice has slumbered, and slumbered, and slumbered, while the wife has been robbed of her partner, the mother of her hopes, and life after life rashly, with an air of triumph, sported away. And was there, oh my God, no other sacrifice valuable enough? Would the cry of no other blood reach the place of retribution and wake justice dozing over her awful seat? But though justice should still slumber and retribution be delayed, we who are the ministers of that God who will judge the judges of the world, and whose malediction rests on him who does his work unfaithfully, we will not keep silence. I feel, my brethren, how incongruous my subject is with the place I occupy. It is humiliating, it is distressing in a Christian country and in churches consecrated to the religion of Jesus, to be obliged to attack a crime which outstrips barbarism, and would even sink the character of a generous savage. But humiliating as it is necessary. And must we then, even for a moment, forget the elevation on which grace hath placed us, and the light which the gospel sheds around us? Must we place ourselves back in the midst of barbarism? And instead of hearers softened to forgiveness by the love of Jesus, filled with the noble sentiments towards our enemies, and waiting for occasions, after the example of divinity, to do them good, instead of such hearers, must we suppose ourselves addressing hearts petrified to goodness, incapable of mercy and boiling with revenge? Must we, oh my God, instead of exhorting those who hear us to go on unto perfection, adding to virtue charity, and to charity brotherly kindness, must we, as if surrounded by an auditory just emerging out of darkness and still cruel and ferocious, reason to convince them that revenge is improper, and that to commit deliberate murder is sin? Yes, we must do this. Repeated violations of the law and the sanctuary which the guilty find in public sentiment prove that it is necessary. Withdraw therefore for a moment, ye celestial spirits, ye holy angels accustomed to hover round these altars, and listen to those strains of grace which heretofore have filled this house of God. Other subjects occupy us. Withdraw therefore and leave us. Leave us to exhort Christian parents to restrain their vengeance, and at least to keep back their hands from blood. To exhort youth, nurtured in Christian families, not rashly to sport with life, nor lightly to wring the widow's heart with sorrows, and fill the orphan's eyes with tears. In accomplishing this object which is before me, it will not be expected, as it is not necessary, that I should give a history of dueling. You need not be informed that it originated in a dark and barbarous age. The polished Greek knew nothing of it. The noble Roman was above it. Rome held in equal detestation the man who exposed his life unnecessarily, and him who refused to expose it when the public good required it. Her heroes were superior to private contests. They indulged no vengeance except against the enemies of their country. Their swords were not drawn unless her honor was in danger, which honor they defended with their swords not only, but shielded with their bosoms also, and were then prodigal of their blood. But though Greece and Rome knew nothing of dueling, it exists. It exists among us, and it exists at once the most rash, the most absurd, and guilty practice that ever disgraced a Christian nation. Guilty because it is a violation of the law. What law? The law of God. Thou shalt not kill. This prohibition, was delivered by God himself at Sinai to the Jews. And that it is of universal and perpetual obligation is manifest from the nature of the crime prohibited not only, but also from the express declaration of the Christian lawgiver, who hath recognized its justice and added it to the sanctions of his own authority. Thou shalt not kill. Who? Thou, creature. I, the Creator, have given life, and thou shalt not take it away. When and under what circumstances may I not take away life? Never, and under no circumstances, without my permission. It is obvious that no discretion whatever is here given. The prohibition is addressed to every individual where the law of God is promulgated, and the terms made use of are express and unequivocal. So that life cannot be taken under any pretext without incurring guilt, unless by a permission sanctioned by the same authority, which sanctions the general law prohibiting it. From this law it is granted there are exceptions. These exceptions, however, do not result from any sovereignty which one creature has over the existence of another, but from the positive appointment of that eternal being, whose is the world and the fullness thereof, in whose hand is the soul of every living creature and the breath of all mankind. Even the authority which we claim over the lives of animals is not founded on a natural right, but on a positive grant made by the deity himself to Noah and his sons. Footnote: Genesis chapter 9, verse 3. End footnote. This grant contains our warrant for taking the lives of animals. But if we may not take the lives of animals without permission from God, much less may we the life of man made in his image. In what cases, then, has the sovereign of life given this permission? In rightful war, by the civil magistrate, and in necessary self-defense. Besides these, I do not hesitate to declare that in the oracles of God there are no other. He, therefore, who takes life in any other case, under whatever pretext, takes it unwarrantably, is guilty of what the Scriptures call murder, and exposes himself to the malediction of that God who is an avenger of blood, and who hath said, At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. The dualist contravenes the law of God not only, but the law of man also. To the prohibition of the former have been added the sanctions of the latter. Life taken in a duel, by the common law, is murder. And where this is not the case, the giving and receiving of a challenge only is, by statute, considered a high misdemeanor, for which the principal and his second are declared infamous and disfranchised for 20 years. Under what accumulated circumstances of aggravation does the duelist jeopardize his own life, or take the life of his antagonist? I am sensible that in a licentious age, and when laws are made to yield to the vices of those who move in the higher circles, this crime is called by I know not what mild and accommodating name. But before these altars, in this house of God, what is it? It is murder, deliberate, aggravated murder. If the duelist deny this, let him produce his warrant from the author of life for taking away from his creature the life which had been sovereignly given. If he cannot do this, beyond all controversy, he is a murderer, for murder consists in taking away life without the permission and contrary to the prohibition of him who gave it. Who is it then that calls the duelist to the dangerous and deadly combat? Is it God? No, on the contrary, he forbids it. Is it then his country? No, she also utters her prohibitory voice. Who is it then? A man of honor. And who is this man of honor? A man perhaps whose honor is a name, who prates with polluted lips about the sacredness of character, when his own is stained with crimes, and needs but the single shade of murder to complete the dismal and sticky picture. Every transgression of the divine law implies great guilt, because it is the transgression of infinite authority. But the crime of deliberately and lightly taking life has peculiar aggravations. It is a crime committed against the written law not only, but also against the dictates of reason, the remonstrances of conscience, and every tender and amiable feeling of the heart. To the unfortunate sufferer it is the wanton violation of his most sacred rights. It snatches him from his friends and his comforts, terminates his state of trial, and precipitates him, uncalled for and perhaps unprepared, into the presence of his judge. You will say the duelist feels no malice. Be it so. Malice indeed is murder in principle. But there may be murder in reason and in fact where there is no malice. Some other unwarrantable passion or principle may lead to the unlawful taking of human life. The highwayman who cuts the throat and rifles the pocket of the passing traveler feels no malice. And could he, with equal ease and no greater danger of detection, have secured his booty without taking life, he would have stayed his arm over the palpitating bosom of his victim and let the plundered suppliant pass. Would the imputation of cowardice have been inevitable to the duelist if a challenge had not been given or accepted? The imputation of want had been no less inevitable to the robber if the money of the passing traveler had not been secured. Would the duelist have been willing to have spared the life of his antagonist if the point of honor could otherwise have been gained? So would the robber if the point of property could have been. Who can say that the motives of the one are not as urgent as the motives of the other? And the means by which both obtain the object of their wishes are the same. Thus, according to the dictates of reason, as well as the law of God, the highwayman and the duelist stand on ground equally untenable, and support their guilty havoc of the human race by arguments equally fallacious. Is dueling guilty? So it is. Absurd. It is absurd as a punishment, for it admits of no proportion to crimes, and besides, virtue and vice, guilt and innocence are equally exposed by it to death or suffering. As a reparation, it is still more absurd, for it makes the injured liable to a still greater injury. And as the vindication of personal character, it is absurd even beyond madness. One man of honor, by some inadvertence, or perhaps with design, injures the sensibility of another man of honor. In perfect character, the injured gentleman resents it. He challenges the offender. The offender accepts the challenge. The time is fixed. The place is agreed upon. The circumstances, with an air of solemn mania, are arranged, and the principals, with their seconds and surgeons, retire under the covert of some solitary hill, or upon the margin of some unfrequented beach, to settle this important question of honor by stabbing or shooting at each other. One or the other or both the parties fall in this polite and gentlemanlike contest. And what does this prove? It proves that one or the other, or both of them, as the case may be, are marksmen. But it affords no evidence that either of them possess honor, probity, or talents. It is true that he who falls in single combat has the honor of being murdered, and he who takes his life the honor of a murderer. Besides this, I know not of any glory which can redound to the infatuated combatants, except it be what results from having extended the circle of wretched widows, and added to the number of hapless orphans. And yet, terminate as it will, this frantic meeting by a kind of magic influence entirely varnishes over a defective and smutty character, transforms vice to virtue, cowardice to courage, makes falsehood truth, guilt innocence. In one word, it gives a new complexion to the whole state of things. The Ethiopian changes his skin, the leopard his spots, and the debauched and treacherous, having shot away the infamy of a sorry life, comes back from the field of perfectibility quite regenerated, and in the fullest sense, an honorable man. He is now fit for the company of gentlemen. He is admitted to that company, and should he again by acts of vileness stain this purity of character so nobly acquired, and should anyone have the effrontery to say he has done so, again he stands ready to vindicate his honor, and by another act of homicide to wipe away the stain which has been attached to it. I might illustrate this article by example. I might produce instances of this mysterious transformation of character in the sublime circles of moral refinement furnished by the higher orders of the fashionable world, which the mere firing of pistols has produced. But the occasion is too awful for irony. Absurd as dueling is, were it absurd only, though we might smile at the weakness and pity the folly of its abettors, there would be no occasion for seriously attacking them. But to what has been said, I add that dueling is rash and presumptuous. Life is the gift of God, and it was never bestowed to be sported with. To each the sovereign of the universe has marked out a sphere to move in and assigned a part to act. This part respects ourselves not only, but others also. Each lives for the benefit of all. As in the system of nature the sun shines, not to display its own brightness and answer its own convenience, but to warm, enlighten, and bless the world, so in the system of animated beings there is a dependence, a correspondence, and a relation, through an infinitely extended, dying, and reviving universe, in which no man liveth to himself, and no man dieth to himself. Friend is related to friend, the father to his family, the individual to community. To every member of which, having fixed his station and assigned his duty, the God of nature says, keep this trust, defend this post. For whom? For thy friends, thy family, thy country. And having received such a charge, and for such a purpose, to desert its rashness and temerity. Since the opinions of men are as they are, do you ask how you shall avoid the imputation of cowardice, if you do not fight when you are injured? Ask your family how you will avoid the imputation of cruelty. Ask your conscience how you will avoid the imputation of guilt. Ask God how you will avoid his malediction if you do. These are previous questions. Let these first be answered, and it will be easy to reply to any which may follow them. If you only accept a challenge when you believe in your conscience that dueling is wrong, you act the coward. The dastardly fear of the world governs you. Awed by its menaces, you conceal your sentiments, appear in disguise, and act in guilty conformity to principles not your own, and that too in the most solemn moment, and when engaged in an act which exposes you to death. But if it be rashness to accept, how passing rashness is it in a sinner to give a challenge? Does it become him, whose life is measured out by crimes, to be extreme to mark and punctilious to resent whatever is amiss in others? Must the duellist, who now disdaining to forgive so imperiously demands satisfaction to the uttermost, must this man himself, trembling at the recollections of his offences, presently appear a suppliant before the mercy seat of God? Imagine this, and the case is not imaginary, and you cannot conceive an instance of greater inconsistency, or of more presumptuous arrogance. Wherefore, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For vengeance is mine, I will repay it, saith the Lord. Do you ask then how you shall conduct towards your enemy who hath lightly done you wrong? If he be hungry, feed him. If naked, clothe him. If thirsty, give him a drink. Such, had you preferred your question to Jesus Christ, is the answer he had given you, by observing which you will usually subdue and always act more honorably than your enemy. I feel, my brethren, as a minister of Jesus and a teacher of his gospel, a noble elevation on this article. Compare the conduct of the Christian, acting in conformity to the principles of religion, and of the duellist, acting in conformity to the principles of honor, and let reason say which bears the marks of the most exalted greatness. Compare them, and let reason say which enjoys the most calm serenity of mind in time, and which is likely to receive the plaudit of his judge in immortality. God from his throne beholds not a nobler object on his footstool than the man who loves his enemies, pities their errors, and forgives the injuries they do him. This is indeed the very spirit of the heavens. It is the image of his benignity, whose glory fills them. To return to the subject before us, guilty, absurd, and rash as dueling is, it has its advocates. And had it not had its advocates, had not a strange preponderance of opinion been in favor of it, never, O lamentable Hamilton, hadst thou thus fallen in the midst of thy days, and before thou hadst reached the zenith of thy glory. Oh, that I possessed the talent of eulogy, and that I might be permitted to indulge the tenderness of friendship in paying the last tribute to his memory. Oh, that I were capable of placing this great man before you. Could I do this, I should furnish you with an argument, the most practical, the most plain, the most convincing, except that drawn from the mandate of God, that was ever furnished against dueling, that horrid practice which has in an awful moment robbed the world of such exalted worth. But I cannot do this. I can only hint at the variety and exuberance of his excellence. The man on whom nature seems originally to have impressed the stamp of greatness, whose genius beamed from the retirement of collegiate life with a radiance which dazzled and a loveliness which charmed the eye of sages. The hero, called from his sequestered retreat, whose first appearance in the field, though a stripling, conciliated the esteem of Washington, our good old father. Moving by whose side, during all the perils of the Revolution, our young chieftain was a contributor to the veteran's glory, the guardian of his person, and the compartner of his toils. The conqueror, who, sparing of human blood when victory favored, stayed the uplifted arm and nobly said to the vanquished enemy, "Live." The statesman, the correctness of whose principles and the strength of whose mind are inscribed on the records of Congress and on the annals of the council chamber, whose genius impressed itself upon the constitution of his country, and whose memory, the government illustrious fabric resting on this basis, will perpetuate while it lasts, and shaken by the violence of party, should it fall, which may heaven avert, his prophetic declarations will be found inscribed on its ruins. The counselor, who was at once the pride of the bar and the admiration of the court, whose apprehensions were quick as lightning, and whose development of truth was luminous as its path, whose argument no change of circumstances could embarrass, whose knowledge appeared intuitive, and who, by a single glance, and with as much facility as the eye of the eagle passes over the landscape, surveyed the whole field of controversy, saw in what way the truth might be most successfully defended and how error must be approached, and who, without ever stopping, ever hesitating, by a rapid and manly march, led the listening judge and the fascinated juror step by step through a delightsome region, brightening as he advanced, till his argument rose to demonstration, and eloquence was rendered useless by conviction. Whose talents were employed on the side of righteousness, whose voice, whether in the council chamber or at the bar of justice, was virtue's consolation, at whose approach oppressed humanity felt a secret rapture, and the heart of injured innocence leapt for joy. Where Hamilton was, in whatever sphere he moved, the friendless had a friend, the fatherless a father, and the poor man, though unable to reward his kindness, found an advocate. It was when the rich oppressed the poor, when the powerful menaced the defenseless, when truth was disregarded or the eternal principles of justice violated. It was on these occasions that he exerted all his strength. It was on these occasions that he sometimes soared so high and shone with a radiance so transcendent, I had almost said so heavenly, as filled those around him with awe and gave him the force and authority of a prophet. The patriot, whose integrity baffled the scrutiny of inquisition, whose manly virtue never shaped itself to circumstances, who, always great, always himself, stood amidst the varying tides of party, firm like the rock, which far from land lifts its majestic top above the waves and remains unshaken by the storms which agitate the ocean. The friend, who knew no guile, whose bosom was transparent and deep, in the bottom of whose heart was rooted every tender and sympathetic virtue, whose various worth opposing parties acknowledged while alive, and on whose tomb they unite with equal sympathy and grief to heap their honors. I know he had his failings. I see on the picture of his life, a picture rendered awful by greatness and luminous by virtue, some dark shades. On these let the tear that pities human weakness fall. On these let the veil which covers human frailty rest. As a hero, as a statesman, as a patriot, he lived nobly. And would to God I could add, he nobly fell. Unwilling to admit his error in this respect, I go back to the period of discussion. I see him resisting the threatened interview. I imagine myself present in his chamber. Various reasons, for a time, seem to hold his determination in arrest. Various and moving objects pass before him and speak a dissuasive language. His country, which may need his counsels to guide and his arm to defend, utters her veto. The partner of his youth, already covered with weeds, and whose tears flow down into her bosom, intercedes. His babes, stretching out their little hands and pointing to a weeping mother with lisping eloquence, but eloquence which reaches a parent's heart, cry out, "Stay! Stay, dear papa, and live for us." In the meantime, the spectre of a fallen son, pale and ghastly, approaches, opens his bleeding bosom, and as the harbinger of death, points to the yawning tomb and warns a hesitating father of the issue. He pauses, reviews these sad objects, and reasons on the subject. I admire his magnanimity. I approve his reasoning, and I wait to hear him reject with indignation the murderous proposition, and to see him spurn from his presence the presumptuous bearer of it. But I wait in vain. It was a moment in which his great wisdom forsook him, a moment in which Hamilton was not himself. He yielded to the force of an imperious custom, and yielding, he sacrificed a life in which all had an interest, and he is lost to his country, lost to his family, lost to us. For this act, because he disclaimed it and was penitent, I forgive him. But there are those whom I cannot forgive. I mean not his antagonist, over whose erring steps, if there be tears in heaven, a pious mother looks down and weeps. If he be capable of feeling, he suffers already all that humanity can suffer. Suffers, and wherever he may fly will suffer, with the poignant recollection of having taken the life of one who was too magnanimous in return to attempt his own. Had he have known this, it must have paralyzed his arm while it pointed at so incorruptible a bosom, the instrument of death. Does he know this now? His heart, if it be not adamant, must soften. If it be not ice, it must melt. But on this article I forbear. Stained with blood as he is, if he be penitent, I forgive him. And if he be not, before these altars, where all of us appear as suppliants, I wish not to excite your vengeance, but rather in behalf of an object rendered wretched and pitiable by crime, to wake your prayers. But I have said, and I repeat it, there are those whom I cannot forgive. I cannot forgive that minister at the altar who has hitherto forborne to remonstrate on this subject. I cannot forgive that public prosecutor who, entrusted with the duty of avenging his country's wrongs, has seen those wrongs and taken no measures to avenge them. I cannot forgive that judge upon the bench, or that governor in the chair of state who has lightly passed over such offenses. I cannot forgive the public in whose opinion the duelist finds a sanctuary. I cannot forgive you, my brethren, who to this late hour have been silent while successive murders were committed. No, I cannot forgive you, that you have not, in common with the free men of this state, raised your voice to the powers that be, and loudly and explicitly demanded an execution of your laws. Demanded this in a manner which, if it did not reach the ear of government, would at least have reached the heavens, and plead your excuse before the God that filleth them, in whose presence as I stand, I should not feel myself innocent of the blood that crieth against us, had I been silent. But I have not been silent. Many of you who hear me are my witnesses. The walls of yonder temple, where I have heretofore addressed you, are my witnesses. How freely I have animadverted on this subject, in the presence both of those who have violated the laws and of those whose indispensable duty it is to see the laws executed on those who violate them. I enjoy another opportunity, and would to God I might be permitted to approach for once the late scene of death. Would to God I could there assemble on the one side the disconsolate mother with her 7 fatherless children, and on the other those who administer the justice of my country. Could I do this, I would point them to these sad objects. I would entreat them by the agonies of bereaved fondness to listen to the widow's heartfelt groans, to mark the orphan's sighs and tears. And having done this, I would uncover the breathless corpse of Hamilton. I would lift from his gaping wound his bloody mantle. I would hold it up to heaven before them, and I would ask in the name of God, I would ask whether at the sight of it they felt no compunction. You will ask perhaps what can be done to arrest the progress of a practice that has yet so many advocates. I answer nothing, if it be the deliberate intention to do nothing. But otherwise much is within our power. Let then the governor see that the laws are executed. Let the council displace the man who offends against their majesty. Let the courts of justice frown from their bar as unworthy to appear before them the murderer and his accomplices. Let the people declare him unworthy of their confidence who engage in such sanguinary contests. Let this be done, and should life still be taken in single combat, then the governor, the council, the court, the people, looking up to the avenger of sin, may say, "We are innocent, we are innocent." Do you ask how proof can be obtained? How can it be avoided? The parties return, hold up before our eyes the instruments of death, publish to the world the circumstances of their interview, and even, with an air of insulting triumph, boast how coolly and deliberately they proceeded in violating one of the most sacred laws of earth and heaven, Ah, ye tragic shores of Hoboken, crimsoned with the richest blood, I tremble at the crimes you record against us, the annual register of murders which you keep and send up to God. Place of inhuman cruelty, beyond the limits of reason, of duty, and of religion, where man assumes a more barbarous nature and ceases to be man. What poignant, lingering sorrows do thy lawless combats occasion to surviving relatives! Ye who have hearts of pity, ye who have experienced the anguish of dissolving friendship, who have wept and still weep over the moldering ruins of departed kindred, ye can enter into this reflection. O thou disconsolate widow, robbed, so cruelly robbed, and in so short a time, both of a husband and a son, what must be the plenitude of thy sufferings? Could we approach thee, gladly would we drop the tear of sympathy and pour into thy bleeding bosom the balm of consolation. But how could we comfort her whom God hath not comforted? To his throne let us lift up our voice and weep. O God, if thou art still the widow's husband and father of the fatherless, if in the fullness of thy goodness there be yet mercies in store for miserable mortals, pity, O pity this afflicted mother, and grant that her hapless orphans may find a friend, a benefactor, a father in thee. On this article I have done, and may God add his blessing. But I have still a claim upon your patience. I cannot here repress my feelings and thus let pass the present opportunity. How are the mighty fallen? And regardless as we are of vulgar deaths, shall not the fall of the mighty affect us? A short time since, and he who is the occasion of our sorrows was the ornament of his country. He stood on an eminence, and glory covered him. From that eminence he has fallen, suddenly, forever fallen. His intercourse with the living world is now ended, and those who would hereafter find him must seek him in the grave. There, cold and lifeless, is the heart which just now was the seat of friendship. There, dim and sightless, is the eye, whose radiant and enlivening orb beamed with intelligence, and there, closed forever, are those lips, on whose persuasive accents we have so often and so lately hung with transport. From the darkness which rests upon his tomb, there proceeds, methinks, a light in which it is clearly seen that those gaudy objects which men pursue are only phantoms. In this light how dimly shines the splendor of victory, how humble appears the majesty of grandeur. The bubble which seemed to have so much solidity has burst, and we again see that all below the sun is vanity. True, the funeral eulogy has been pronounced, the sad and solemn procession has moved, the badge of mourning has already been decreed, and presently the sculptured marble will lift up its front, proud to perpetuate the name of Hamilton, and rehearse to the passing traveler his virtues. Just tributes of respect, and to the living useful. But to him, mouldering in his narrow and humble habitation, what are they? How vain, how unavailing! Approach and behold, while I lift from his sepulchre its covering. Ye admirers of his greatness, ye emulous of his talents and his fame, approach and behold him now. How pale, how silent! No martial bands admire the adroitness of his movements, no fascinated throng weep and melt and tremble at his eloquence. Amazing change! A shroud, a coffin, a narrow, subterraneous cabin. This is all that now remains of Hamilton. And is this all that remains of him? During a life so transitory, what lasting monument, then, can our fondest hopes erect? My brethren, we stand on the borders of an awful gulf, which is swallowing up all things human. And is there amidst this universal wreck nothing stable, nothing abiding, nothing immortal, on which poor, frail, dying man can fasten? Ask the hero, ask the statesman, whose wisdom you have been accustomed to revere, and he will tell you. He will tell you, did I say? He has already told you from his deathbed, and his illumined spirit still whispers from the heavens, with well-known eloquence, the solemn admonition. Mortals hastening to the tomb, and once the companions of my pilgrimage, take warning and avoid my errors. Cultivate the virtues I have recommended. Choose the Savior I have chosen. Live disinterestedly. Live for immortality. And would you rescue anything from final disillusion, lay it up in God. Thus speaks, methinks, our deceased benefactor, and thus he acted during his last sad hours. To the exclusion of every other concern, religion now claims all his thoughts. Jesus is now his only hope. The friends of Jesus are his friends, the ministers of the altar his companions. While these intercede, he listens in awful silence, or in profound submission whispers his assent. Sensible, deeply sensible of his sins, he pleads no merit of his own. He repairs to the mercy seat and there pours out his penitential sorrows. There he solicits pardon. Heaven, it should seem, heard and pitied the suppliant's cries. Disburdened of his sorrows and looking up to God, he exclaims, "Grace, rich grace." "I have," said he, clasping his dying hands and with a faltering tongue, "I have a tender reliance on the mercy of God in Christ." In token of this reliance and as an expression of his faith, he receives the Holy Sacrament, and having done this, his mind becomes tranquil and serene. Thus he remains, thoughtful indeed, but unruffled to the last, and meets death with an air of dignified composure and with an eye directed to the heavens. This last act, more than any other, sheds glory on his character. Everything else death effaces. Religion alone abides with him on his deathbed. He dies a Christian. This is all which can be enrolled of him among the archives of eternity. This is all that can make his name great in heaven. Let not the sneering infidel persuade you that this last act of homage to the Savior resulted from an enfeebled state of mental faculties, or from perturbation occasioned by the near approach of death. No, his opinions concerning the divine mission of Jesus Christ and the validity of the Holy Scriptures had long been settled, and settled after laborious investigation and extensive and deep research. These opinions were not concealed. I knew them myself. Some of you who hear me knew them, and had his life been spared, it was his determination to have published them to the world, together with the facts and reasons on which they were founded. At a time when skepticism, shallow and superficial indeed, but depraved and malignant, is breathing forth its pestilential vapor, and polluting by its unhallowed touch everything divine and sacred, it is consoling to a devout mind to reflect that the great and the wise and the good of all ages, those superior geniuses whose splendid talents have elevated them almost above mortality, and placed them next in order to angelic natures. Yes, it is consoling to a devout mind to reflect that while dwarfish infidelity lifts up its deformed head and mocks these illustrious personages, though living in different ages, inhabiting different countries, nurtured in different schools, destined to different pursuits, and differing on various subjects, should all, as if touched with an impulse from heaven, agree to vindicate the sacredness of revelation, and present with one accord their learning, their talents, and their virtue on the gospel altar as an offering to Emmanuel. This is not exaggeration. Who was it that, overleaping the narrow bounds which had hitherto been set to the human mind, ranged abroad through the immensity of space, discovered and illustrated those laws by which the Deity unites, binds, and governs all things? Who was it, soaring into the sublime of astronomic science, numbered the stars of heaven, measured their spheres, and called them by their names? It was Newton. But Newton was a Christian. Newton, great as he was, received instruction from the lips and laid his honors at the feet of Jesus. Who was it that developed the hidden combination, the component parts of bodies? Who was it dissected the animal, examined the flower, penetrated the earth, and ranged the extent of organic nature? It was Boyle. But Boyle was a Christian. Who was it that lifted the veil which had for ages covered the intellectual world, analyzed the human mind, defined its powers, and reduced its operations to certain and fixed laws? It was Locke. But Locke, too, was a Christian. What more shall I say? For time would fail me to speak of Hale, learned in the law, of Addison, admired in the schools, of Milton, celebrated among the poets, and of Washington, immortal in the field and the cabinet. To this catalogue of professing Christians from among, if I may speak so, a higher order of beings, may now be added the name of Alexander Hamilton. A name which raises in the mind the idea of whatever is great, whatever is splendid, whatever is illustrious in human nature, and which is now added to a catalogue which might be lengthened and lengthened and lengthened, with the names of illustrious characters whose lives have blessed society, and whose works form a column high as heaven, a column of learning, of wisdom, and of greatness, which will stand to future ages, an eternal monument of the transcendent talents of the advocates of Christianity, when every fugitive leaf from the pen of the canting infidel witlings of the day shall be swept by the tide of time from the annals of the world, and buried with the names of their authors in oblivion. To conclude, how are the mighty fallen? Fallen before the desolating hand of death. Alas, the ruins of the tomb. The ruins of the tomb are an emblem of the ruins of the world. When not an individual, but a universe, already marred by sin and hastening to dissolution, shall agonize and die, directing your thoughts from the one, fix them for a moment on the other. Anticipate the concluding scene, the final catastrophe of nature, when the sign of the Son of Man shall be seen in heaven, when the Son of Man himself shall appear in the glory of his Father and send forth judgment unto victory. The fiery desolation envelops towns, palaces, and fortresses. The heavens pass away, the earth melts, and all those magnificent productions of art which ages heaped on ages have reared up are in one awful day reduced to ashes. Against the ruins of that day, as well as the ruins of the tomb which preceded it, the gospel, in the cross of its great high priest, offers you all a sanctuary secure and abiding, a sanctuary which no lapse of time nor change of circumstances can destroy. No, neither life nor death. No, neither principalities nor powers. Everything else is fugitive. Everything else is mutable. Everything else will fail you. But this, the citadel of the Christian's hopes, will never fail you. Its base is adamant. It is cemented with richest blood. The ransomed of the Lord crowd its portals. Embosomed in the dust in which it encloses, the bodies of the redeemed rest in hope. On its top dwells the church of the firstborn, who in delightful response with the angels of light chant redeeming love. Against this citadel the tempest beats, and around it the storm rages, and spends its force in vain. Immortal in its nature and incapable of change, it stands and stands firm amidst the ruins of a moldering world, and endures forever. Thither fly, ye prisoners of hope, that when earth, air, elements shall have passed away, secure of existence and felicity, you may join with saints in glory to perpetuate the song which lingered on the faltering tongue of Hamilton. Grace, rich grace. God grant us this honor. Then shall the measure of our joy be full, and to his name shall be the glory in Christ. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Collection of the Facts and Documents Relative to the Death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, continued. Extract of a letter from a respectable gentleman in Virginia, dated 16th July. Within a day or two past, a report has pervaded this part of the country, the death of General Hamilton, in a duel with Colonel Burr. The report, it is said, is too well authenticated to be doubted, though as yet I am uninformed of the particulars. Alas! And was this to be the fate of a man who would have been an honor to any country upon earth? Execrated be the custom in general, and execrated be the hand in particular that could aim the means of death under sanction of this custom at one who, when he fell, left not his equal, take him all in all, upon the surface of our globe. Alas, illustrious shade, farewell. Our country's loss in you is irreparable. Your name and well-known worth and talents operated strongly in favor to our country, even upon the ambitious designs of him who grasps in imagination the empire of the world. He knew that your sagacity and vigilance could not be deceived, and that in times of difficulty and danger, when they should be apparent, you, like Washington, would become the bulwark of our safety, that all true American hearts in such a crisis forgetting their former resentments and delusions, would be united. But now, whither are we to turn in such an event? Execrated be the hand that has robbed our country of this transcendent worth. But alas, it can never be recalled. The two letters from which the following extracts are now made were received soon after their respective dates. They have not been printed before, because as they were not designed for the public eye, they contained some passages which I thought had better be suppressed, but they are so eloquently written that I cannot refuse myself the satisfaction of presenting at least some passages from them. Extract of a letter from a gentleman in Burlington, New Jersey, dated July 16, 1804. No country ever deplored a greater man, nor did ever the tears of friendship embalm a memory so pregnant with worth and honor. Alas, how unavailing is all that admiration and gratitude, which too late would fain reanimate him from the grave. His life has long been sought for as the last sacrifice to malignant and criminal passions. Yet even in his death he presents an image of sublime heroism and virtue, terrifying to guilty minds. What indeed must be the overwhelming brightness of that character which forces the very assassins of his reputation in life to retract their calumnies and wear the ensigns of mourning? This event removes out of the way, perhaps, the only remaining obstacle to the domineering projects of Virginia. 2 men only lived in this degenerate country whose opinions and energy retarded the march of cunning ambition. They are gone. Fortunate perhaps after lives of patriotism and unceasing usefulness, not quite to have outlived the liberties of their country. I much regret that it never fell to my lot to have even seen this truly wonderful man. His qualities were such, however, as to attract the warmest personal attachments. What American, but in his admiration of the hero and statesman, will mingle sighs for Hamilton himself? But then, pleasing consolation. He's gone to virtue's rest, with all his country's wishes blessed, when spring with dewy fingers cold returns to deck his hallowed mould. She there shall dress a sweeter sod than fancy's feet have ever trod. By fairy hands his knell is rung, by forms unseen his dirge is sung. There honor comes, a pilgrim gray, to bless the turf that wraps his clay, and freedom shall awhile repair, to dwell a weeping hermit there. Collins. I can only add that here, as I suppose everywhere else, grief clouds every countenance. Extract of another from the same, dated July 20th. I cannot disburthen my heart enough to be submissive to this punishment of God upon an ungrateful land. He that ought to have been the pride and favorite of his country, as he was its soul and savior, was first smitten with the death of ingratitude, and then butchered by one of your. I am impatient and feverish with the subject. Adieu. Tribute of respect. At a special meeting of the St. Andrew's Society of the City of Albany, held at the Tontine Coffee House, July 26, 1804. Resolved unanimously, that in token of the sincere grief of the Society for the premature and untimely death of General Alexander Hamilton, and the high sense they entertain of his distinguished services to his country, as a soldier and a statesman, of the eminent virtues which adorned him as a man, a friend, and a citizen, and the high respect in which he has justly been held by our sister society of the city of New York, of which he was one of its first members, that they at every meeting of the society for 6 months shall appear with an appropriate badge of mourning. Resolved, that the Reverend John MacDonald, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Ramsay, and Dr. McClellan be a committee to prepare a respectful message of condolence to General Philip Schuyler, the venerable and afflicted father-in-law of our dear deceased brother, expressive of the sympathy of this society with him and his family in their irreparable loss, and that they convey the same in the most delicate manner to the General. General Philip Schuyler. Sir, the President and members of the St. Andrew's Society of the City of Albany beg leave with mingled sensations of grief and indignation to tender you their sincere and respectful condolence on the untimely death of Alexander Hamilton, a distinguished son of your family, an early member of the American St. Andrew Societies, and the ornament and pride of the American people. You, sir, have been long acquainted with his singular merits and with the amiable qualities of his heart. You have never ceased with candor and generosity to appreciate and respect them. But he has fallen, cruelly fallen, at a time when your age and infirmities rendered his correspondence and occasional society peculiarly desirable and soothing, and at a time when his excellent wife and his rising family, in various views, demanded his protection, his counsel, and exertion. At a time when the situation of our country seems to require his vigilance and his warning. He has fallen by the hand of a man whom his gentle and generous nature could only injure by eclipsing him, or by conscientiously attempting to counteract or defeat measures which he deemed dangerous to the community. His fall, though premature, will seal his own unspotted fame and an odium on his implacable opponent which time will not remove. The fame of Hamilton will need no protecting shield, though thousands, were it necessary, would rejoice in the office. It will continue to spread with increasing glory beyond the limits and probably beyond the duration of the government which he eminently contributed to establish. Could this society, could our country in general, devise means for mitigating the grief of a brave soldier, of a faithful and indefatigable statesman, under your present unexpected and heavy calamity, they would not be withheld. But in the bosom of an honorable and independent retirement, surrounded with a flourishing and affectionate family, and blessed with the resources of an active, capacious, and cultivated mind, we trust you will be enabled to support with dignity what you can never cease to deplore. May propitious heaven shed peculiar rays of comfort on an useful and laborious life, qualify you for the protection and consolation of the afflicted relatives of the honorable dead, and grant you a late but joyful admission to the abodes of peace and the society of the good. Signed by order and in behalf of the society at a special meeting the 26th July, 1804. John MacDonald, George Ramsay, George Person, William McClelland, Committee. Albany, July 27th. Gentlemen, my warmest and unfeigned acknowledgments are due to the President and the members of the St. Andrew's Society for the delicate and feeling manner in which they have condoled with me on the irreparable loss I have sustained in the death of a son, who had endeared himself to me by the most tender solicitude, who was the kindest and most affectionate husband to my dear and distressed daughter, who as a father unremittingly inculcated into the tender minds of his children that virtue which marked his life and that love of their Creator whom he adored. Under the pressure of so severe a calamity, the honor paid by the Society to the member of the deceased, the humane attempt to console and mitigate the heart-rending distress of an aged and feeble parent are not only soothing, but will, with resignation to the divine dispensation, impart a ray of comfort to my wounded bosom. Permit me, gentlemen, through you, to reciprocate with the utmost cordiality those affectionate wishes which have evidently emanated from the hearts of the Society, and which it has pleased them so strongly to express for me and my family. And do you, gentlemen, be pleased to accept of my best acknowledgments for the marked and polite manner in which you have conveyed the sense of the Society on this mournful event. I am, gentlemen, very respectfully, your obliged and obedient servant, Philip Schuyler. To the Reverend John MacDonald, Messrs. Ramsay, Pearson, and McClelland. The Utica Patriot. At a numerous and respectable meeting of the inhabitants of Whitestown and the vicinity, holden at the hotel in Utica on the 24th of July, 1804, the following resolutions were unanimously adopted. This meeting having heard, with inexpressible sorrow, of the death of General Hamilton, and being desirous of paying a tribute to the rare union of great virtues and transcendent talents, which have exalted and adorned his character, and believing that in the death of this great and good man our country has lost one of its greatest benefactors, and the world one of its brightest ornaments, resolved unanimously that it be recommended to the inhabitants of Whitestown and its vicinity to set apart Thursday the 26th instant as a day of public mourning for this melancholy and important event, and that there be a general suspension of business on that day, that minute guns be fired during the morning under the direction of Captain Kirkland of the artillery, and that Mr. J. H. Lothrop be requested to deliver an address suited to the occasion, at 12 o'clock on that day at the new church in Whitesboro, where our fellow citizens are requested to attend. Resolved that Mr. Jonas Platt, Mr. J. Van Rensselaer, and Mr. Garrett G. Lansing be a committee to carry the foregoing resolutions into effect. Resolved that it be recommended to our fellow citizens of Whitestown to wear crape on the left arm as mourning during 30 days. Resolved that the proceedings of this meeting, signed by the chairman and secretary, be published in the next Patriot and Columbian Gazette. B. Walker, Chairman. T. Skinner, Secretary. Whitesboro, Thursday, July 26th. In pursuance of the foregoing resolutions, all business being suspended, minute guns were fired during the morning from an adjacent eminence, and the tolling of the village bell announced the death of our beloved Hamilton. At 12 o'clock, great numbers of all classes of citizens assembled, and a procession was formed in the following order, viz. Sheriff Broadhead and his deputies, citizens, physicians, students of law, gentlemen of the bar, magistrates, orator, committee of arrangement. The procession then moved in solemn silence to the new church, where an elegant and appropriate address was delivered by John H. Lothrop, Esquire, to a large and afflicted audience. The public expressions of sorrow and respect everywhere exhibited show that the character of Hamilton is now appreciated as it deserves. Posterity, we know, will take care of his fame. A citizen. The Recorder of the Times. Democratic. Hamilton is no more. A main pillar of the state has fallen, not by the giant arm of a Samson, but by the persevering malice of the ruthless, the weak, and intriguing Saul. The most distant parts of our country have felt the shock. Hamilton was virtuous, eloquent, and brave. Envy herself drooped at the luster of his virtues. His opponents were melted by his eloquence, and his enemies confounded by his bravery. In justice he was an Aristides, in eloquence a Cicero, and an Achilles in war. An opportunity would have enabled him to have astonished the world by the splendor of his military achievements. But he has been snatched from his country in the prime of life, and has left us nothing but the remembrance of his greatness. The day which terminated his career annihilated a star of the first magnitude. General Hamilton. The corporation and citizens of Burlington, New Jersey, are respectfully invited to attend at the townhouse tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock for the purpose of uniting in some public expression of their respect for the memory of General Hamilton. James Sterling, Mayor. Friday, 20th July, 1804. In pursuance of this request, the citizens having assembled appointed the mayor, chairman, and Mr. McIlvaine, the recorder, secretary. Mr. Griffith introduced the melancholy subject in these terms. A life which was only devoted to honor and its country is no longer ours. In the meridian of his days, of his usefulness, and of his fame, Hamilton has descended to the tomb. Who can look back upon the public services and exalted virtues of the deceased without exclaiming in the anguish of despair, is he, too, numbered among the silent dead? Yes, the martial son of Washington, who shared with him the toils and dangers of a war for liberty, O pious hope, is united to him in the realms of eternal peace. That luminous and expanded mind which embraced all knowledge and was applied to the utmost good of his fellow men is fled to the spirit which gave it. Those pure and tender affections which imparted to social intercourse all that could attract and delight have disappeared. That eloquence on which a listening senate hung is forever silent. Yet these shall never be forgotten. His memory will only cease to inspire and to charm when Americans cease to honor and love the courage which achieved their independence and the wisdom which cemented their union. We are assembled for the generous purpose of uniting in the performance of some feeble expression of our gratitude, our admiration, and our grief. Alas, in our hearts only must be sought the real extent of those feelings. I forbear to speak. It is enough now to weep over the man whom history, his country, and the world shall delight to rank among the constellations of genius, virtue, and valor. The following resolution was immediately adopted. At an assembly of the citizens of Burlington in the town house on Saturday, the 21st of July, 1804, it was unanimously agreed thus publicly to express the deep affliction which the premature death of General Alexander Hamilton imparts to every bosom, to acknowledge the debt of gratitude which was due to him for a continued series of inestimable services in war and peace, to avow a conscious pride in the character of an American citizen who lived to defend, to bless, and to adorn his country, and lastly to deplore the tyranny of that custom which has suddenly borne away domestic peace and left a nation in tears. Published at the special request of the citizens, James Sterling, Chairman, Joseph McIlvaine, Secretary. End of Section 6. Section 7 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. From a Boston paper, July 26th. Tribute of respect to the memory of General Alexander Hamilton. This day the Committee of Arrangement respectfully give notice that the eulogy on the late General Alexander Hamilton will be pronounced at the Chapel Church at 12 o'clock. Those of their fellow citizens who are disposed to unite in paying this public respect to the merits and illustrious services of the deceased are requested to assemble at a quarter before 12 o'clock on the State House floor, and from thence accompany the orator to the church. By order, J. Warren, Chairman, Thursday, July 26, 1804. Attention! The Independent Cadets will assemble at Faneuil Hall this morning at 9 o'clock in uniform complete with white gaiters. The roll will be called at 9:30 precisely. William Shimon, O.S. Arrangements at the chapel. The public are respectfully informed that all the galleries and a part of the wall pews on the lower floor in the chapel will be exclusively appropriated to the ladies. The first 6 pews on the broad aisle will be reserved for the military escort, and all the remainder of the body pews on the lower floor for those who compose the procession. The forming of the procession at a quarter before 12 o'clock will be announced by the tolling of the chapel bell, which will cease as soon as the procession has entered the church. By desire of the Committee of Arrangements, Joseph May. Last tribute of respect. In willing conformity to the resolutions of the respectable body of citizens who assembled on Friday evening last, we are happy in learning that the meeting this day at the new State House will be general, that no party distinctions will appear, and that our citizens universally will adopt the recommended badge of mourning on the occasion. The acknowledged preeminent services and talents of the illustrious deceased would have called for these marks of respect for his memory, and regret for their cessation, if the example of our cities of New York, Philadelphia, Wilmington, Baltimore, etc., had not benignantly beckoned us to follow. Foremost in every good work, the citizens of Boston, in the grateful homage they are about to pay, will still evince to the world that on great occasions they ever rise superior to party impulse, that they will recognize and reverence merit, services, and patriotism wherever they may be found, and that in native independence and genuine liberality they are not inferior in any degree to the best citizens of any other portion of the continent. To those who loved and revered Washington must respect the memory of him whom Washington respected as a friend, a confidant, a counselor. Those who esteemed tried patriotism as one of the most exalted virtues must weep over the bier of the patriot without reproach, and those who knew the dangers of the tented field when independence was the stake contended for, and are not unwilling to acknowledge services which were faithful to the end, will not decline to strew roses over the grave of the soldier-citizen and citizen-soldier. The masters of such vessels as are lying at the wharves, as well as those at anchor in the harbor, will show their respect to departed merit by hoisting their colors half-mast during the solemnities of the day. Same paper, July 27th. Tribute to merit. Yesterday was the day assigned for public demonstration of the esteem and respect of the citizens of Boston for the merits and illustrious services of the late General Hamilton. At 12:30 o'clock, a procession was formed at the State House. It consisted of the Committee of Arrangements, orator, chaplain, His Honor the Lieutenant Governor, judges of the Supreme Court, foreign consuls, strangers of distinction, and citizens, and included near 1,000 persons. The procession moved through Winter and Marlborough Streets and a part of Cornhill and Court Streets to the Chapel Church, escorted by the independent cadets under the command of Major Pierce. The Throne of Grace was addressed in an appropriate prayer by the Reverend Chaplain of the House of Representatives, and an anthem suited to the occasion was sung, after which an eulogy on the character of the deceased patriot and statesman was pronounced by the Honorable Harrison G. Otis, Esquire. The Honorable Mr. King and Judge Benson of New York and the Honorable Mr. Rutledge of South Carolina were among the auditors at the chapel yesterday. Most of the public offices were closed, the flags of the shipping in the harbor were suspended at half-mast through the day, and during the moving of the procession, minute guns were fired from Fort Independence. Salem Paper. Yesterday were performed at Boston the public and solemn ceremonies of respect to the memory of General Hamilton. At 12 o'clock, a very long procession composed of the first characters of the metropolis and the vicinity moved from the State House to the Chapel Church, escorted by the independent cadets, where after a prayer by the Reverend Mr. Kirkland, in a very elevated strain of devotion, and an appropriate hymn, the Honorable Mr. Otis pronounced an eulogy on the character of the deceased. Of this composition, which was delivered with the greatest effect, we can give but a faint outline. After a pathetic exordium, in which it was observed with felicity that the sod which was still wet with our tears for Washington was now to be disturbed to receive the friend of Washington, the disciple that leaned upon his bosom, Mr. Otis presented a rapid but glowing sketch of the life of General Hamilton. With this were necessarily intervolved all the great events of our national history from the commencement of the Revolution. A forcible appeal was made to the gratitude of the nation when the audience were reminded that in addition to the many subordinate public measures of which Hamilton was the author, he first proclaimed the necessity of an amendment of the old Confederation, and that the address to the people for calling a general convention was the production of his pen. The unwearied patriotism which he displayed in promoting the adoption of the Constitution, and the immortal work written with that view, were next glanced at. The simplicity of his habits and his scanty but honest earnings on his quitting public employments were very happily contrasted with the rapacity and avarice of the generals and the financiers of the French Republic. Those unprincipled plunderers were called upon to disgorge their ill-gotten wealth, to quit their gorgeous palaces, and with shame to humble themselves before the simple tomb of Hamilton. His errors, for he was human, were also touched upon, but they were touched with the hand of a friend. The delineation of his character was executed with the skill of a master. Just praise, without the disgusting extravagance of flattery, but indeed what could be flattery of Hamilton, was bestowed with a generous liberality. In short, the performance in the whole was a most honorable testimonial of the distinguished virtues and resplendent talents of the departed patriot. This sketch, which we made from memory and under the disadvantage of an unfavorable situation in the church, will, we are sensible, convey a very inadequate idea of the merit of the composition. But we shall the less regret it, as we trust the public will soon be gratified by the perusal of the eulogy itself. Albany Gazette. In compliance with the request of the citizens of Albany, discourses were yesterday delivered in several of the churches of this city on the untimely and ever to be lamented death of General Hamilton. The concourse of people in the North Church was the most respectable and numerous ever before assembled on any occasion in this city, the death of General Washington only excepted. The Reverend Mr. Knott led their devotions, and in a discourse the most luminous and impressive, he contemplated, reviewed, and made an appropriate application of that sublime passage of Holy Writ, "The beauty of Israel is slain upon the high places. How are the mighty fallen?" From the Trenton Federalist. In the early part of last week, the man who has covered our country with mourning, Colonel Aaron Burr, passed through the state of New Jersey on his way to Philadelphia, where, we are informed, he has had the hardihood to make a public appearance by walking in the open streets in the face of day. From Amboy he was carried by some friend to Cranberry, and thence conveyed in a light wagon, crossing the Delaware at Lamberton Ferry, to Bristol in Pennsylvania. Stopping at a tavern a few miles beyond the Delaware, he was recognized by the honest landlord, who, unapprised of the desire of concealment, called him by his proper name. On this, he requested the landlord no more to make use of his name while he stayed at the house. These things we are enabled to state as unquestionably true in consequence of the correctness of the source from which we received them. How degrading to the majesty of our government that its second officer should thus be under the real or fancied necessity of traveling with studied privacy, through by-roads, and in unusual vehicles. It becomes the man, however, who has extinguished the bright constellation of genius and worth, himself to walk in darkness and obscurity. It manifests some deference to public opinion and the energy of the laws. Whether the arm of justice would have been raised to stop him in his course, we know not. Nor know we whether any measures will be taken to wash out the precious blood which stains the shores of Jersey. The path of duty we apprehend is plain. It is well known by him to whom is entrusted the dignity of the state, and if we are to rely on general promises of official faithfulness, he will follow it. The honor of New Jersey demands that its shores should no longer be made places of butchery for the inhabitants of New York and Pennsylvania. The Balance. The heart of Croswell vents its grief in the following pathetic strain. A tribute. From the editor of this paper, something more is due to the departed Hamilton than common panegyric and general encomium. This a whole nation is bound to bestow. This not a citizen of America seems disposed to withhold. But to me he once rendered unequaled service, apart from that rendered to his country generally. In my defense and in defense of the American press he once exerted his unrivaled eloquence. In my cause this greatest of men made his mightiest effort, an effort which might have palsied the uplifted hand of power, an effort which might have carried terror to the bosom of a tyrant. For this service, voluntarily rendered, I owed him a debt of gratitude which never could be cancelled, never diminished. But by offering my feeble aid to the support of principles which he advocated, I hoped at least to show my sense of the obligation under which I was laid, by his disinterested exertions. Alas, he is gone, and I have only returned him the professions of my gratitude. But his fame is left. Dear as my blood, my life shall be devoted to its protection. New England Republican. Several editorial paragraphs and articles of news are omitted this week to give place to the correspondence which preceded and terminated in the death of General Alexander Hamilton. His funeral rites, performed on Saturday the 14th instant with every possible solemnity, do much honor to the citizens of New York. All know the cause of his death, and all will bear it in mind. Let the citizens of these states forever remember that his life was devoted to their service. Let them remember that it was through anxiety for their welfare that he gave the offense which was the cause of his death. He saw himself under the necessity of either permitting them to be deceived by professions which he suspected to be false, or in cautioning them against their danger, of giving offense to their enemies. He did not hesitate for a moment. He cannot be suspected of being influenced by party animosity, nor of seeking promotion on the ruin of his adversary. He was then a private citizen, and his determination to remain so was unchanged. Seeing with concern the intrigues of men whose views he could not justify, in the frankness of his heart he uttered his fears, and for this generous indiscretion he lost his life. Yet the cause of his death must not be sought for here only, but in that pride which could not brook a superior, that envy which sickened at his fame, that ambition which maddened with impediments, that spirit of revenge which counted not the price of its gratification. The hand raised against him was moved by a heart which never melted at his eloquence, and directed by an eye which lowered upon his excellence. Hamilton did not die by the hand of a Brutus. He commanded no power but the mild influence of his character. He headed no army but the pacific legions of his virtues. He had never subjugated his country, nor by his approach to absolute power invited the offer of a crown. Yet he was branded a Caesar. His death was not the consequence of a recent offense. It had long been desired, and a pretext long sought for. When Washington invited him to his confidence, when he conferred upon him marks of his esteem as he delighted to do, the heart which moved the hand against him sunk in envy. Alas, that private hatred should be able to deprive the world of such a mind as his, such a rare versatility of talents, such a group of mild virtues. Those who had before condemned the practice of dueling as inconsistent with religion and the laws of the land will now have an additional reason for their disapprobation. It has deprived his family of a husband and father, his friends of a cheerful companion, his profession of its proudest boast, society of a benevolent and active member, his country of her bravest champion, and the world of an honest man. All this mischief was the work of private revenge. Newport Mercury. As the public appear to be highly interested in the melancholy death of that eminently distinguished patriot and soldier, General Alexander Hamilton, we have appropriated a large proportion of this day's paper to the publication of those arrangements made in New York for his solemn interment, and for the general expression of that sorrow which appears to have pervaded all ranks and parties in the city. Want of room prevents our publishing the correspondence between General Hamilton and Colonel Burr before next week, when the public shall be gratified by a perusal of all the communications on this subject, by which it will very evidently appear that there existed in the mind of Colonel Burr a predetermined hostility and inveteracy of design which no language could assuage, no honorable concession could appease. Although we explicitly condemn the barbarous and unchristian custom of dueling, so shamefully prevalent in our country, yet it affords us much satisfaction under this great national calamity to ascertain the pleasing fact that General Hamilton, with extreme reluctance only, under what he honestly conceived imperious necessity, was induced to waive his conscientious scruples against this unequal mode of terminating disputes, and that such was his conduct during the last solemn scene of his life as to induce a belief that he died at peace with the world and reconciled in sacred love to his God. 'Tis just to give applause where 'tis deserved. His virtues sure have stood the test of fortune. Like purest gold that tortured in the furnace comes out more bright and brings forth all its weight. How does the luster of this great man's actions, through the dark cloud of ills that covered him, break forth and shine with more triumphant brightness. The Connecticut Gazette. At Philadelphia, Boston, and other places we perceive that tributes of great respect are paid to the memory of the beloved and lamented Hamilton. An eulogy is to be delivered by Harrison G. Otis, Esquire, at Boston, and the citizens are recommended to wear crape for 30 days. The citizens of Philadelphia assembled and passed several resolves honorary to the deceased, predicated on the following: that a national tribute of respect to the memory of departed heroes and statesmen not only excites an emulation of their glorious example, but constitutes the purest reward of their toils and their virtues, and that such a tribute is justly due to the memory of Alexander Hamilton. The bells were tolled, the colors of the vessels were displayed half-mast, and the citizens were requested to wear crape on the left arm for 30 days. As General Hamilton, in point of national services, stood among the first of those worthies who achieved our independence, and contributed probably more than any other man to the adoption of our excellent Constitution, his death at any time would have caused a general grief, but the premature and tragic manner in which he was torn from us has justly excited a national feeling of sorrow and indignation, honorable to our national character, and to the memory of the deceased. The loss of so many talents and integrity at this time is no common deprivation. Every citizen has lost a friend, and every honorable man a brother. Consulting the sentiments and feeling of the public, we have appropriated a considerable portion of our paper to this interesting subject, and doubt not the approbation of our readers. The Norfolk Ledger. Let us mourn the good, the wise, the patriotic Alexander Hamilton, whose whole life was devoted to the service of man, from the exercise of whose talents this country has derived benefits of the most incalculable magnitude. His arm was exerted for our independence, his science in framing our Constitution, his eloquence in attaining its adoption, his knowledge in originating our finance. And those blessings which he had so eminently contributed to obtain, he has ever shown himself the most forward to defend and ensure. This great and virtuous man, who was the unchanging friend of his country, who was the invaluable friend of Washington, died on Thursday, July 12, 1804, at the house of William Bayard, Esquire, at Greenwich, in consequence of a wound received from the Vice President of the United States. His memory will be embalmed with the tears of a nation. Same paper. Our country has never felt so severely the dreadful effects of dueling as it is likely to experience in that which we are about to announce. General Hamilton, a man deservedly dear to every worthy citizen of the United States, a man from whom this country has derived benefits more extensive and important than have been conferred upon her by any other man now living, a man who, viewed in the various relations of scholar, lawyer, soldier, statesman, and citizen, shone with unrivaled splendor, a man whose loss must fill every virtuous mind with the deepest regret, was on the 11th instant at Hoboken in Jersey wounded mortally in a duel with Colonel Burr, Vice President of the United States. Portsmouth Oracle. Deep lamentation. Died at New York on the afternoon of Thursday last, General Alexander Hamilton, of a wound which he received on the morning of the preceding day in a duel with Colonel Burr. Never was a death more sincerely and justly lamented, and his loss will be sensibly felt throughout the United States. In him were united the most splendid talents and the strictest political integrity. There was no man more universally beloved by those who knew him, and in whom such unbounded confidence was placed. When the feelings of the public shall in some measure have subsided, we shall probably present to our readers a correct statement of the circumstances which produced this melancholy event, together with a tribute of respect to the unequaled talents and virtues of that great and illustrious character. Albany Sentinel. A numerous and respectable meeting of merchants and other citizens of Albany convened at the City Hall of said city on Friday last at 6 o'clock in the evening, pursuant to public notice, in order to unite in expressing their sorrow and regret at the loss our country has suffered in the death of its first citizen, Alexander Hamilton. This meeting being opened, the letter from the Right Reverend Bishop Moore to the editor of the Evening Post was read, by particular request, and received with a solemn attention and highly grateful sensations, when the following determinations were adopted. We, the merchants and other citizens of Albany, impressed with a just sense of the merit attached to the character of Alexander Hamilton by his distinguished military services during the late Revolutionary War, his eminent display of talents and services as a statesman, and his exalted principles of honor and integrity, do feel a deep sense of sorrow and regret at the untimely death of that truly great man, and we do unanimously agree to wear a band of crape around the arm for the space of 6 weeks, as a testimonial of veneration and esteem for departed merit, and as a badge of mourning for the loss experienced by our country in the death of so invaluable a citizen. And we do further agree that the clergy of the several denominations in this city be waited upon, in behalf of this meeting, and requested to preach a sermon in their respective churches appropriate to the solemn occasion. At a meeting of the gentlemen of the bar of this city, it was unanimously agreed to wear crape for 6 weeks as a testimonial of their veneration and esteem for the talents and virtues of General Hamilton, and of the deep regret with which they deplore his death. At a meeting of the students at law of the city of Albany on the 20th of July, 1804, on the occasion of the death of the late Alexander Hamilton, Elijah Thomas in the chair, resolved unanimously that this meeting entertain the highest veneration for the character and a lively and sacred respect for the memory of the late Alexander Hamilton, and that in testimony of their sorrow for his untimely death, they will wear crape on the left arm for 6 weeks. Tunis Van Vechten, Secretary. Lansingburg Gazette. How sleep the brave? They sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blessed. Tribute of respect. The citizens of Lansingburg and Waterford, having received the melancholy intelligence of the death of General Alexander Hamilton, met at Johnson's Hotel on Wednesday last in order to adopt some suitable method of expressing their deep regret for his loss and the high esteem and veneration which they entertain for his character. Cornelius Lansing, Esquire, in the chair, and John T. Close, Secretary. After some prefatory remarks by David Allen Esquire, in which the virtues of the deceased general were feelingly and impressively portrayed, the following resolutions were unanimously adopted. Resolved, that this meeting do participate with their fellow citizens elsewhere in a due sense of the irreparable loss this state and the United States have sustained in the death of General Alexander Hamilton, whose unrivaled talents, distinguished patriotism, eminent services, and unsullied honor rendered him the ornament of his country. Resolved also that as a testament of their respect to his memory, they will wear a crape on the left arm for the space of 30 days. Resolved also that a committee be appointed to wait on the Reverend Samuel Blatchford, pastor of the United Congregations of Lansingburgh and Waterford, and request him to deliver a sermon appropriate to the mournful occasion on Sunday next. And that Elijah Janes, Moses Scott, and David Allen Esquires be that committee. John T. Close, Secretary. Northern Budget. At a general meeting of the inhabitants of the village of Troy at Titus's Inn on the evening of 17th July, 1804, resolved unanimously that the death of General Alexander Hamilton, whose unrivaled talents and unsullied integrity have exalted him above the reach of eulogium, is an event to be deplored by all who admire intelligence or venerate worth. 2. That as a testimony of the regret felt by this meeting for the loss of a fellow citizen so amiable and illustrious, and whose death afflicts America and humanity, they will wear crape on the left arm for 30 days. 3. That a committee composed of N. Schuyler, William M. Bliss, and J. Osborne Esquires wait on the Reverend Jonas Coe and request him to deliver a discourse on the next Sabbath adapted to this solemn occasion. Derrick Lane, Chairman. Jeremiah Osborne, Secretary. Agreeably to the request contained in the above resolution, Mr. Coe delivered on Sunday afternoon a discourse well adapted to the melancholy occasion from 2 Samuel, 3rd chapter, and part of the 34th verse. As a man falleth before wicked men, so fallest thou. And all the people wept for him. The gloom depicted on the countenance of a very numerous audience testified the general regret which was excited by the loss of a citizen so eminently useful and honorary to our country. The B. Democratic. The death of General Hamilton has given his political adversaries, the Republicans, an opportunity of displaying a liberality and magnanimity we in vain look for to the Federalists. Laying aside the animosity entertained against his political principles and regarding only his unparalleled talents and accomplishments, the public bodies who have taken up the subject, though composed of Republican and Federal members, have unanimously joined in paying the tribute of respect to his memory. But eminent abilities and integrity are not the peculiar characteristics of contending parties, and when so great a man as Alexander Hamilton is suddenly taken off the stage of public action, we should let the good they do live after them. Testimony of respect. At a meeting of the inhabitants of the village of Allentown in the state of New Jersey and its vicinity, agreeably to public notice, for the purpose of mutual sympathy and condolence, under the calamity which their country sustains in the distressing and untimely death of her admired and beloved fellow citizen, General Alexander Hamilton, and for the purpose also of uniting in their humble but sincere and respectful tribute of admiration and gratitude, so justly due to his memory, his preeminent talents, his great and important services as a citizen and soldier, and his many and distinguished virtues. Captain James Brewer was chosen chairman and James H. Imlay secretary, when the following resolutions were unanimously adopted. First, resolved that the great and distinguished services and talents, the many and eminent virtues of the late General Alexander Hamilton, have a just claim to the grateful acknowledgment, the high veneration, and the everlasting remembrance and esteem of his fellow citizens. Second, that however questionable may be the correctness of the judgment of the illustrious deceased, in acceding to the interview which led to his afflictive and premature death, we cannot but admire the purity of his motives and the magnanimity of his conduct, and it is with regret at a catastrophe so sad and disastrous, the manner whereof adds accumulated woe to the bitterness of grief, we find ourselves constrained to declare that there appears no cause for the like admiration of the conduct of his adversary, nor any circumstances connected with that conduct which in any degree alleviate our sorrow or palliate so ruthless and vindictive a measure. Third, that in this afflicting dispensation of Providence, under which our country now mourns, in taking from us our second father, General Alexander Hamilton, the intrepid son and companion of our beloved and venerated Washington, in all the toils and dangers of the Revolutionary War, and his faithful and confidential friend and counsel in the organization and administration of the general government, we acknowledge the goodness of heaven in so far prolonging his life as to have afforded him the opportunity to declare his unequivocal disapprobation of the barbarous practice of dueling, and withal to seal and confirm with his dying breath his belief in the essential doctrines of our holy religion, thereby enabling him to his other excellencies of character to add the exalted character of a Christian. So that as he was in life, ambitious only of doing good, and promoting the true and substantial interests of his country, in his death it has been his distinguished fortune and felicity alike to subserve this important and desirable object. For himself he had lived enough to honor and glory. For his country, if her wishes and prayers had prevailed, he had ever lived, while superior talents, inflexible integrity, and distinguished virtue are estimable in society, nor had he fallen by the ruthless hand of violence and premeditated revenge. Fourth, that the Reverend Mr. Cornell be requested to prepare and deliver a funeral discourse commemorative of his memory and services, exposing the evils of the pernicious custom of dueling, and enforcing also the useful and salutary evidence which the enlightened and comprehensive mind of the deceased hath given of the truth of the Christian religion. Fifth, that a copy of the proceedings of this meeting, signed by the chairman and attested by the secretary, be published in one or both of the newspapers of Trenton. James Brewer, chairman. James H. Imlay, secretary. Allentown, New Jersey, August 11th, 1804. End of section 7. Section 8 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, continued. Trenton City Hotel, September 5th, 1804. At a meeting of the sergeants, counselors, attorneys, and solicitors of the New Jersey Bar, at the first term of the Supreme Court since the ever-to-be lamented fate of General Alexander Hamilton, Aaron D. Woodruff, Esquire, Attorney General, was called to the chair, and Jonathan Ray, Esquire, appointed secretary. Whereupon it was proposed, and by the members of the bar unanimously agreed, in this public manner to join their fellow citizens throughout the United States in expressing their deep and most unfeigned grief for the premature death of that unrivaled man. Sensible that no language of theirs could comprehend his various talents and illustrious actions, and tenderly attached to his well-earned fame, they will not diminish its luster by inadequate conceptions. In common with the American people, they only unite to publish what they feel, that the pride and the hope of their country is forever lost. This poor and formal tribute to his memory is all that, as a profession, they can bestow. But in each heart there is erected to him a monument, inscribed with perpetual admiration and affection. Published by direction of the New Jersey Bar, A. D. Woodruff, Chairman, J. Ray, Secretary. From the Charleston Courier. It may perhaps have occasioned some surprise that we should have hitherto said so little on a subject so deeply affecting to America, and so universally lamented as the death of General Hamilton. It might have been expected that we, whose political sentiments were so nearly allied to those of that great man, should not be silent on his loss, while every paper on the continent teemed with panegyric, of one kind or another, on the splendor of his talents and the brilliancy of his virtues. The tribute which enmity itself refuses to the living is very rarely withheld from the dead, for thank God the cases are but few in which the human heart is not true to itself. That panegyric should be found most sparing where admiration and respect may have been conceived to be most abundant. will perhaps surprise, but can surprise only those who have not very deeply considered the workings of the soul of man in its strongest emotions. That the illustrious personage at present in contemplation was far beyond the reach of any praise, few will refuse to allow. In that just humility which a sense of the magnitude of the subject, veneration for the man, and the consciousness of our incapacity inspired, we could not cast a glance at an attempt to delineate such excellence without drawing back from it with awe, with fear. Standing in this posture, however, we have had ample occasion to rejoice that the abstinence which arose from instinctive impulse was as correct as if it had been the result of cool reason and reflection, since the praise of friends so much better qualified for the office than we presume to be, would have thrown our attempts into the shade, and the panegyric of candid men who were his political enemies when he lived far transcend all that we could hope to offer. The overflowings of our hearts might be taken for the studied panegyric of the partisan, but the praise of generous adversaries carries the stamp of truth upon its face, and has the passport of sincerity to every heart. We could not be wrong in abstaining from an attempt which would put the eloquence of a Fletcher, a Mascaron, a Bousset, or a Burke to hard trial, and which is yet performed to greater effect by the sincerity of honest adversaries than it could by all the eloquence of those great men united, if they were all living, and were, as such men certainly would be, the friends and enthusiastic admirers of General Hamilton. Among those who have done honor to themselves, and indeed to our common nature, by doing justice to General Hamilton, though opposed to his politics, Mr. Cheatham of New York stands eminently foremost. His eulogy upon that illustrious personage is highly creditable to his understanding, and still more creditable to his heart. Rarely have we read a more affecting piece of eloquence. It breathes truth and sincerity in every line. In it the heart is presented to view, as it were, breathless and panting, bursting through the fetters of political prejudice, standing forth to the light of day and desiring to be understood. Gracious God, how lovely is truth! How eloquent does virtue make men! How dignified the attitude in which Mr. Cheatham stands in that honest effusion, and how much more dignified when contrasted with that savage part which he deprecates, which he trusts there is no man capable of acting, but which we, from the very beginning, expected with something approaching to certainty would be acted, and which now impudently and ignominiously stares the world in the face. Perhaps no illustrious personage, ancient or modern, has ever had a more glorious monument heaped upon his ashes than General Hamilton has received from the concurrent testimony of all parties and all characters and descriptions of men in America. His friends and fellow citizens are inconsolable. The worthy men of his adversaries pour forth the voluntary tribute of regret for his death and panegyric on his life, and the finishing polish, the most brilliant luster, is given to the whole by the malignity of those biped hyenas, who, as they thirst for the blood of the living, hunger for the flesh of the dead, and purvey for their ravening maws from the recesses of the sepulchre. The time has been when to speak irreverently of the mighty dead would be looked upon as worse than sacrilege, and when the wretch who carried his animosity beyond the grave would be hunted down as an alien and enemy to the human race. But the moral world has undergone an earthquake shock, in which the hearts of some have been cast out of their bodies, and cinders raked from the fires of hell put into their place. What Burke said of the Jacobins and revolutionists of Europe may on this occasion be applied to the Jacobins of America. They have tigers to fall upon animated strength. They have hyenas to prey upon dead carcasses. The national menagerie is collected by the first physiologists of the time, and it is defective in no description of savage nature. Neither sex nor age, not the sanctuary of the tomb is sacred to them, and they deny even to the departed the sad immunities of the grave. If all revolutionists, continues he, were not proof against all caution, I should recommend it to their consideration that no persons were ever known in history, sacred or profane, to vex the sepulchre, and by their sorceries to call up the prophetic dead with any other event than the prediction of their own disastrous fate. Leave me, oh, leave me to repose. With the sentiments of Mr. Cheatham respecting the person who terminated the existence of General Hamilton, we must completely concur. To publish our opinions upon that subject and that person while he lies under the cloud of unacquitted homicide would be injustice, and look like a desire to inflame the minds of those who must hereafter try him, if there be law in this country. But it may be worthwhile to ask whether the chief magistracy of a country can consistently with law, reason, justice, religion, morality, or common sense remain deposited in hands imbrued in the blood of a fellow citizen. Much as we admired General Hamilton, and ardently as we wished to see the magistracy of the potent yet gentle grasp of his mighty mind, we would have written every pen we have to the stump to keep him forever from an office of which he would have been morally unfit, if he had in cold-blooded, deliberate malice taken the life of any citizen, even of Colonel Burr. As for this last-mentioned gentleman, he may say in the words of Richard, "Why now my golden dream is out." But so far, unlike Richard, he has lost the bright reward of daring minds forever. Readers, whatever your political opinions may be, preserve your morals unstained, your hearts unvitiated by malice. What a frightful wreck that man presents to the moral eye who has silenced the cries of conscience and stopped the throbs of humanity within his bosom. Certain false and malicious observations upon General Hamilton since his death, disseminated through the papers of America, will show you. Reflect upon them with abhorrence. And as on one hand I conjure you, without reference to political opinions, to applaud Mr. Cheatham for his worthy sentiments, so I beseech you to avert your eyes from the hideous spectacle presented by others, and condemn, but do not curse them. Aspicimus populus, quorum non sufficit ire, occidisse alciam, sed pectora brachia vultum. Crederint genus esse sibi. Juvenal, 15th Saturday. An impious crew we have beheld, whose rage their enemies' very life could not assuage, unless the banquet on the wretch they slew devour the corpse and lick the blood they drew. Dryden's Juvenal. Same paper. As we are this day called upon, not less by inclination than duty and gratitude, to offer the last public mark of our respect to General Hamilton, it may not be amiss to say a few words respecting that illustrious personage. If we make a fair estimate of the value of those great men who have distinguished themselves in this most important era of the history of man, and judge of the services they would hereafter confer by those they have already rendered to the States, we must consider the death of General Hamilton as the greatest loss, not only which the country has hitherto sustained, but far greater than it is possible for it to sustain at this time, by the death of any single individual. The reverence due to the great champion of our freedom and founder of our national independence, Washington, may perhaps give occasion to some people to start with surprise at a position of such wide and sweeping comprehension as to the past, while on the other hand there will not be wanting those who, taking their opinions rather from the muddy green-mantled pool of party prejudice and rancorous faction than from the pure fountain of wisdom, distributive justice, and truth, will not only question but condemn it. To the former, whose noble and disinterested sentiments of gratitude for a deceased benefactor we bow with respect, but not in this instance with implicit acquiescence. We say that the great and glorious being they revere, not more than we do, had accomplished the object of his mission and fell into the grave by the ordinary visitation of heaven, ripe in old age and full of honors, venerable with the hoar of many years, and covered with the blessings of a grateful people. He had lived long enough to do all which the wisdom, the valor, and the virtue of one man could do for his country, and he died time enough to escape that mortifying condition of life in which the canker of existence and decrepitude eats away the hoarded frame of vigorous manhood, and the trunk, leafless, bare, stripped of its verdant honors, or perhaps thunderstruck at the head, bears melancholy testimony of its past grandeur only by the contrast of its present decay. To wish that Washington were immortal would be impious even for Americans. To wish him to live till the rose was withered on the branch and breathed no smell would be ungrateful. And here lies the consolation of us all, who with our posterity must remain the indefeasible grantees and debtors of the powers of Washington for all we possess. That though his death, let it happen when it would, must have shocked us like some of those natural convulsions which overwhelm our minds with horror while they spare ourselves, yet now that it has pleased God so to will it that he is gone, we must recollect that he might, in common with some of the greatest men that ever existed, have extended the duration of his life beyond that of his powers, and ere he died wanted strength to sustain the weight of such a world of dignity and glory as fortune, for that one occasion, conspiring with supreme virtues and talents, and the best of causes, had laid upon his Atlantean shoulders. The state of Hamilton was different. A colossus of might he stood, the American Commonwealth on his shoulders, with one foot in the vigor of manhood and the other in the counsel of ripened years. Whatever services he had done to his country, the growth of his talents and the mediocrity of his time of life, gave ample hope that he would have done much more. Far from beginning to dwindle, the fruit was not yet at full melioration, and its promised growth and perfection was, to the discerning eye, greater than the past. Superlatively great as he was in retrospect, the eye to which God gives to look into the womb of time could perceive him greater in perspective, and the genius of America, if its splendor, glory, and felicity were her aim, could only have wished that Hamilton were to live, and that an occasion should offer in which, as has sometimes happened, the nation could be exalted to the highest supremacy of glory by the virtues and talents of one individual. What did Hamilton want of the essential constituents of a great man? Who is there in the ancient or modern world that, taking in the whole round of human perfections and moral and patriotic virtues, has surpassed him? And which of the great men who have passed in review before us over the field of history, whose virtues have suffered so little diminution from an alloy, the vices that cling to humanity? We believe none. With the thunder of Demosthenes, the splendor of Cicero, and the patriotic fervor of both, he exhausted his last breath in the service of his country. But unlike the former, the luster of his mental endowments was not stained by cowardice or effeminacy. No Cheronia witnessed the pusillanimous flight of our American orator. No Trazine or Aegina bore testimony to his slothfulness or unmanly indulgence. Nor did he, like the latter, make himself the prominent figure in his own eloquence, or diminish the value of his services by unreasonable or arrogant expectations. As brave and in sentiment and design as exalted as the Macedonian Alexander, he was least in his own opinion, exempt from arrogance or pride, and unstained by complexional despotism. With the universal genius of Caesar and clemency as signal but more sincere, no alloy of ambition cheapened the composition of his heart. He abhorred a tyrant as much as Brutus, but he abhorred the use of the poniard more. He was as Cato, just, but unlike Cato, he was severe only to himself, and that mercy which a just sense of the common infirmity of man's nature never fails to infuse into great minds, tempered down to forgiveness his judgments upon every being and every occasion but himself and his own conduct. It is found to be almost beyond the lot of human nature to display any great quality of heart or mind without some counterbalance, some discoloration of infirmity. If we look to the life of this illustrious personage, we shall find more to praise and less to condemn than in almost any other person who has made so distinguished a figure. Men of such stupendous powers, even as his enemies allow he possessed, have seldom been found unadulterated with some foible, some vice, or some oddity, which have detracted from their own general merits, and poisoned or at least diminished the enjoyments of those about him. Johnson was rude, overbearing, and insufferable to all, and they were but few who levelled with him, unless they had the misfortune to deserve from his pity what they could not obtain from his politeness. Newton was absent and enveloped from society in clouds of abstraction. Swift was furious, sneering, harsh, and fastidious. The elder Pitt was, from excessive capricious passion, at times the curse of his house. In short, if we examine the lives of almost all great men, we shall find them frail, feeble, and extravagant, odd and capricious in some points in proportion to the magnitude of their powers and perfections, and the splendor of their talents in others. Not so our illustrious warrior and statesman Hamilton. High in science, he displayed it not unnecessarily, and when he did, disclosed it with such humility and diffidence, as if he felt his superiority to be only an adventitious circumstance, for which it was his duty rather to be humbly thankful to God who gave it, than proudly overbearing to his creatures. And as if he considered the talents he possessed the property of his fellow citizens, confided by the giver of all to his care, to be dealt out to them not as his own and as a favor, but as their property, deposited in his keeping for their use. In the pursuits of an arduous and abstruse professional science, he never suffered himself to be caught napping in the contemptuous affection of absence, or bewildered in real or pretended abstraction. Never was found peevish from interruption, hasty from opposition, or supercilious from consciousness of superiority. The friend, the fellow citizen, the stranger who approached him, found the same serene equanimity and suavity at all times portrayed in his manners, beaming from his countenance and dropping from his lips. Those lips on which the bees of Hybla perched while he was yet cradled. Wife, children, friends, domestics, dependents were made by the sweetness, the tender humility, the wise playfulness, and the eternally unruffled cheerfulness of the man, to forget what everyone else knew, namely, that they were then in contact with one of the greatest of mankind. He lived, and as he lived he died, a creature of the public, devoted to its service. No man was more teemingly filled with that enthusiasm which distinguished the Roman breast and animated the heroes of that republic to the performance and achievements which we contemplate at this day with astonishment, doubt, and admiration. With that patriotic enthusiasm which glowed in the bosom of Curtius, of Regulus, and of the Decii, and impelled them to devote their lives a willing sacrifice to the good of their country. Indeed, it is hard to tell which was most conspicuous in this extraordinary man, the splendor and usefulness of his public talents, or the happy effects of his private virtues. Energetic, disinterested, perspicacious, penetrating, strenuous, and intrepid, he discharged his public functions with unrivaled greatness and without ostentation. Mild, gentle, affable, sincere, unassuming, full of simple grace and natural dignity, he was unsurpassed in the discharge of the social duties, in every relation of domestic life, insomuch that those who only heard his eloquence at the bar, or at the public tribunals, or saw his deeds of enterprise as a soldier, would conclude he was born for that particular situation alone, while those who witnessed his life at the hearth would swear that to plunge him in the storms of public contention was to misapply the man, and to rob private society of one of its brightest ornaments and greatest blessings. We will not break in upon the sanctity of this hallowed day, (Footnote: the day devoted to a public testimonial of respect for Hamilton's memory by the citizens of Charleston), with any observations unworthy of the occasion, or contradictory to the spirit of mildness, meekness, charity, and Christian benevolence which was the soul of the inimitable Hamilton. We will only say, Americans, you have lost your champion, your counselor, and your guide. The ornament of your country is destroyed, the luster of your state is extinguished. The head that guided your guides, that clearest head that ever conceived, and that sweetest tongue that ever uttered the dictates of wisdom, which confounded your foes and enlightened your counsels, is now mouldering to clay. That arm which from youth to death was ready raised to fall upon and crush the heads of your enemies, is now melting to a clod of the valley. And that heart which braved and fluttered even Britons, when Britons were your foes, which now poured forth its might in a torrent of terror upon armed hosts, and again flowed in heavenly mercy to the conquered and prostrate, is by the hand of hatred and ruthless vengeance given to the worms. Yes, Hamilton is gone, forever gone. No more shall his valor and military virtues flash confusion in the face of your enemies. No more his sagacious and perspective wisdom guide your counsels. To you all those blessings are lost. From you they are outrageously torn. Yet, fellow citizens, profit by his death as you have profited by his life. Let it awaken you from that drunken dream in which you have wasted away your honor, your morals, and your religion, and alas, given to the grave, sent to eternity for a mere temporary offense, so many of your fellow creatures. Fellow citizens, let it produce in your hearts a wholesome horror of deeds of blood, and let it open every channel of your souls, while in sincerity we pour into them this undeniable truth, that killing by duel is inexpiable murder, against condemnation for which no worldly custom, no fashionable habit will be allowed by God as a plea in bar. That to take the life of another on any account but real self-defense is a crime to which God, being all just, cannot extend mercy. That you deceive yourselves when you imagine a weapon leveled at you by mutual agreement with an antagonist affords the plea of self-defense, for that on the contrary it enhances the damnable crime of murder by the still more damnable, if more damnable were possible, crime of suicide. It is no time to palter with this great moral question now, when such examples are before us. The legislators who do not oppose terrible penal laws to the perpetuation of murder by duel are accessories before the fact to those who commit that crime. And those who would not execute the laws if made and terrify the community from such a crime by repeated victims would be in fact murderers themselves. Devote this day to pious contemplation suitable to the melancholy event. Let your contemplation bring forth fruits of amendment, and let Hamilton be your example in everything but the mode of his death. Same paper. The universal shock which the death of General Hamilton has given to this country from one end to the other sufficiently denotes the sense entertained of his extraordinary merits and greatness, of the services he had done, and the services expected from him. The full extent and magnitude of the loss sustained by his death few optics are able to measure, and none can imagine. But those who are capable of knowing how much the wisdom of one man may do for a nation, or even for the good of the whole world, and who at the same time know the almost unfathomable depth of that great man's mind. It seems, however, as if it were ordained by heaven that nothing belonging to him should be useless to his country and his fellow creatures, since even that most dreadful calamity, his death, is likely in one respect to be beneficial to them. It has roused and set in motion the almost extinguished sense of humanity, which once rendered the murder of a fellow creature a subject of unutterably horrible contemplation. Dueling is now looked upon with something like the detestation it deserves, and will in all probability be put not only under the anathema of the general heart and mind of the country, but under the heavy penalty of the law. If those vices are most dangerous to society which assume the exterior appearance of excellence and simulate virtue, dueling ought to be treated with greater rigor than common murder, since it carries with it circumstances which to young, to light, and to superficial minds, and above all to the boastful and vainglorious fool, render it so seductive as to overcome all scruples of conscience, all feeling for a fellow creature, all sense of duty to God, and what with some wretches is more extraordinary, all sense of their own danger. For these reasons, and since the voice of all mankind is already raised with just and unmitigated abhorrence and vengeance against the perpetrator of every other mode or species of murder, the law should assume an aspect of tenfold terror to the duellist, and put him by a deep, strongly written, black, unalterable letter out of the pale of human mercy, and offer him up an expiatory sacrifice for the many thousands of murders which cry to heaven for vengeance on the country that suffered such deeds to be done, and let its laws lie passive. When by just vengeance guilty mortals perish, the gods behold their punishment with pleasure, and lay the uplifted thunderbolt aside. Addison. Exclusive of the sin of murder, dueling has other ruinous circumstances attending it. Ruinous to the prosperity and peace of whole families, ruinous to the morals, well-being, and peace of society, and ruinous to the common weal, as being often the instrumental agent of faction and corrupting the very first principle of our constitutional freedom, and destroying the freedom of election. The foregoing elegant productions from the Charleston Courier, containing many striking, correct, and original observations, are from the warm heart and clear head of Mr. S. Cullen Carpenter, editor of that paper, a gentleman whose pen has justly gained him celebrity throughout the United States. It was his happiness personally to know him whose virtues and transcendent talents he has here so eloquently described. The following elegant and pathetic effusion is from the pen of Mr. Lathrop, editor of the Utica Patriot. Death of General Hamilton. When the bright guardians of a country die, the grateful tear in tenderness will start, and the keen anguish of a reddening eye disclose the deep afflictions of the heart. To swell the sable triumphs of the tomb, the great destroyer, in pointing his shaft at Hamilton, has selected a victim of no ordinary value. He has not only taken from the bosom of a beloved family its solace and support, from the circle of his immediate friends its pride and ornament, from the forum its most distinguished advocate, from society an eminent and useful citizen, but from his country he has taken its ablest statesman, its warmest patriot, its great benefactor. With talents of a superior order, the choicest in nature's gift, improved by an elegant and refined education, strengthened by intense and laborious application, directed to usefulness by a steady love of justice and an undeviating adherence to the cause of truth, as a soldier, a statesman, a public advocate, a warm friend and zealous guardian of the liberties of his country, the invaluable life of this distinguished citizen has been spent with increasing glory to himself and incalculable usefulness to his country. As a member of the family of the illustrious Washington, as his companion in arms, as his counselor and friend, he shared with him the dangers of the Revolution and reaped with him the glory of its accomplishment. The siege of Yorktown, which closed the military operations of the country, witnessed the last brilliant display of his military skill and unyielding bravery. As a soldier, he united bravery with humanity, skill with activity. So eminently distinguished were his military talents that he was designated on a momentous occasion by the great Washington himself as the man of his choice to take the active command of our armies. As a statesman, the astonishing powers of his mind had full scope for exertion, and he has left the most splendid testimony of their extent and usefulness. With talents profound and active, with genius acute and penetrating, with learning deep and extensive, he made unwearied researches in political science, and has left as a rich legacy to his countrymen a luminous view of the most correct principles in civil policy and government. As a minister of finance and a constitutional counselor of the executive, he shone with peculiar greatness. The fiscal regulations of our country witness his versatile and extraordinary powers in the speedy acquisition and practical improvement of the principles of science, new and intricate. Called by a beloved president to raise the sinking credit of a nation, to explore its resources and direct its finances to an effective application, we were astonished at the facility with which he accomplished this arduous undertaking. As an advocate at the bar, he was unrivaled. He had drained the deepest fountains of legal science, and from the more pleasing source of Bell's letters, learning, he had acquired the most commanding eloquence. In the practice of professional duty, he became the good man's friend and advocate, a terror to the oppressor and a foe to iniquity. He was never found to pluck down justice from its awful bench, to trip the cause of law, or blunt the sword that guards the peace and safety of the state. In the private walks of life, through all its relative duties, Hamilton was highly valued. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, "This was a man." But to be the pride of his country and its chief ornament availed him nothing. Neither his greatness nor his usefulness could avert the impending blow, or wrest from its purposes the counsels of the Almighty. Ah, what availed that wide capacious mind, with every science accurately fraught, the keen-eyed fancy sparkling and refined, the blaze of genius and the burst of thought? Ah, what availed that magnitude of soul, warmed to debate by patriotic fire, which bade the bolts of eloquence to roll, and taught astonished senates to admire? Bade his loved country shake away the gloom which bound her feeble temples with disgrace, and like the bold but deathless chief of Rome, twine everlasting laurels in its place. Ah, naught availed the mind's extended power, nor worth nor greatness could avert his doom, snatched in the sunbeam swiftness of an hour, to swell the triumphs of the insatiate tomb. Yes, reader, this brilliant luminary in the literary world, this splendid orb of our political hemisphere, is set forever. A star of the first magnitude in the political temple is extinguished. A pillar of superior strength is fallen. Cut off in the full vigor of life, in the full possession of his faculties, and in the midst of all his usefulness, the great Hamilton now sleeps with his fathers. That intellectual fountain from which flowed the richest streams of eloquence is dried up. The fire of that genius, whose acuteness pierced to the inmost recesses of science, is quenched forever. That eye, whose penetrating glance was the sure index of an acute and penetrating mind, is now closed forever. That tongue, on whose eloquence listening senates hung with admiration, is now silent forever. And dumb forever is that voice which was the harbinger of wisdom and the herald of instruction. The trophies of the grave are enriched with a gem of superior worth. The world is rifled of an intellectual treasure of inestimable value. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then you and I and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason triumphed over us. Though the grave now shrouds the mortal part of the now immortal Hamilton, his memory and his fame are enshrined in the bosoms of his grateful countrymen, and will be ever cherished and protected with the warmest emotions of love and admiration. This sacred deposit will be transmitted to posterity in the fullness of its glory and the purity of its excellence. A distinguished page in the annals of our country will be adorned with the record of his character, with a faithful delineation of his talents, virtues, achievements, and greatness, and the admiration of posterity shall perpetuate his fame. There will the record of the sad catastrophe of his death draw forth the tear of pity from the eye of tenderness, and the sigh of regret from the bosom of humanity. There will the moralist read with warm approbation the sentiments of a Hamilton on the subject of the barbarous custom to which he fell a sacrifice. There will he see the abhorrence in which he held a practice, sanctioned by the manners of the age in which he lived, and which, from a peculiar combination of circumstances, he conceived as to himself was unavoidable. There will the Christian dwell with exquisite delight on the record of the bright example of this great man, who in the fullness of belief embraced the doctrines of Christianity, partook of its ordinances, and died in the consoling hope of its promises. From the Boston Repertory, Tears of Columbia, altered from Collins. While lost to all her former mirth, Columbia weeping bends to earth, and seeks her hero's grave. While stained with blood, she strives to tear unseemly from her fragrant hair the wreaths that summer gave. The thoughts that musing pity pays, and fond remembrance loves to raise, shall on her steps attend. Still fancy, to herself unkind, awakes to grief the softened mind, and paints the bleeding friend. By Hudson's broad descending wave, her ceaseless tears bedew the grave where Hamilton is laid. That sacred spot, with cypress crowned, shall jealous honor watch around, and truth protect the shade. O'er him whose doom thy virtues grieve, aerial forms shall sit at eve, and bend the pensive head. And fallen by fate's severe command, imperial honor's awful hand shall point his lowly bed. The warlike dead of every age, who fill the fair recording page, shall leave their sainted rest, and half reclining on his spear, each wondering chief by turns appear to hail the blooming guest. Great Washington, unknown to yield, Montgomery from Abrams' field, shall gaze with fixed delight. Again their country's wrongs they feel, again they snatch the gleaming steel, and wish the avenging fight. But lo, where sunk in deep despair, her garment torn, her bosom bare, impatient freedom lies. Her matted tresses madly spread, to every sod which wraps the dead, she turns her joyless eyes. If weak to soothe thy softened heart, these pictured glories not impart, to dry thy constant tear. If yet in sorrow's distant eye, exposed and pale, thou seest him lie, where Greenwich shades appear. Where'er from time thou courtest relief, the muse shall still with social grief with thee her vigils keep. Even Vernon's lone sepulchral vale shall learn the sad respected tale, where sainted relics sleep. From the Alexandria Daily Advertiser, an acrostic. Hark how the toilsome noise of busy trade, amid wan sorrow's heartfelt sighs is lost. Mark how the hero and the tender maid in tears unite to mourn their country's boast. Long has the fiend like custom bathed in woe, the heaven-taught soul, the pure celestial eye. O let it now to felon despots go, nor may in vain the peerless patriot die. From the Albany Sentinel. The fall of General Hamilton with its attending circumstances is one of the most interesting events which the human mind can contemplate. He was perhaps the most finished character in the world. Certainly there is not one of his contemporaries, however great and celebrated, who unites so many and various qualifications. Of his military talents there needs no other proof than the confidence placed in him by Washington and the services in which he employed him during the Revolutionary War. His wonderful intellectual resources, the extent and acuteness of his observation, the nobleness of his spirit, qualified him to command and conquer. Had he been called to act on a military theater commensurate with the greatness of his genius, the splendors of his military character would have equaled those of the most celebrated heroes. As a statesman and politician, he stands among the first and greatest the world has yet seen. He was the vital principle of the first administration under the Constitution, and for the establishment of that Constitution we were more indebted to him than to any other man. Without his Herculean efforts, it is probable that it would not have been adopted, that we never would have experienced the benefits of that union to which we owe our national greatness. It is not improper nor extravagant praise to say that his Federalist and his debates in our state convention indicate an acquaintance with the science of politics superior to anything that can be found in any political work extant. The subject of the Federalist was peculiarly interesting here, hence perhaps it is not so generally known in Europe as it deserves to be. If this great work was better known abroad, Hamilton would doubtless be thought unrivaled as a political writer. In estimating his political character, his Phoicon and Camillus should not be forgotten. As a civilian and a lawyer, his country has not his equal. Nor is it probable that Westminster Hall can boast of his superior. The wonderful analytical powers of his mind fitted him for singular excellence in his profession. Whatever may be allowed to the eloquence of Mr. Erskine, there is not at the English bar, as far as we are able to describe, so great a man as Hamilton. As an orator, those who knew him and who are acquainted with the performances of the most celebrated public speakers of ancient and modern times will rank him among the most able of those who have ever exercised the arts of convincing and persuading. The most admired performances of Pitt and Fox, the first public speakers in Great Britain, do not indicate greater extent, more richness of mind, or elegance of manner than the everyday speeches of Hamilton. No man possessed a more admirable power to engage and preserve the attention of his audience. Such was the singular propriety of his elocution, such the fascination of his manner, that after pouring forth the abundance of his thoughts for many successive hours, every ear yet heard him, every eye was yet fixed upon him. He generally addressed himself only to the understanding, yet he could animate and warm and melt. In the pathetic he was indeed always successful. Sometimes he would play a little, and the elegance of his pleasantry was not the least part of his excellence. Those whose opportunities to hear him were frequent have lost a pleasure beyond all price. There was something in the air and port of Hamilton, uncommonly majestic and sublime. His manners and address were courteous and humane. He was well fitted to be a popular leader, and would have dignified and graced a throne. He was eloquent as Pericles, amiable and brave as Francis I or Henry IV, and more enlightened than either. Perhaps no man's death has ever occasioned so much affliction. When Washington died, Hamilton was left. Our country grieves for the loss of her pride, her ornament, her boast, her hope, her defense. But independent of the public calamity, each individual is personally afflicted, and feels that he is deprived of something near and dear to him. With respect to the motives, views, and expectations of Mr. Burr, those who are acquainted with the characters and tempers of the parties, and who have attentively considered the correspondence that preceded the fatal interview, can have but one opinion. This duel has occasioned a sore public calamity and much private affliction. To Mr. Burr it has brought misery and ruin. His character is now no better than it was before the death of General Hamilton, whose blood has not washed away its stains. And all office, public honors, power, and trust are now forever out of the reach of Aaron Burr. Same paper. Sunday last was devoted by the citizens of the village of Salem, New York, to the grateful and soul-approving purpose of contributing their manifestation of regret at the untimely death and the irreparable loss of our friend and first citizen, General Alexander Hamilton, whose courage aided to found and whose wisdom protected this widespreading and growing republic. For this purpose, a very numerous and respectable portion of the inhabitants of the village attended at the meeting house, where the Reverend Alexander Proudfoot delivered a sermon pertinent to the afflicting occasion from this passage of Scripture. Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel had lamented him and buried him in Ramah, even in his own city. In which the inflexible patriotism and the exemplary social virtues of the illustrious deceased were exhibited in a truly impressive manner, as was evinced by the deep gloom which overspread the countenances of the audience. Each age to him its grateful dues shall pay, and join with us to mourn his funeral day. Though so much has already appeared in the papers relative to the death of General Hamilton, we cannot deny ourselves the pleasure of republishing the following handsome paragraph from the Palladium, a Democratic paper printed in Frankfort, Kentucky. It is introductory to a compendious statement of the causes which led to the dreadful catastrophe. Gazette, U.S. The death of General Hamilton, who lately fell in a duel with Colonel Burr, has excited more public sensibility than any circumstance which has occurred since the death of Washington. The finer feelings of the soul which it has awakened appeared to have extinguished the resentment of party, and if this has been the effect upon his political opponents, how inadequate must be the power of language to describe the sensations so afflicting an event must produce in the bosoms of his friends. His transcendent talents, actively exerted for a number of years in favor of federal politics, pointed him out as the most distinguished leader of the party, by whom his loss is, no doubt, very sincerely deplored. It is indeed irreparable. From the Boston Sentinel, Washington's Character of Hamilton, Middlesex, August 13, 1804. Mr. Russell, the newspapers have lately been filled with accounts of the sad event at New York, and with characteristic traits of the illustrious victim therein. These publications are calculated to do much good in society. They have developed the character, services, and patriotism of a citizen whose fame has been assailed by every puny whipster that could guide a pen. Nor has even the grave, which in the magnanimous always bars the gates of enmity, shielded the patriot from the upbraidings of ignorance and vileness. The disease is still reproached with incivism, with ambition. Let us examine those reproaches. His incivism has been displayed in his being one of the framers of the present Constitution of the United States, and though a bold word, the most able and indefatigable advocate for its adoption and execution. To the charge of ambition let Washington speak. That Washington whom the Democrats pretended to venerate, and whom they dare not cease to eulogize in their toasts and their rhapsodies, that Washington whose discriminating talents were ever acknowledged, who was honest as independent and independent as inflexible. Let every citizen who desires to see the truth, let everyone who can read the following extract of a letter from General Washington to Mr. Adams when President of the United States. Civis. General Washington to President Adams, Mount Vernon, September 25, 1798. It is an invidious task at all times to draw comparisons, and I shall avoid it as much as possible. But I have no hesitation in declaring that if the public is to be deprived of the services of Colonel Hamilton in the military line, the post he was destined to fill will not easily be supplied, and that this is the sentiment of the public, I think I may venture to pronounce. Although Colonel Hamilton has never acted in the character of a general officer, yet his opportunities as the principal and most confidential aide of the commander-in-chief afforded him the means of viewing everything on a larger scale than those who had only divisions and brigades to attend to, who knew nothing of the correspondences of the commander-in-chief or of the various orders to or transactions with the general staff of the army. These advantages in his having served with usefulness in the old Congress, in the General Convention, and having filled one of the most important departments of government with acknowledged abilities and integrity, have placed him on high ground, and made him a conspicuous character in the United States, and even in Europe. To these, as a matter of no small consideration, may be added, that as a lucrative practice in the line of his profession is his most certain dependence, the inducement to relinquish it must in some degree be commensurate. By some he is considered as an ambitious man, and therefore a dangerous one. That he is ambitious I shall readily grant, but it is of that laudable kind which prompts a man to excel in whatever he takes in hand. He is enterprising, quick in his perceptions, and his judgment intuitively great, qualities essential to a great military character, and therefore I repeat that his loss will be irreparable. George Washington. The affectionate and elegant tribute from Jacques to the memory of Hamilton is entitled to a much higher place in literary estimation than those vulgar wailings which usually deform our gazettes and petrify one in a single stanza. Denny. From the Portfolio, Reflections in Solitude, Jacques on Hamilton. In solitude, though rumor's aspen tongue may ring upon the ear her changing notes, yet oft, like fleeting forms which fancy calls to build the morning dreams which lovers know, they pass away, and busy memory bears but faint impression of the idle sounds. Yet oft, when silence sleeps upon the leaves, intrusive rumor wakes me from my dreams with tales so mournful and so oft repeated, that e'en in solitude I may not choose, but sorrow and the heart responsive still, murmurs the melancholy tale to air. Oh, then to startled fancy's sickened vision the morning music of the robin dies, the brook's pure waters stagnate in their course, and the green foliage of the lofty woods assumes a sickly cast. Suspicion then steals to my ear, and whispers me to shun the harmless peasant lurking near my haunts, intent on blood. Contagion, too, takes wing from crowded streets, and flying on the breeze rears many a sod and rudely sculptured stone within the graveyard of the village church. Rumor, with all thy hundred busy tongues, thou canst not tell a tale so sorrowful, to pierce my country's heart, as that which late the sighs of millions breathed upon my ear. Oft may a parent, while his orphans mourn, sleep with his fathers in the mouldering tomb. Yet kind oblivion soon will chase the tear from swelling lids, for pleasure's gaudy beam dries sorrow's source, as I have often seen the vernal brook escape from summer suns. Humanity has ceaseless cause to weep, for man was made to mourn. So sang the bard, whom when the muses left their sacred groves, to claim the mortal who had stolen their lyre, they found on Scotia's music-gifted hills, warbling a song of sweetest minstrelsy, while round his plough the wondering peasants flocked. Athens, her orator, her Caesar, Rome have mourned, her noble Chatham, Albion mourns, and Sparta's honors gather round the grave beneath whose turf Leonidas was laid. These men were great and good, and merited the fairest honors and the warmest tears. Thou too, my country, hast a debt to pay, of which Peruvian mines were poor to rid thee. No, let thy lips dwell ceaseless on the name, let thy warm tears bedew the yet green grave, and let the laurels, which thy love may plant, thicken around the frame of Hamilton. For he was thine and only thine, my country. Thy fields attest his valor in thy cause, thy senate hung in rapture on his lips, which poured as sweet a stream of eloquence as Athens knew. Full many a sleepless night his thorny pillow owned the sighs and tears which heaved and streamed for thee and thee alone. And in that deed which laid his bosom bare, as honor whispered him he lent his ear, and fancying heard his country claim his life. Spirit of genius! Oh, had I that glow of intellect which late illumed thy soul, and proved Promethean fire no fabled song, I then should muse for friendship's partial ears strains not unworthy of thy brightening fame. Yet to thy country still that fame is dear, and he who formed thee good as thou wert great may prompt some pen to sketch each glorious deed that marked thy days. Then shall the historic page record thee as thou wert. Thy valorous acts shall lead the youthful warrior to the field, who still shall copy thee and stay his sword when mercy sues. In academic shades, when youth shall dwell upon that eloquence, which Greece alone had rivaled, he shall feel ambition lightening all her glowing fires, his heart shall throb, his feeble pulses swell, his bright eye kindle, and with rapid glance dart on the page devoted to thy fame. And as he gazes on the envied height, which thou hast early reached, he yet may deem it well befitting his adventurous flight to seat him there. Some youthful Solon, too, whom fate may lead to build an empire up, shall gather wisdom from thy luminous mind, which saw its country, even at its birth, fast sinking to the tomb where states repose, and nobly rescuing it from faction's grasp, pointed the path to honor and to fame. The page of history, too, with pride shall tell that when the treasures of thy country lay within thy easy grasp, they could not tempt thy honest soul. Oh, it shall proudly say, lo, his gray hairs announced the hour of rest, yet poverty still claimed her as her child. The simple narrative, which truth shall tell, shall prove thy brightest, fairest eulogy. Time, as he steals along and ceaseless yields fictitious greatness to oblivion's tomb, shall own thy fame superior to his power, and feel the splendor that encircles thee. The foes of virtue, Hamilton, were thine, and thine her dearest friends. She lessoned thee when pleasure's sirens wantoned in thy path, to fix thy steady eye on honor's form, and deem the hours misspent which found thee not thy country's mentor. And she promised thee the sweet recompense for all thy toils, which virtue gives and souls like thine desire. For know, when truth shall dissipate the gloom which faction thickened to obscure thy fame, that thou shalt find, wherever honor lives, hearts warm, lips busy, and remembrance prompt, to speak of one whose bosom knew no guile. Jacques. End of section 8. Section 9 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. Interesting Letter. The following highly interesting letter from General Pinckney, it must be recollected, comes from a gentleman of the most liberal mind, a soldier of the nicest honor, and of tried and unquestionable bravery. This consideration will, we are sure, give to his sentiments on the subject of dueling the greatest possible weight throughout the community. Should the death of Hamilton be the cause of bringing into merited disgrace the disorganizing sentiment that a gentleman's honor is under the protection of his own arm, and that instead of appealing to the laws he is to look for vengeance to private force, and if it shall be the means of scouting from our country the absurd, unjust, and murderous practice of taking life itself for even imaginary offenses to imaginary honor, then indeed will not a Hamilton have died in vain. At a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Society of the Cincinnati of the State of New York on Wednesday, 5th of September, 1804, the President presented a letter received by him from Major General Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, Vice President General of the Society of the Cincinnati, which was read and attentively considered. Whereupon resolved unanimously that this committee highly approves the sentiments expressed in the said letter, and that the Secretary forthwith cause the same to be published. The President also presented a letter from Mrs. Hamilton, which was also read. Resolved unanimously that the Secretary cause the same to be published. William Popham, Secretary. Charleston, South Carolina, August 18th, 1804. Sir, with deep affliction I received the account of our irreparable loss by the death of our late President General. This deplorable event has been sensibly felt and lamented in this part of the Union, even by those who were not personally acquainted with him, and who did not coincide with him in politics. By me, who have witnessed his calm intrepidity and heroic valor on trying occasions, and was acquainted with his transcendent abilities and amiable qualities, and honored with his particular friendship, his loss is most poignantly felt, and his memory will be ever most affectionately revered. Is there no way of abolishing throughout the Union this absurd and barbarous custom, to the observance of which he fell a victim? Dueling is no criterion of bravery, for I have seen cowards fight duels, and I am convinced real courage may often be better shown in the refusal than in the acceptance of a challenge. If the Society of Cincinnati were to declare their abhorrence to this practice, and the determination of all their members to discourage it as far as they had influence, and on no account either to send or accept a challenge, It might tend to annul this odious custom, and would be a tribute of respect to the sentiments and memory of our late illustrious chief. If the State Society of New York should coincide with me in opinion, I should be glad to have their sentiments, how best to carry it into execution, whether by submitting it to a meeting of the General Society at New York, Philadelphia, or Baltimore, or by referring the matter at once to the different State Societies for their consideration. I have this day received your favor of the 25th of July, and am much obliged to the State Society and to yourself for it. With sentiments of great respect, I have the honor to be your most obedient servant, Charles Coatsworth Pinckney, V.P. G.S.C. Colonel W. S. Smith, President of the New York State Society of the Cincinnati. The following letter from Mrs. Hamilton will excite the sympathies of those who feel for her individual loss, and in it lament a great national calamity. Albany, August 11th, 1804. Sir, to the distress of a heart so deeply afflicted as mine, from the irreparable loss of a most amiable and affectionate husband, I trust the respectable society in which you preside will impute the delay of an acknowledgment for their consolatory letter, couched in terms that evince their sympathy emanates from the heart. Although great mitigation of that affliction with which I am so severely depressed can only be hoped from the mercies of the Divine Being, in whose dispensations it is the duty of his creatures humbly and devoutly to acquiesce, yet the wounded heart derives a degree of consolation from the tenderness with which its lot is bewailed by the virtuous, the wise, and humane, and also from that high honor and respect with which the memory of the dear deceased has been commemorated by them, and those contemplated in the resolutions of the Society of the Cincinnati, transmitted by you, and for which you, sir, will be pleased to convey my warmest thanks to that respectable body. I reciprocate with sensibility your and their recommendation of me to the divine care and protection. May they ever enjoy it, and without alloy. I am, sir, with great respect, your obedient servant, E. Hamilton. To William S. Smith, Esquire. From the Albany Sentinel. A brief review of the public life and writings of General Hamilton. While the public are everywhere lamenting the untimely fate of this great and excellent character, and bestowing on his memory the deepest expressions of veneration and gratitude, I have found a melancholy but tender consolation in endeavoring to recall to memory the principal actions of his illustrious life. His efforts in the public service were disinterested, unremitting, and manly, and his views the most penetrating and comprehensive. It is from a review of his political life and writings that we perceive and feel the more strongly the wonderful extent, strength, and activity of his mind, and the ardor and purity of a heart devoted to the public welfare. General Hamilton entered the army in the beginning of the American War, and while he was still a youth. He was soon taken into General Washington's family as one of his aides, and with the rank of lieutenant colonel. He was with the commander-in-chief in that character at the Battle of Monmouth in June 1778. General Washington, in one of his official letters to Congress at that time, says that Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton was well informed of his sentiments on every point, and he has since declared in writing that Colonel Hamilton was his principal and most confidential aide. He commanded the American detachment that carried by assault one of the enemy's redoubts at the siege of Yorktown in the evening of the 14th of October, 1781. This was a small but brilliant affair, and noted at the time for the rapidity with which it was conducted and the humanity that crowned the victors. The capture of Cornwallis was the last great act of the Revolutionary War, and Colonel Hamilton immediately turned his attention to the profession of the law. But the duties of that profession were always with him a secondary object, and he immediately entered upon that course of action in the civil department of government, in which he was destined by Providence to act a part so eminently useful and glorious. In July 1782 he was chosen a member of Congress by the legislature of this state, and in the ensuing session of the winter of 1783 The proceedings of Congress were stamped with a new and striking character. This is visible to every observer who will take the pains of perusing and comparing their journals. Their reports and resolutions were luminous and masterly, both for matter and style. Congress made new, vigorous, and persevering efforts to give the Confederation all the force of which that languid constitution was susceptible, by endeavoring to command resources competent to rear up and establish the prostrate credit of the Union. It would not, however, be just or decorous to impute this renewed energy, this unusual discernment and anxiety, which were conspicuous in the national councils, exclusively to the presence of any particular member. But this much is certain, that Mr. Hamilton took an early and distinguished lead in all the prominent measures of the session. He moved the resolution, pressing the states to comply with the money requisitions, in order to render justice to the public creditors. And in this he early announced that great ruling principle of probity and policy, which he pursued through the whole course of his political life. He was chairman of the committee which reported a resolution to provide a sinking fund to pay the national debt, and which also reported the answer of Congress to the reasons of the Rhode Island legislature for rejecting the 5% impost. This answer, whoever may be its author, is excellent for the conclusiveness of its reasoning and the moderation of its temper. We find him a member of another committee which made an interesting report on the non-compliance of the states with the requisitions of Congress, on the consequent failure of revenue, and on the necessity of vigorous and effectual measures to liquidate and fund the debt, and retrieve the credit of the nation. And he was one of the committee of three, which in April 1783 reported an address from Congress to the several states, calling upon them by all the motives of duty, interest, and gratitude, to vest Congress with the power to collect a general impost as the only means by which they could discharge their sacred engagements. This address is distinguished for argument the most forcible and eloquence the most impressive. And indeed, the state papers generally of this interesting session are models of composition and specimens of research, of talents, of probity and patriotism, which reflect the highest honor on our country. To deny Mr. Hamilton his full share of agency in producing them would be unjust, and I shall leave it to the good sense of every reader to draw their own conclusions from the facts which I have stated. It ought, however, to be recollected that a member from Virginia, and who now fills the Department of State, and who is well known and admired, if not for the energy, at least for the acuteness and elegance of his mind, was at this time an associated member with General Hamilton in the business, and probably in the labors and honors of the session. But there were other proceedings in that session which served to develop Mr. Hamilton's peculiar disposition and character. He was chairman of the committee which introduced a resolution full of gratitude for the disinterested and useful services of the Baron de Steuben, and he was the mover of the revolution for disbanding the army, and which was expressive of the well-founded confidence of Congress in the good sense and order of the troops, by allowing them a privilege, I believe totally unheard of before, that they take their arms with them. He appears also at that day to have entertained those sentiments which he, on a recent occasion, so eloquently enforced, respecting the full disclosure and free circulation of the true character and conduct of men in public trust, for he seconded the motion, stating that it was of importance in every free country that the conduct and sentiments of those to whom the direction of public affairs was committed should be publicly known, and that in future the doors of Congress ought to be opened unless otherwise specially ordered. After the conclusion of this session of Congress, Mr. Hamilton returned to the practice of his profession, and soon drew to himself a general attention and applause by his talents and eloquence at the bar. His mind, however, was still directed to the progress and tendency of public measures. After the evacuation of New York, the conduct of many of our citizens was intemperate and violent, and it gave currency to the pernicious doctrine that the inhabitants of the southern district who had remained within the enemy's lines were not entitled to the privileges of citizens, and that they were in fact aliens, subject to such penalties and disabilities as the legislature might, in their discretion, impose. To meet and overthrow this opinion, full of injustice and perfidy, and propagated under the influence of angry and malevolent passions, Mr. Hamilton published in the winter of 1784 his two pamphlets, under the signature of Phocion, and addressed to the considerate citizens of New York. In these he stated and recommended with ardor and with energy the genuine obligations resulting from the treaty of peace, that no portion of our fellow citizens were disfranchised, but that all were entitled to the full benefit of equal and impartial laws, that a perfidious evasion of the treaty and measures of persecution and revenge would disgrace the cause of liberty and the spirit of Whiggism, which was generous, humane, beneficent, and just. These pamphlets carried with them universal conviction, and put the contrary opinion and the spirit it was enkindling to disgrace and silence. The last pamphlet of Phocion is in a particular manner marked with that analysis of investigation, that deep basis of inquiry and logical deduction, which were peculiar to its illustrious author. In 1786, Mr. Hamilton was chosen a member of Assembly for the city of New York, and the ensuing session he brought forward a great measure, dictated by policy and patriotism, which required his talents and firmness to maintain. I allude to the bill for acceding on the part of this state to the assumed independence of Vermont. We were then at an awful crisis in our national affairs, without a government to protect us, and just on the eve of a momentous experience to effect one. Vermont was in fact independent, but she was not confederated. She was a stranger, and might soon become an enemy to the Union. This situation was delicate and alarming, and increased the anxieties of this great patriot, who then declared, in a speech unusually solemn and impressive, that he was in the habit of viewing the situation of this country as replete with difficulties and surrounded with danger. The bill was opposed by counsel in behalf of such of our citizens as claimed lands within that jurisdiction. Mr. Hamilton, in a prompt and masterly manner, vindicated his proceeding, and showed that the state was under no obligation from the principles of the social compact, whatever they may choose to do, from generosity or policy, to indemnify our citizens for losses sustained by a violent dismemberment of a part of the body politic, which they had not the power to prevent or reclaim. This speech, and the one in favor of the cession of the 5% impost to the United States, were models of senatorial argument and eloquence, which were greatly and justly admired at the time, and contributed in no small degree to his increasing fame and importance. In the last speech he took an enlarged view of the history and state of the Union, and undertook to demonstrate that there was no constitutional impediment to the adoption of the bill, that there was no danger to be apprehended to the public liberty from giving the power in question to the United States, that in the views of revenue the measure was indispensable, and that this country would soon be involved in misery and ruin if our national affairs were left much longer to float in the chaos in which they were then involved. He at that time made a bold, frank, and affecting appeal to the uniform tenor of his life and character. If in the public stations I have filled, I have acquitted myself with zeal, fidelity, and disinterestedness. If in the private walk of life my conduct has been unstained by any dishonorable act, I have a right to the confidence of those to whom I address myself. During this session of our legislature, Mr. Hamilton was chosen one of the 3 members to represent this state in the General Convention at Philadelphia, and he devoted the summer of 1787 to a faithful discharge of that important trust. A revolution in our national government was now at hand, and no man of strength and maturity, and whose breast was warmed with one spark of generous sensation, but felt for the perilous situation of the country, and contemplated with reverence the obligations it created. Mr. Hamilton was not of a nature to shrink from the crisis. He took a great and splendid share in the responsibilities of the day, and by writing and speaking and acting, he acquitted himself in a manner that ensured the admiration of his contemporaries and will transmit his fame to posterity. His particular services in the convention are not accurately known to the public, as the doors of that body were closed, and their journals have never been published. I will take the liberty, however, of mentioning a remark once made by a very respectable member of the convention from a neighboring state, and leave those who can correct me to appreciate it as it may deserve. He said that if the Constitution did not succeed on trial, Mr. Hamilton was less responsible for that result than any other member, for he fully and frankly pointed out to the convention what he apprehended were the infirmities to which it was liable, and that if it answered the fond expectations of the public, the community would be more indebted to Mr. Hamilton than to any other member, for after its essential outlines were agreed to, he labored the most indefatigably to heal those infirmities and to guard against the evils to which they might expose it. After the publication of the Constitution, Mr. Hamilton, in concert with Mr. Jay and Mr. Madison, commenced the Federalist, a series of essays under the signature of Publius, addressed to the people of this state in favor of the adoption of the Constitution. These papers first made their appearance in the daily prints early in November 1787, and the work was not concluded until a short time previous to the meeting of the State Convention in June 1788. It may be difficult to point out with precision the part that Mr. Hamilton took in the composition of these essays. Footnote: a key to the several writers is in our possession. Editor. End footnote. It is, however, well understood that Mr. Jay took but a very inconsiderable share in the work, and that Mr. Madison took a deeper and more useful part, and that Mr. Hamilton was the principal author, and wrote at least 3/4 of the numbers. This work is not to be classed among those ephemeral productions which are calculated to produce a party purpose, and when that purpose is answered, to expire forever. It is a profound and learned disquisition on the principles of a federal representative government, and combines equally an ardent attachment to public liberty and an accurate discernment of the dangers resulting from an excessive jealousy of power in those unsound and unskilful institutions under which it has perished in almost every age and nation. This work will no doubt endure as long as any of the republican establishments of this country, on which it is such a luminous and elegant commentary. The first volume discusses these 3 interesting points: the utility of the Union, the defects of the Confederation, and the necessity of a government as energetic, at least, as the one proposed. And this I regard as the most finished part of the work, considering the cogent and peculiarly affecting manner in which these propositions are surveyed, illustrated, and enforced. The Federalist was translated and published in France by Buisson, just as that people were beginning to run the mad career of their revolution. It was spoken of in very high terms, although one of the Paris gazettes thought some parts of it had rather an aristocratical tendency. Alas, for the cause of temperate and genuine liberty, if the leaders of that revolution had not been visionary philosophists, prostituted infidels, and bloodthirsty demagogues, the mild light of this western star might possibly have rescued that people from the tempestuous fury of the passions, from a constant vibration between scenes of folly and scenes of horror, and conducted them to peace, liberty, and safety. I am happy to find that a new edition of this invaluable work has lately appeared, in a very handsome style, from the press of Mr. Hopkins in New York. It ought to be taught in our schools, and studied by our lawyers and statesmen as an elementary code of instruction and wisdom. Mr. Hamilton was a member of the State Convention, which met in the summer of 1788, and he was there actively employed for 6 weeks in enforcing, by his eloquent speeches, the principles he had previously, and so much at large, detailed in the Federalist. The sketch of the debates which was published conveyed a very inadequate idea of the talents and arguments employed in the mutual discussions which took place in that assembly. The speeches of Mr. Hamilton, which I should select as containing the best display of his sound and preeminent mind, were those in vindication of the constitutional stability and permanency of the Senate of the United States. In these he undertook to demonstrate that the organization of that branch ought to be as strong, at least, as they found it, and that from the nature of man and the lessons of experience, it was to be seen that a firm, stable body in the government was essential to correct the prejudices, check the passions, and control the fluctuations of the more popular branch. The Constitution having gone into operation and the executive departments being established, Mr. Hamilton was appointed in the summer of 1789 to the office of Secretary of the Treasury. This office he held between 5 and 6 years, and when we look back to the measures that, within that period, he originated, matured, and vindicated, we are astonished in the contemplation of the various powers of his vigorous and exalted mind. His reports were so many didactic dissertations, laboriously wrought and highly finished, on some of the most intricate and abstract subjects in political economy. Among those reports we designate as the most interesting his report of January 1790 on a provision for the support of the public credit, of December 1790 on the establishment of a national bank, of December 1791 on the subject of manufactures, and of January 1795, being his last official act, on a plan for the further support of public credit. Mr. Hamilton may justly be regarded as the founder of the public credit of this country. He raised it from the dust and placed it on sound foundations. His great moving principle of action in his department was good faith, was a punctual performance of contracts. And that the national credit might be placed beyond the reach of any stroke that could in the least degree annoy or alarm it, he urged to Congress the express renunciation by law of all right to tax the public funds, or to sequester at any time, or on any pretext, the property of foreigners therein. He enabled this country to know, feel, and develop its immense resources, and under his administration the finances advanced to a state of prosperity beyond all expectation, and so as to engage the attention and command the confidence of Europe. And so far from giving color to the vile calumny which has been insinuated against him, that he patronized the doctrine that a public debt was a public blessing, he inculcates with great solicitude in his reports that the progressive accumulation of debt was the natural disease of all governments, that it ought to be guarded against with provident foresight and inflexible perseverance, that it ought to be a fundamental maxim in the system of public credit, and which he uniformly endeavored to enforce by practice, that the creation of debt should always be accompanied with the means of extinguishment, that the observance of this axiom was the true secret to render public credit immortal. In his last report he recommends a provision for augmenting the sinking fund, so as to render it commensurate with the entire debt of the United States, and he proposed to secure that fund by a sanction the most inviolable, and which was no less than to make the application of the fund to the object a part of the contract with the creditor. By such means and with such efforts did he build up and establish the important interests of the nation confided to his care. He has left to his successors little more to do than follow his precepts and to shine by the luster of his example. His report on manufactures is a chef d'oeuvre of the kind and the most labored performance that he ever gave to the world. It is not more distinguished for knowledge and investigation than for having given a deep wound to the tenets of the sect of the French economists, and also to another system of politics which had grown fashionable among political philosophers. The system I allude to is to be met with in Smith's Inquiry into the Wealth of Nations. This report adopts the principles of the mercantile system and leaves the theory of Smith as amusing and beautiful in speculation, but which, in the present state of things, is not reducible to practice. That bold, profound, and systematic writer, who attacked the manufacturing and mercantile interests of Great Britain as founded upon an oppressive monopoly, lays down an entire freedom of commerce and industry, undiverted and unimpeded by government, as the best means of advancing nations to prosperity and greatness. The Secretary combats with great ability some of the fundamental principles of this doctrine, and he adopts the mercantile system upon the basis of self-defense, and as most wise, because Europe perseveres in the same system. All his principal reports are remarkable for uniting depth of research with clearness of perception, the closest logic with the utmost purity and precision of expression, and his official labors in this department, united with the honesty with which he conducted it, and which the most penetrating inquisition into all the venues of his office could never question, will perhaps form with posterity the fairest monument of his fame. Mr. Hamilton, in his character of Secretary of the Treasury, was also one of the constitutional advisers of the President in relation generally to the duties of his office, and I apprehend that few, if any, matters of moment were transacted without the sanction of his council. The season during which he presided over the Treasury Department was unusually critical. The French Revolution progressed with a rapidity and violence that threatened to involve the whole civilized world in combustion and ruin. Not content with their own regeneration, the French rulers in 1793 adopted the intolerance of the Koran and began to propagate their new faith by the sword and to carry on an universal war, either of force or of fraud, against all the unbelieving nations of the earth, and against all the governments under which they lived, as being so many monuments of tyranny and superstition. At this awful crisis, a furious war is begun against Great Britain, and Monsieur Genet is sent as minister to the United States, charged with secret instructions, which he afterwards published, and on which he faithfully acted, to excite the Americans, even if their ministers should be timid and wavering, to make a common cause with France in the new war she had then commenced. To meet this important epoch, the proclamation of neutrality was issued by the President of the United States, and to defend that great measure as lawful and expedient, against the prejudices and passions which the French minister had but too successfully excited, the Essays of Pacificus appeared. These essays were written and published by Mr. Hamilton in the summer of 1793, and of all of his productions none ever appeared at a more seasonable juncture, or were calculated to produce a more auspicious effect. Their object was to prove that the President had competent authority to issue the proclamation in question, that it was only a declaration of what was the existing law of the land, the neutrality of our government, and that as constitutional executor of the laws it would be his duty to see that neutrality faithfully observed, that we are under no obligation from existing treaties to become a party in the war, that considering the peculiar origin and nature of the warfare, the United States had valid and honorable pleas against any interference, that the obligations of gratitude imposed on nations the mutual returns of goodwill and benevolence, but were no sufficient ground for war, and that those obligations would more naturally point to the hand from whom antecedent favors had been received, and which in this case was the amiable and unfortunate monarch whom the Revolution had just swept from the throne. It cannot be denied that these essays were too well written and addressed themselves too powerfully to the interest and good sense of the country, not to have had their influence in rendering popular this important act of administration, and it is well known that the proclamation received afterwards the sanction not only of Congress but of the community at large. In January 1795 Mr. Hamilton resigned the office of Secretary of the Treasury and once more returned to private life. But he still felt himself charged to vindicate another important measure of the government, of which he had no doubt been a responsible adviser. I allude to Mr. Jay's negotiation and treaty with Great Britain. This treaty had to encounter inveterate prejudices and combustible materials, which spread their root as far back as the Revolutionary War, but which had been enkindled and armed with tenfold virulence by the pestilential breath of the French Revolution. Even at this late day, the temperate historian is admonished to tread lightly over these ashes of party spirit. Mr. Hamilton devoted the summer of 1795 to a defense of this treaty in a series of essays under the signature of Camillus. The first 22 numbers were appropriated to an examination of the 10 permanent articles of this treaty, and which articles continue to this day the law of the land. The remainder of the treaty was commercial and temporary, and has already expired. The discussion of this latter part was not equal in interest, and being written with less attention and by different hands was not equal in ability to the other. But this defense, taken together, must now be considered by every competent and impartial reader as one of the most full and satisfactory illustrations that perhaps ever was given of a complicated diplomatic question. I presume there does not exist anything among the piles of European state papers to be compared to it, although one reason for this may be that in Europe no such precise and formal vindication of any national treaty has ever been deemed requisite. The beneficial effects of this treaty, and which are known and felt constantly to have at last accomplished what argument alone could not do, they have forced a universal conviction upon the public mind, and all the dead spectres which were conjured up at the time to terrify the imagination and blind the judgment have long since disappeared before the light of experience. It is to be observed that the question was not whether the treaty was in all respects the most desirable, for treaties are acts of mutual accommodation, but the true question was whether the treaty did not adjust, in a reasonable manner, the points in controversy between the two nations, and whether our interests did not demand, and our honor permit us, to adopt it. the sanction it received from our government, and the general approbation it has ultimately met with, overcoming in its progress the stream of prejudice and the obstacles of foreign intrigue and menace, have given the definitive answer to this question. The articles upon which Camillus more emphatically bent and exhausted the strength and resources of his mind were the third article, on the intercourse between the United States and Canada, and the 10th article, providing against the confiscation of private debts in time of war. I beg leave to recommend these two heads of his performance as uncommonly excellent. The latter is a finished treatise by itself, and forms a chapter on the law of nations equally accurate, didactic, and moral. It vindicates the treaty stipulation on the ground of reason and principle, of policy and expediency, on the opinions of the most enlightened jurists, and the usage of nations. The last great occasion which called Mr. Hamilton forward upon the theatre of public action existed in the spring of the year of 1798. It will be recollected that France had been long making piratical depredations upon our commerce, that negotiation and a pacific adjustment had been repeatedly attempted on the part of this country without success, that our minister had been refused an audience, that 3 ministers extraordinary had been treated with the grossest indignity, and money demanded of the United States on terms the most degrading. The doors of reconciliation being thus barred, we had no honorable alternative left but open and determined resistance. And what was the power that had thus used us? It was a power the most terrible in strength, the most daring in project, the most unchecked in means, the most fatal to its victims, of any that a righteous providence had hitherto permitted to exist upon this globe, for the awful chastisement of the human race. All the states, even of the republican form, that fell within her widespread grasp, the United Netherlands, Geneva, the Swiss cantons, Genoa, and Venice, had already been prostrated by her arms or her still more formidable caresses. She was at that moment busy in her schemes of universal domination, and was fitting out a vast armament in the ports of the Mediterranean for some distant expedition of conquest and plunder. At this portentous period Mr. Hamilton published The Stand, or a series of essays under the signature of Titus Manlius, with a view to rouse the people of this country to a sense of their impending danger, and to measures of defense which should be at once vigorous and manly. In these essays he portrays, with the glowing and coloring of a master artist, the conduct of revolutionizing France towards her own people and towards other nations, and he shows that she had undermined the main pillars of civilized society, that she betrayed a plan to disorganize the human mind itself, by attempting to destroy all religious opinion and pervert a whole people to atheism, that her ruling passions were ambition and fanaticism, and that she aimed equally to proselytize, subjugate, and debase every government without distinction, to effect the aggrandizement of the great nation. He then gave a detail of the accumulated injuries and insults we had received from France, and showed that her object was to degrade and humble our government, and prepare the way for revolution and conquest. He concluded, as the result of his work, that we ought to suspend our treaties with France, fortify our harbors, defend our commerce on the ocean, attack their predatory cruisers on our coast, create a respectable naval force, and raise, or organize and discipline, a considerable army, as an indispensable precaution against attempts at invasion, which might put in jeopardy our very existence as a nation. He considered that militia alone would be a very inadequate and fallacious reliance against veteran troops, headed by some enterprising chief, but that when we had made the defensive preparations he had recommended, we could then meet their aggressions in the attitude of calm defiance. So undeniable were all these facts, so irresistible were the conclusions which he drew from them, that in the summer of 1798 these measures suggested by Mr. Hamilton were all literally carried into execution by Congress, and received the warm and hearty sanction of the nation. An honorable, proud, and manly sentiment was then enkindled and pervaded the continent. It reflected high honor on our national character, and that character was transmitted to Europe as a means of respect and a pledge of security. A new provisional army, consisting, however, of but 12 regiments of infantry and 6 troops of light dragoons, was ordered to be immediately raised, and Mr. Hamilton, upon the express and pointed solicitations of General Washington, was appointed Inspector General. On the death of that great man, he succeeded to the office of Commander-in-Chief, and continued in that character for a few months, until this little army was disbanded in the summer of 1800. During this military avocation, General Hamilton bestowed indefatigable efforts to organize and discipline the troops, and he improved himself greatly in the study of the science of war and of the kindred sciences of mathematics, geometry, and chemistry, of which he was particularly fond. And should any crisis have arisen in the future destinies of our country, in which some hero or statesman would have been wanted in resisting mischief or effecting good, the eyes of America would no doubt have been concentrated on this first and fairest of her sons. But alas, these dreams of consolation are gone. He has fallen by the hands of a base assassin. Accept, venerable shade, this tribute of a friend, who regards thy loss as a great national calamity, and recollects thy talents and virtues with the purest respect and the fondest devotion. End of section 9. Section 10 of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5 continued. The Albany Sentinel of August 29th presents us with the following affecting article. Incidental circumstances have prevented our noticing of late many passing occurrences of the day, as they deserve. One of these, and which we consider by no means the least interesting, is the manner in which our Supreme Court testified their respect for the character of General Hamilton and deep affliction for his death at their session in this city, which closed on the 18th instant. By direction of the judges, the bench, the bar, including the seats of the counselors and attorneys, the clerk's desk and table, and the wall back of the judge's seat, were hung in black during the term. Footnote: the same mark of respect was paid to his memory by the mayor's court in this city, where Mr. Clinton presides. End footnote. In no place, perhaps, could a tribute of this kind have been offered with a more striking effect. It is here, more than anywhere, that all who have attended court, with whatever motive, feel the deprivation of its late peerless member. It is here we recollect our first inquiries used to be, as if every gratification depended upon it. Is Hamilton in town? And if present, his engaging address and his intelligent eye never failed to interest us, to raise our expectations. When he began, we were attentive. An harmonious voice, select expressions, elevated sentiment. He divided his subject, we perceived his distinctions. Nothing perplexed, nothing insipid, nothing languid. He unfolded the web of his argument, we were enthralled. He refuted the sophism, we were freed. He introduced a pertinent narrative, we were interested. He modulated his voice, we were charmed. He was jocular, we smiled. He pressed serious truths, we yielded to their force. He addressed the passions, the tears glided down our cheeks. And had he raised his voice in anger, we should have trembled and wished ourselves away. Here and in him have we often seen the human character raised to its noontide point. Alas, how chilling is this sable contrast! Who can read without heartfelt emotion the subsequent communication from the same paper? Communication. On Sunday morning, the afflicted Mrs. Hamilton attended divine service in the Presbyterian Church in this city with her 3 little sons. At the close of a prayer by the Reverend Mr. Knott, the eldest dropped on his face in a fainting fit. 2 gentlemen immediately raised him, and while bearing him out of the church, the afflicted mother sprung forward, in the agonies of grief and despair, towards her apparently lifeless son. The heart-rending scene she had recently struggled with called forth all the fine-spun sensibilities of her nature, and seemed to say that nature must and will be indulged in her keenest sorrows. She was overpowered in the conflict, and likewise sunk, uttering such heart-rending groans and inward sighs as would have melted into mingled sympathies even Burr himself. Both of them soon recovered, and while the little son was supported standing on the steps, yet speechless, the most affecting scene presented itself. A scene, could it be placed on canvas by the hand of a master, would be in the highest degree interesting and impressive. The mother, in this tender situation, fastened herself upon the son, with her head reclining on his left shoulder, the agonies so strongly painted on her countenance, her long flowing weeds, the majesty of her person, the position of both, and above all the peculiarity of their trying situation in the recent loss of a husband and a father. Who could refrain from invoking on the head of the guilty author of their miseries those curses he so rightly merits? The curse of living despised and execrated by the voice of a whole nation, the curse of being held up to the view of future ages, a monster and an assassin. The following pious extract from a late sermon delivered in the northern part of this state is well calculated to produce the most salutary effect. From the Lansingburg Gazette. Extract from a sermon on the death of General Hamilton, delivered in this village by the Reverend Mr. Blatchford on Sunday, the 22nd ultimate. Again, is not a preparation for death and eternity a part of true honor? And what if thou shouldst thyself fall in the contest? How dreadful are the consequences! A state of horror, distraction, malice, revenge, remorse. Torn in a moment from all the delights of life and all the advantages of a time of probation for eternity. Is this the temper which becomes a dying hour? That hour we all would wish tranquil and serene, undisturbed by passion, unagitated by care, full of penitence, humility, gratitude, and submission, that we may meditate the awful change and resign with composure our parting souls into the hands of the Creator. Alas, how different is this from that scene of frenzy we have been contemplating! But how much is the interest of these remarks increased by the intimation of eternity? Remember, O man, that the soul which now animates thy frame is destined to survive the pang of dissolution. Allow me, therefore, to reason with thee a little before thou committest the act of madness. Pause, ponder. Where art thou? Whither art thou going? What mayest thou soon be? Thou art about to launch into that awful ocean, whose domains are unbounded and unknown. Thou art standing upon the very brink of eternity. Eternity, what art thou? Our faculties are lost in the contemplation of thee. We soar, we stretch, but all is dark beyond. No one is permitted to return and bring us tidings of thee. Yet let us not be presumptuously inquisitive. A short time hence, and we shall explore thy vast dominions. We then shall know what it is to die. But, O thou all-wise disposer, forbid that solemn hour should find us unprepared, much less that we should accelerate its approach. No, all the days of my appointed time will I wait, till my change come. Thou rash adventurer, let conscience speak. Hold thy impious hand. Forbear a crime at which thy heart recoils, which thy reason condemns, which Christianity has accursed, at which angels weep, the devils triumph, and to punish which the red flaming sword of justice is forever unsheathed. But supposing thou shouldst survive, and be the means of the death of the man whose ruin thou didst predetermine? We then proceed to ask, is it not honorable to prevent distress, to soothe the tender heart, ready to break for anguish, to heal the wounds of the widow's soul and dry up the tears of the orphan, to secure thy country, talents which dazzle by their luster, and in their exertion have an irresistible and commanding influence? Thy act then must be stamped with the deepest turpitude, and be sealed with the broadest mark of infamy. Perhaps thine antagonist, whom thou hast drawn into the field, is the father of a numerous family, and the husband of an affectionate wife. Methinks I see the disconsolate widow which thou hast made, wringing her hands in anguish and pouring out her soul in unavailing tears. Thou hast plunged a dagger into a heart that never offended thee. O desperate ruffian, didst thou not reflect upon the barbarous deed? Was there nothing in female helplessness, widowed and alone, to stay thine hand? But oh, what sight is here! Here are 7 lovely children, and one of them an infant. Thou hast made them orphans, and left them to a precarious fate. Dost thou not hear their distressful cries? Dost thou not see their gushing tears? Thou hast left them unprotected in a dangerous world, and rudely deprived them of the tender hand which might have led them to virtue and to usefulness. They cry in vain upon their sire. Thou hast sent him to the silent tomb, and they shall see his face no more. But perhaps thou hast stained thine hands with the blood of a patriot, whose uncommon genius was exerted in early life to save that country which gave thee birth, and which thou art bound to respect by the most solemn and imposing obligations. Was there nothing in the fair character of his honor to restrain the weapon of destruction? Did you not reflect upon his well-earned fame, or was it envy of his greatness which prompted the savage deed? Did you not think upon a country in tears, and in the impulse of veneration universally to be paid to the memory of the departed hero, hear the execration of thy act? But perhaps he stood high in professional merit, and his eloquence and his knowledge gave him the first place in public admiration and distinction. Was there nothing in his illustrious talents to soften thy spirit and make thee distrust thy own rashness? No, nothing in this, nor in any of these, to restrain thy fury. Thou hast accomplished the fatal purpose. Thou hast mocked the tears of the widow, neglected the cries of the orphans, injured thy country in the death of her magnanimous friend, and stifled eloquence and genius in the destruction of their favorite son. My brethren, this is not a fancied picture, for Hamilton is slain. He who was the associate of your beloved Washington, and as he himself expresses it, his principal and most confidential aide, whose acknowledged abilities and integrity placed him on high ground, and made him a conspicuous character in the United States and even in Europe, is slain. He is no more, of whom the father of your country declared that his ambition was of that laudable kind which prompts a man to excel in whatever he takes in hand, who is enterprising, quick in his perceptions, and in his judgment intuitively great. Footnote. Vide Washington's letter to President Adams recommending General Hamilton as second in command in the late Army of the United States. End footnote. Will you not, my brethren, deeply regret the cause of his death, whilst you mourn the death itself? The following proceedings of the Cincinnati at Charleston will be read with uncommon interest by every good man, and we hope be followed by a similar measure here and elsewhere. From the Charleston Courier. Mr. Editor, please to insert in your paper for the information of the public the following circular, letter, and memorial which have been agreed upon by the Joint Committee of the State Society of Cincinnati and of the American Revolution Society in pursuance of resolutions adopted by these societies. Charleston, South Carolina, September 12, 1804. Sir, having been appointed by the South Carolina State Society of the Cincinnati and the American Revolution Society a joint committee for drafting and circulating a memorial to the legislature, praying for legislative interference to restrain the practice of dueling, we have agreed on the enclosed memorial and transmit it to you with our earnest request that you would use your most vigorous exertions to have it generally signed. It is unnecessary to dilate on the mischievous consequences of dueling, to induce your endeavors to check a practice so dishonorable to this state, in which it is our boast to be governed by laws and not by men. The necessity of applying to the legislature on the subject is obvious, for it is well known that the existing laws have never brought any duelist to serious inconveniences, and there is a well-founded reason for believing that they never can, in consequence of the weight of precedents to the contrary. Our only alternative, therefore, is to acquiesce in the practice of dueling or to restrain it by a new law. The difficulties of framing any law that may afford an adequate remedy to the evil are great, but not insurmountable. It is not to be supposed that our legislature is less wise than that of several of our sister states, whose laws have been so operative that in several of them duels are absolutely unknown. If a respectable number of the friends of good government, morality, and religion sign the memorial we have forwarded, or any similar one, The legislature, ever attentive to the wishes of their constituents, will enter seriously on the business, and we doubt not of their ability to frame such regulations as will certainly abolish the evil. Independent of any law which may be passed, the sentiments of the most respectable part of the community in opposition to dueling, declared and avowed by signing the memorial, will have a very beneficial effect. It will tend to correct the public opinion and to restrain all who wish for the esteem of their fellow citizens from engaging in a practice which the virtue and good sense of the community have so pointedly denounced. These and many other arguments which must occur on reflection will be sufficient to convince you that in procuring signers to the memorial you will do a service acceptable to God and beneficial to man. We have further to request you to forward the memorial to Columbia by the first Monday in November next, that they may all be presented together to the legislature on the first day of their meeting, when we hope for the sublime pleasure of seeing an abhorrence of dueling pointedly expressed by many thousands of our most deserving citizens. We are, with great respect, your most obedient servants, Charles C. Pinckney, James Kennedy, William Read, Committee of the Cincinnati, David Ramsey, Henry W. DeSaucer, William Allen Dees, James Lowndes, Richard Furman, Committee of the American Revolution Society. P.S. Impressed with the firm belief that many advantages would result from illuminating the public mind on the inconsistency of the spirit and principles of the practice against which the memorial is leveled, with the spirit and principles of our holy religion, we earnestly request, as a particular favor, that you would, at some convenient early day, preach a sermon on the sin and folly of dueling. When the public sentiment is correctly made up on this subject, the advocates for dueling will be struck with their inconsistency in claiming for themselves the high and honorable appellation of Christians. In our opinion, public previous notice of the day on which the proposed sermon will be preached would, in general, be both proper and useful, but on the subject you will judge for yourself. N.B. The above postscript is omitted in all letters which are not addressed to clergymen. To the Honorable the President and members of the Senate, and the Honorable the Speaker and the other members of the House of Representatives of the State of South Carolina. The memorial of the subscribers, citizens of the said state, showeth that your memorialists are deeply impressed with grief at the prevalence of the custom of dueling, which, trampling upon all laws, human and divine, sweeps off many useful citizens, leaving their families a prey to sorrow and often to poverty and vice. That this custom originated in dark and barbarous ages when a regular and impartial administration of justice was unknown and unpracticed, but it ought not to be tolerated by the civilization of modern times, under a legislation which has provided, or may easily provide, adequate redress for all serious injuries committed against the life, liberty, fame, or property of the citizen. That this custom erects a tribunal for the settlement of personal differences, which, contrary to all sound principles, a man becomes the sole judge in his own cause, whence, as might have been expected from such a code, the only punishments for the lowest as well as highest offenses are written in blood. That restraining personal resentments by giving the attribute of vengeance to the laws was the greatest victory obtained by civilization over barbarism, but the custom of dueling is too well calculated to defeat the beneficial effects of that triumph, and to weaken the authority of all laws by accustoming men to contemn their sanctions. That your memorialists are apprehensive from the frequency of the practice of late years, that this custom is gaining ground and seems likely to be carried to such great lengths as to degrade men to the condition of gladiators and to introduce anew the reign of barbarism. That from the nature of the human mind men are ever ready to follow examples, especially those set by eminent persons. When, therefore, the body of the community perceives great, and in other respects virtuous citizens, shedding each other's blood on slight provocations or trivial pretenses, the fatal practice becomes general. That in countries where distinctions of rank are sanctioned, a pernicious custom may exist, and be confined to the higher orders of society, and be comparatively little destructive, but that in our country of equal laws, rights, and ranks, such custom, if unchecked by the laws, will necessarily become general, and spread its destructive effects far and wide in the community, to the desolation of thousands of families. that this mortal vengeance is not resorted to merely in cases of grievous injuries, for which the laws may not have provided an adequate remedy, but in many cases of trivial offense, which a generous mind would willingly pardon. This tyrant custom is supposed to impose an obligation to call out to the field of blood even a companion or friend who may have unguardedly given the provocation. That this absurd custom decides no right and settles no point, as the religion and philosophy of modern times will not admit, that the almighty disposer of events will interpose his power on such an impious appeal to his justice, which the credulity of the Gothic nations believed when this custom existed among them, in the form of judicial combat. It is therefore conceded universally that the innocent and aggrieved person is as likely to be the victim as the guilty offender, and probably more so, as a mild and peaceable man would be less inclined to acquire or exert a murderous skill, the effect of which he abhors. That the pretense of those who would excuse this custom on the ground that it polishes society and prevents assassination is wholly unfounded, as the most polished nations of ancient times, the Grecians and Romans, and the most humane and civilized nation of modern times, the Chinese, have enjoyed society in perfection without the adventitious aid of this pernicious and unnatural custom, which, though in direct hostility to the principles of Christianity, prevails only in Christian Europe and America. Your memorialists have been informed that although the common law of the land declares homicide in a duel to be murder, the law has become obsolete and a dead letter, that all the decisions in our courts of justice have turned wholly on the fairness with which the duel was conducted, and verdicts of acquittal or of manslaughter have constantly been rendered. Thence arises a necessity for a clear and explicit expression of the legislative will on this important subject, guaranteed by new and vigorous sanctions. Your memorialists therefore humbly pray that your honorable house would be pleased to take this important subject into your most serious consideration, and that you would, in your wisdom, provide such remedies as may effectually destroy the evil practice complained of by regulations wisely calculated to protect the fame and feelings of the innocent and insulted person, and to punish rigorously the bold offender who should dare to lift his hand against his neighbor and shed his blood in a duel, in violation of the divine law and the law of his country. We suspect the following affectionate tribute of the Scottish Muse, which is taken from a paper in the County of Washington, State of Pennsylvania, is from the well-known pen of Mr. Bruce, whose little volume of poetry has, not long since, been perused by us with high admiration. From the Western Telegraph. General Hamilton, having been a member of the St. Andrew's Society of the City of New York, the following verses will not be unacceptable to the members of that society throughout the Union, particularly to such of them as are native Scotsmen. The subject undoubtedly claims a much higher species of poetry, but there is none in which the simple and genuine feelings of nature can be so happily expressed as that which I have adopted. On the Murder of Hamilton, a Scotch Ballad. Tune, Good night, and joy be wit ye. O woe betide ye, Aaron Burr, may mickle curse upo ye fa. You've killed as brave a gentleman as e'er lived in America. With bloody mind ye carried him out, with practised eye did on him draw, and with deliberate murderous aim ye killed the flower of America. A nobler heart, an abler head, nor this nor any nation saw. He was his country's hope and pride, the darling of America. What now like him with tempered fire his country's sword will strongly draw, and mid the furious onset spare the vanquished foes of America? What now like him with honest zeal will argue in the Senate hall, and lighten with his genius rays the interest of America? Mild, mild was he, O tenderest heart, kind and sincere without a flaw, a loving husband, father, friend, and oh, he loved America. Torn by a murderer's desperate arm, frae midst his friends and family, he's gone, the first of men is gone, the glory of America. Where'er ye go, O Aaron Burr, the worm of conscience I will gnaw, your haunted fancy I will paint, your bloody deed in America. But though ye flee o'er land and sea, and 'scape your injured country's law, the red right hand of angry heaven will yet avenge America. O save us, heaven, frae faction's rage, our headstrong passions keep in awe, and frae ambition's hidden arts, O God, preserve America. The following highly finished sketch, as the author modestly calls it, is taken from the Boston Repertory, the leading federal print of New England. We have no hesitation in pronouncing this sketch, take it together, equal at least, to anything we have on record from the pen of Edmund Burke, whose charming manner it so closely resembles. Nor is it surpassed by the celebrated character of Chatham by Grattan. Yet it must be owned that it is not uniformly excellent. We mean not to enter into criticism in detail, but in our opinion, the manner in which allusion is made to Greece and Rome is tame and beneath the rest of the piece. Instead of saying such a patriot the best Romans in their best days would have admitted to citizenship and the consulate, and that the name of Hamilton would not have dishonored Greece in the age of Aristides, would it not have been much nearer the truth and more like the rest of the sketch to have said that had either Greece or Rome ever possessed a citizen who concentrated in himself such vast talents, such disinterested patriotism, so many private virtues, so many amiable qualities, and who had from the purest motives rendered his country such invaluable services as Alexander Hamilton, it would have added a greater luster to the fortunate country who could have claimed the honor of giving birth to such a prodigy than the annals of either can now boast of? The concluding sentence is also, in our judgment, a little inconsistent with what has preceded and a falling off. The editor of that paper thus refers his readings to this eminently beautiful picture. Reader, do you wish to regale your mind, your taste, your sensibility? Then turn to the first page. Are you curious to know who has furnished you such a repast? He whose writings have long given character, as they have given intelligence, to New England. Footnote. Supposed to be the Honorable Fisher Ames. End footnote. From the Boston Repertory. The following sketch was prepared immediately after the death of the ever-to-be-lamented Hamilton, and was lately read to a select company of friends at whose desire it is published. There are so many persons who, from various causes, possess only a superficial knowledge of the character of eminent men, that it is to be expected the extraordinary marks of grief manifested by the public on the death of General Hamilton will to some appear strange, and to others excessive. America, they may say, has produced many great men. Some are dead, and others remain alive. Why then should we mourn, as if with a sense of desolation and surprise, for a loss that by the lot of human nature has already become familiar, and why mourn so much as if all was lost, when we have so many great men left? But although General Hamilton has, for some years, withdrawn from public office to the bar, and has been, in some measure, out of the view and contemplation of his countrymen, there was nevertheless a splendor in his character that could not be contracted within the ordinary sphere of his employments. It is with really great men, as with great literary works, the excellence of both is best tested by the extent and durableness of their impression. The public has not suddenly, but after an experience of 25 years, taken that impression of the just celebrity of Alexander Hamilton, which nothing but his extraordinary intrinsic merit could have made, and still less could have made so deep and maintained so long. In this case, it is safe and correct to judge by effects. We sometimes calculate the height of a mountain by measuring the length of its shadow. It is not a party, for party distinctions, to the honor of our citizens, be it said, are confounded by the event. It is a nation that weeps for its bereavement. We weep as the Romans did over the ashes of Germanicus. It is a thoughtful, foreboding sorrow that takes possession of the heart and sinks it with no counterfeited heaviness. It is here proper, and not invidious, to remark that as the emulation excited by conducting great affairs commonly trains and exhibits great talents, it is seldom the case that the fairest and soundest judgment of a great man's merit is to be gained exclusively from his associates in counsel or action. Persons of conspicuous merit themselves are not unfrequently bad judges, and still worse witnesses on this point. Often rivals, sometimes enemies, almost always unjust, and still oftener envious or cold. The opinions they give to the public, as well as those they privately form for themselves, are, of course, discolored with the hue of their prejudices and resentments. But the body of the people, who cannot feel a spirit of rivalship towards those whom they see elevated by nature and education so far above their heads, are more equitable, and supposing a competent time and opportunity for information on the subject, more intelligent judges. Even party rancor, eager to maim the living, scorns to strip the slain. The most hostile passions are soothed or baffled by the fall of their antagonist. Then, if not sooner, the very multitude will fairly decide on character according to their experience of its impression, and as long as virtue, not unfrequently for a time obscured, is ever respectable when distinctly seen, they cannot withhold, and they will not stint their admiration. If, then, the popular estimation is ever to be taken for the true one, the uncommonly profound public sorrow for the death of Alexander Hamilton sufficiently explains and vindicates itself. He had not made himself dear to the passions of the multitude by condescending, in defiance of his honor and conscience, to become their instrument. He is not lamented because a skillful flatterer is now mute forever. It was by the practice of no art, by wearing no disguise. It was not by accident, nor by the levity nor profligacy of party. But in spite of its malignant misrepresentation, it was by bold and inflexible adherence to truth, by loving his country better than himself, preferring its interest to its favor, and serving it, when it was unwilling and unthankful, in a manner that no other person could, that he rose, and the true popularity, the homage that is paid to virtue, followed him. It was not in the power of party or envy to pull him down, but he rose as if some force of attraction drew him to the skies. He rose, and the very prejudice that could not reach was at length almost ready to adore him. It is indeed no imagined wound that inflicts so keen an anguish. Since the news of his death, the novel and strange events of Europe have succeeded each other unregarded. The nation has been enchanted to its subject and broods over its grief, which is more deep than eloquent, which, though dumb, can make itself felt without utterance, and which does not merely pass, but like an electrical shock, at the same instant smites and astonishes as it passes from Georgia to New Hampshire. There is a kind of force put upon our thoughts by this disaster that detains and rivets them to a closer contemplation of those resplendent virtues that are now lost, except to memory, and there they will dwell forever. That writer would deserve the fame of a public benefactor who could exhibit the character of Hamilton with the truth and force that all who intimately knew him conceived it. His example would then take the same ascendant as his talents. The portrait alone, however exquisitely finished, could not inspire genius where it is not. But if the world should again have possession of so rare a gift, it might awaken where it sleeps, as by a spark from heaven's own altar. For surely, if there is anything like divinity in man, it is in his admiration of virtue. But who alive can exhibit this portrait? If our age, on that supposition more fruitful than any other, had produced two Hamiltons, one of them might then have depicted the other. To delineate genius, one must feel its power. Hamilton, and he alone, with all its inspiration, could have transfused its whole fervid soul into the picture, and swelled its lineaments into life. The writer's mind, expanding with his own enthusiasm and glowing with kindred fires, would then have stretched to the dimensions of his subject. Such is the infirmity of human nature. It is very difficult for a man, who is greatly the superior of his associates, to preserve their friendship without abatement. Yet though Hamilton could not possibly conceal his superiority, he was so little inclined to display it, he was so much at ease in its possession, that no jealousy or envy chilled his bosom when his friends obtained praise. He was indeed so entirely the friend of his friends, so magnanimous, so superior, or more properly, so insensible to all exclusive selfishness of spirit, so frank, so ardent, yet so little overbearing, so much trusted, admired, beloved, almost adored, that his power over their affections was entire and lasted through his life. We do not believe that he left any worthy man his foe who had ever been his friend. Men of the most elevated minds have not always the readiest discernment of character. Perhaps he was sometimes too sudden and too lavish in bestowing his confidence. His manly spirit, disdaining artifice, suspected none. But while the power of his friends over him seemed to have no limits, and really had none, in respect to those things which were of a nature to be yielded, no man, not the Roman Cato himself, was more inflexible on every point that touched, or only seemed to touch, integrity and honor. With him it was not enough to be unsuspected. His bosom would have glowed like a furnace at its own whispers of reproach. Mere purity would have seemed to him below praise, and such were his habits and such his nature, that the pecuniary temptations, which many others can, only with great exertion and self-denial, resist, had no attractions for him. He was very far from obstinate, yet as his friends assailed his opinions with less profound thoughts than he had devoted to them, they were seldom shaken by discussion. He defended them, however, with as much mildness as force, and evinced that, if he did not yield, it was not for want of gentleness or modesty. The tears that flow on this fond recital will never dry up. My heart, penetrated with the remembrance of the man, grows liquid as I write, and I could pour it out like water. I could weep, too, for my country, which, mournful as it is, does not know the half of its loss. It deeply laments when it turns its eyes back and sees what Hamilton was. But my soul stiffens with despair when I think what Hamilton would have been. His social affections and his private virtues are not, however, so properly the object of public attention as the conspicuous and commanding qualities that gave him his fame and influence in the world. It is not as Apollo enchanting the shepherds with his lyre. It is as Hercules treacherously slain in the midst of his unfinished labors, leaving the world overrun with monsters, that we most deeply deplore him. His early life we pass over, though his heroic spirit in the army has furnished a theme that is dear to patriotism. It will be sacred to glory. In all the different stations in which a life of active usefulness has placed him, we find him not more remarkably distinguished by the extent than by the variety and versatility of his talents. In every place he made it apparent that no other man could have filled it so well, and in times of critical importance, in which alone he desired employment, his services were justly deemed indispensable. As Secretary of the Treasury, his was the powerful spirit that presided over the chaos. Confusion heard his voice, and wild uproar stood ruled. Indeed, in organizing the federal government in 1789, every man of either sense or candor will allow the difficulty seemed greater than the first-rate abilities could surmount. The event has shown that his abilities were greater than those difficulties. He surmounted them, and Washington's administration was the most wise and beneficent, the most prosperous, and ought to be the most popular that ever was entrusted with the affairs of a nation. Great as was Washington's merit, much of it in plan, much in execution, will of course devolve upon his minister. As a lawyer, his comprehensive genius reached the principles of his profession. He compassed its extent, he fathomed its profound, perhaps even more familiarly and easily than the ordinary rules of its practice. With most men, law is a trade. With him, it was a science. As a statesman, he was not more distinguished by the great extent of his views than by the caution with which he provided against impediments and the watchfulness of his care over right and the liberty of the subject. In none of the many revenue bills which he framed, though committees reported them, is there to be found a single clause that savors of despotic power. Not one that the sagest champions of law and liberty would, on that ground, hesitate to approve and adopt. It is rare that a man who owes so much to nature descends to seek more from industry. But he seemed to depend on industry as if nature had done nothing for him. His habits of investigation were very remarkable. His mind seemed to cling to his subject till he had exhausted it. Hence the uncommon superiority of his reasoning powers, a superiority that seemed to be augmented from every source and to be fortified by every auxiliary: learning, taste, wit, imagination, and eloquence. These were embellished and enforced by his temper and manners, by his fame and his virtues. It is difficult, in the midst of such various excellence, to say what in particular the effect of his greatness was most manifest. No man more promptly discerned truth, no man more clearly displayed it. It was not merely made visible, it seemed to come bright with illumination from his lips. But prompt and clear as he was, Fervid as Demosthenes, like Cicero full of resource, he was not less remarkable for the copiousness and completeness of his argument, that left little for cavil and nothing for doubt. Some men take their strongest argument as a weapon and use no other, but he left nothing to be inquired for more, nothing to be answered. He not only disarmed his adversaries of their pretexts and objections, but he stripped them of all excuse for having urged them. He confounded and subdued as well as convinced. He indemnified them, however, by making his discussion a complete map of his subject, so that his opponents might indeed feel ashamed of their mistakes, but they could not repeat them. In fact, it was no common effort that could preserve a really able antagonist from becoming his convert. For the truth, which his researches so distinctly presented to the understanding of others, was rendered almost irresistibly commanding and impressive by the love and reverence which it was ever apparent he profoundly cherished for it in his own. While patriotism glowed in his heart, wisdom blended in his speech her authority with her charms. Such also is the character of his writings. Judiciously collected, they will be a public treasure. No man ever more disdained duplicity or carried frankness further than he. This gave to his political opponents some temporary advantages, and currency to some popular prejudices, which he would have lived down if his death had not prematurely dispelled them. He knew that factions have ever in the end prevailed in free states, and as he saw no security, and who living can see any adequate, against the destruction of that liberty which he loved, and for which he was ever ready to devote his life, he spoke at all times according to his anxious forebodings, and his enemies interpreted all that he said according to the supposed interest of their party. But he ever extorted confidence even when he most provoked opposition. It was impossible to deny that he was a patriot, and such a patriot, seeking neither popularity nor office, without artifice, without meanness, the best Romans in their best days would have admitted to citizenship and to the consulate. Virtue so rare, so pure, so bold, by its very purity and excellence, inspired suspicion as a prodigy. His enemies judged of him by themselves. So splendid and arduous were his services, they could not find it in their hearts to believe that they were disinterested. Unparalleled as they were nevertheless no otherwise requited than by the applause of all good men, and by his own enjoyment of the spectacle of that national prosperity and consideration which was the effect of them. After facing calumny and triumphantly surmounting an unrelenting persecution, he retired from office with clean, though empty hands, as rich as reputation and an unblemished integrity could make him. Some have plausibly, though erroneously, inferred from the great extent of his abilities that his ambition was inordinate. This is a mistake. Such men as have a painful consciousness that their stations happen to be far more exalted than their talents are generally the most ambitious. Hamilton, on the contrary, though he had many competitors, had no rivals, for he did not thirst for power, nor would he, as it was well known, descend to office. Of course he suffered no pain from envy when bad men rose, though he felt anxiety for the public. He was perfectly content and at ease in private life. Of what was he ambitious? Not of wealth. No man held it cheaper. Was it of popularity? That weed of the dunghill, he knew, when rankest, was nearest to withering. There is no doubt that being conscious of his powers, he desired glory, which to most men is too inaccessible to be an object of desire. But feeling his own force, and that he was tall enough to reach the top of Pindus or of Helicon, he longed to deck his brow with the wreath of immortality. A vulgar ambition could as little comprehend as satisfy his views. He thirsted only for that fame that virtue would not blush to confer, nor time to convey to the end of his course. The only ordinary distinction to which we confess he did aspire was military, and for that, in the event of a foreign war, he would have been solicitous. He undoubtedly discovered the predominance of a soldier's feelings, and all that is honor, in the character of a soldier, was at home in his heart. His early education was in the camp, There the first fervors of his genius were poured forth, and his earliest and most cordial friendships formed. There he became enamored of glory, and was admitted to its embrace. Those who knew him best, and especially in the army, will believe that if occasion had called him forth, he was qualified beyond any man of the age to display the talent of a great general. It may be very long before our country will want such military talents. It will probably be much longer before it will again possess them. Alas, the great man who was at all times so much the ornament of our country, and so exclusively fitted in its extremity to be its champion, is withdrawn to a purer and more tranquil region. We are left to endless labors and unavailing regrets. Such honors Ilion to her hero paid, and peacefully slept the mighty Hector's shade. Our Troy has lost her Hector. The most substantial glory of a country is in its virtuous great men. Its prosperity will depend on its docility to learn from their example. That nation is fated to ignominy and servitude, for which such men have lived in vain. Power may be seized by a nation that is yet barbarous, and wealth may be enjoyed by one that it finds or renders sordid. The one is the gift and the sport of accident, and the other is the sport of power. Both are mutable, and have passed away without leaving behind them any other memorial than ruins that offend taste and traditions that baffle conjecture. But the glory of Greece is imperishable, or will last as long as learning itself, which is its monument. It strikes an everlasting root, and bears perennial blossoms on its grave. The name of Hamilton would not have dishonored Greece in the age of Aristides. May heaven, the guardian of our liberty, grant that our country may be fruitful of Hamiltons and faithful to their glory. Tribute of respect. At a general meeting of the inhabitants of Geneva at Powell's Hotel, in the evening of the 2nd instant, agreeably to notice, for the purpose of uniting with their fellow citizens at large, in expressing their unfeigned sorrow and regret at the untimely death of General Alexander Hamilton, and the great loss this country has sustained in the death of that invaluable man, Daniel W. Lewis, Esquire, was called to the chair, who in a solemn and impressive manner opened the meeting, and in a few observations recapitulated the talents, patriotism, and virtues of the deceased, when the following resolutions were unanimously adopted. That this meeting feel the most sensible grief at the death of General Hamilton, and with their fellow citizens throughout the Union, deplore and lament the event as a great national loss. That this meeting are impressed with a just sense of the merit attached to the character of the deceased, acquired by his distinguished and highly honorable services rendered to his country as a soldier, his preeminent display of talents and eloquence as a statesman and lawyer, and his exalted principles of honor and integrity as a private citizen, do agree, as a tribute of respect due to his memory, to wear a crape on the left arm for 30 days, and as a further tribute of respect, that Mr. Gordon, Mr. Wisner, and Mr. Heslop be appointed a committee on behalf of this meeting to wait on the Reverend Mr. Chapman and request the favor of him to preach a sermon tomorrow afternoon adapted to the occasion, and the inhabitants of the village are requested to meet at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to form a solemn procession to the meeting house. William M. Collier, Secretary. Agreeably to the above arrangements, the inhabitants of the village met and formed a procession to the house of worship, when the Reverend Mr. Chapman delivered a sermon on the above occasion from Hosea chapter 4th, part of verse 3rd. Therefore shall the land mourn. End of section 10. End of a collection of the facts and documents relative to the death of Major General Alexander Hamilton by William Coleman.